Chapter 21 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Munster and Connaught, 1641 to 1642. There was no outbreak in Munster during November, but Lord President Saint-Leger knew that he had no real means of resisting one. The Lords Justices had drawn off most of the soldiers, the rest were occupied as garrisons, and practically he had only his own troop of horse to depend on. Before the end of the month the Leinster rebels had come nearly to the Suir, and he repaired with what men he could collect to Cromwell, lest Lady Ormonde, who was at Carrick, should fall into the invaders' hands. The gentlemen of Tipperary came to meet him, but could or would do nothing. Every man stands at gaze, and suffers the rascals to rob and pillage all the English about them. Ormonde's own cattle were driven off. Saint-Leger's brother-in-law having been pillaged, he took indiscriminate vengeance, and some innocent men were probably killed. He as good as told the Tipperary magnates that they were all rebels. In the meantime the Leinster insurgents had crossed the estuary of the Suir in boats and ravaged the eastern part of Waterford. Saint-Leger rode rapidly through the intervening mountains, though there was snow on the ground, and fell upon a party of plunderers at Motel near Carrick. The main body were pursued to the river, and for the most part killed. About 70 prisoners were taken to Waterford and there hanged. He returned to Clonmel, and thence back to Doneraile, for he could do no more. "My horses," he told Ormonde, "are quite spent. Their saddles have been scarce off these 14 days, nor myself nor my friends have not had leisure to shift our shirts. The like war was never heard of. No man makes head. One parish robs another. Go home and share the goods, and there is an end of it. And this by a company of naked rogues." Saint-Leger's rough ways might furnish an excuse, but had no real effect upon events. The flame steadily spread over the whole island, and the contest fell more and more into the hands of extreme men. The Tipperary insurgents were soon enrolled in companies, the leading part being taken by Theobald Purcell, titular Baron of Longmow, and Patrick Purcell, who rose to distinction during the war. At the end of January, Mountgarrett, who acted as general, invaded Munster with a heterogeneous force. He was assisted by Michael Wall, a professional soldier, and accompanied by Viscount Inchiquin, Lords Dunboyne and Cahir, all 3 butlers, and the Baron of Lugmore. Kilmallock was easily taken, and the Irish encamped at Redshart near Kildorrery, at the entry to the county of Cork. Broghill reckoned them at 10,000, of whom half were unarmed. The President, who had 900 foot and 300 horse, thought it impossible to dispute the passage, and preferred to parley. Mountgarrett demanded freedom of conscience already, that he was not likely to do anything against the crown, from whom he held everything, and that he himself was a native. At last, on February 10, articles were agreed upon, by which the President agreed to abstain from all further hostilities, both sides covenanting to do each other no harm for 1 month. Saint-Leger was induced to grant these terms mainly by the sight of a commission from Charles with the Great Seal attached, but Broghill believed that this was a mere trick, and the document fabricated. The President withdrew to Cork and Mountgarrett into Tipperary. The armistice was ill kept by the Irish, who were under the influence of Patrick Purcell. Mountgarrett never showed any military ability. Saint-Leger had long cherished the belief that Donogh MacCarthy, Viscount Muskerry, would remain staunch. Muskerry, who had great possessions, and who was married to Ormonde's sister, seems to have tried the impossible part of neutral, but was soon drawn into the vortex, and it was to him that the supposed commission to raise 4,000 men had been made out. He tried to stop plundering, and even hanged a few thieves, but the open country soon became untenable for English settlers. Many flocked to Bandon, which was held by Cork's son, Lord Kilnamiki. Others fled to Cork, Kinsale, and Youghal, to which latter place Sir Charles Vavasour brought the first reinforcement of 1,000 men. Vavasour carried over the King's proclamation of January 1 against the rebels, of which only 40 copies had been printed, and Cork immediately forwarded it to the Lord President. "I like it exceedingly well in all parts of it," said Saint Leger, "save only that it is come so late to light. It were very good that we had some store of them to disperse abroad, for of this one little notice can be taken." Cork maintained himself at Youghal and his sons in other places. Saint Leger, as soon as he had received reinforcements, relieved Broghill at Lismore and took Dungarvan from the Irish. Of all the old nobility, Lord Barrymore, who had married Cork's daughter, alone stood firm and refused all offers from the Irish. On March 12, Saint Leger wrote that he was practically besieged in Cork by a vast body of the enemy lying within 4 miles of the town under my Lord of Muskerry, O'Sullivan Rowe, McCarthy, Reek, and all the western gentry, and forces to the number of about 5,000. The nominal chief of this army was Colonel Garrett Barry, an experienced soldier, but without originality, and more fit for a subordinate than for a chief command. On April 13, 2 days before Ormonde's victory at Kilrush, Inchiquin, who was married to Saint Leger's daughter and had studied war in the Spanish service, persuaded his father-in-law to let him make a sally. With only 300 foot and 2 troops of horse, he surprised the Irish camp at Rocheford's town, routed the ill-disciplined host completely, and pursued them for some miles towards Ballincollig and Kilcrea. Muskerry's own luggage fell into the victor's hands, and a great stock of corn, which was very welcome. The only serious fighting was in the attack of a small enclosure desperately defended by Florence MacDonald, called Captain Sugain, perhaps in memory of the last Desmond rebel. Inchiquin's loss was little or nothing, and he was soon able to ship guns and take castles which obstructed the navigation of Cork harbour. The southern capital was relieved from all immediate danger. Limerick did not at first take any decided part, but stood upon its defence. Clonmel and Dungarvan admitted the Leinster insurgents in December, a few days after Saint Leger's raid. A party commanded by Ormonde's brother Richard came to the gate of Waterford on the day after Christmas, but the mayor, Francis Briver, refused to let him in. 2 other attempts were made before Twelfth Day. The mob of the town and a majority of the corporation were opposed to the mayor, but he held his own for some time, received English fugitives within the walls, and kept them till shipping could be had for themselves and such property as they had been able to carry away. His own life was frequently in danger, and his hand was badly bitten by a rioter who resisted arrest. On another day, says Mrs. Briver, who took an active part, "When I heard so many swords were drawn at the market cross against my poor husband, I ran into the streets without either hat or mantle, and laid my hands about his neck, and brought him in whether he would or no." This and much more the mayor has suffered, seeking to let their goods go with the English. Mountgarret was excluded, but in April his son Edmund was admitted with 300 men, and the townsmen gave up their cannon. Roger Jones, created Viscount Ranelagh, was Lord President of Connaught, and lay at Athlone with only a troop of horse and 2 companies of foot. The government of the county of Galway was vested by special patent in the Earl of Clanricarde, who positively refused the request of the Roscommon gentlemen to take command of their county, and thus ignore the Lord President's authority. Mayo was entrusted by the Lords Justices to Lord Mayo and to Dillon, Viscount Costello, who were both at this time professing Protestants. Sir Francis Willoughby, the governor of Galway Fort, was in Dublin when the rebellion broke out, and his son Anthony, who was young and violent, commanded in his absence. Clanricarde was at Patamna when he heard of the outbreak, and he at once warned the mayor of Galway to be on his guard. The Lords Justices refused to send arms from Dublin on the ground that the passage was not safe, but told him to take what he could find at Galway. 100 calivers, many of them unserviceable, and as many pikes were all that could be had. His own castles of Patamna, Longria, and Runmore were in a defensible state, and he came to Galway on November 6. Richard Boyle, Archbishop of Tuam, took refuge in the fort, and Clanricarde's castle of Aganure on the western shore of Lough Corrib was seized by the O'Flahertys. On the 11th, a town meeting was held, and the citizens resolved to hold Galway for the king. During the next 3 months there were frequent acts of violence on both sides, Willoughby treating the citizens as conquered, and they retorting by capturing and confining his stray soldiers. On December 29, the Lords of the Pale invited the nobility and gentry of the county of Galway to join them, urging the legal grievances under which Roman Catholics laboured and the severe measures of Coote and others. This did not make Clanricarde's task easier, but he came to Galway on February 5 and patched up an accommodation. On the 11th he left the town for a fortnight, and during the interval an outrage was committed in the neighbourhood which rivaled the worst of the Ulster atrocities. According to the Reverend John Goldsmith, there were about 1,000 English and Scotch Protestants in Mayo, many of whom tried to save themselves by going to Mass. He had a brother, a priest, and it was going to the Jesuit Malone and an unnamed friar that he escaped with his life. Several Protestants, including one Buchanan of Strayed and John Maxwell, Bishop of Killala, sought the protection of Sir Henry Bingham at Castlebar, but he refused to admit Goldsmith, who was a convert from Rome, lest his presence should increase the animosity of the Irish. Lord Mayo promised to convoy the whole party safely to Galway Fort, and they set out on February 13, Malachy O'Queely, Roman Catholic Archbishop of Tuam, faithfully promising the Lord of Mayo to accompany them with his lordship and several priests and friars to see them safely conveyed and delivered in Galway or at the fort of Galway. The first night was spent at Ballycarra, the second at Ballinrobe, the third at the Neil, and the fourth at Shrule, where a bridge joins the counties of Mayo and Galway. Lord Mayo seems to have declined all responsibility outside of his own county, and on Sunday the 17th he dismissed his followers, except one company commanded by Edmund Burke, who proposed to go with them a few miles and hand them over to an escort of the County Galway. Burke's men began to plunder the unarmed fugitives before they were out of Lord Mayo's sight, and he sent his son Sir Theobald to keep order. According to Theobald's own account, he ran over the bridge with his sword drawn to help the English, but was fired at, and afterwards conveyed away for the safety of his life. The promised escort, consisting of 2 companies of the O'Flahertys, then came up and joined the Mayo people in an indiscriminate massacre of men, women, and children. The Bishop of Killala and a few others were saved by the exertions of Ulick Burke of Castle Hackett, but those killed were not far short of 100, including Dean Forgy of Killala and 5 other clergymen, of whom John Corbett was one. Thomas Johnson, vicar of Turlough, escaped to the house of Walter Burke, who treated him kindly and defended him. Young priests and friars asked Stephen Lynch, prior to of Strayed, in his presence whether it was not lawful to kill him as a heretic, and Lynch answered that it was as lawful as to kill a sheep or a dog. The insurgents threatening to burn Burke's house if he kept Johnson any longer, he managed to convey him to Clanricarde's castle at Longria, and he ever after that time lived by the noble and free charity of that good earl, until late his lordship sent him and divers other Protestants away with a convoy. Clanricarde returned to Galway on March 1. After a fortnight's argument, he succeeded in getting both town and fort to make declarations of loyalty and of peaceable intentions towards each other. As soon as his back was turned, the flames fanned by the clergy broke out afresh. A party of armed townsmen, disguised as boatmen, seized an English ship, murdered some of the crew, and towed her off in spite of Willoughby's fire. When Galway surrendered to Coode in 1652, the perpetrators of the outrage were especially excepted from pardon. The malcontents then closed the gates, disarmed all the English within the walls, took an oath of union, and invited the O'Flahertys and the Mayo insurgents to join them. Willoughby burned some of the suburbs to prevent the O'Flahertys from occupying them, and this military precaution still further exasperated the citizens. But Clanricarde collected a quantity of provisions at Owenmore and relieved the fort. His castle of Tirelagh, which commanded the river, enabled him to blockade the town, the neighbourhood being constantly patrolled by cavalry. Supplies ceased to reach the market, and before the end of April the leading citizens were tired of resisting. While negotiations were proceeding, a man of war arrived with powder and provisions, and Clanricarde then took high ground. In vain did the warden Walter Lynch, whom Rinuchini afterwards made a bishop, fulminate the greater excommunication against all who agreed to Clanricarde's articles. The mayor signed them, nevertheless, agreeing that all soldiers harboured in the town should be sent away, that access into the town should be free and open, that the Anglican clergy should enjoy their legal rights, and that no arms or powder should be sold without Clanricarde's orders. The gates were accordingly thrown open on May 13. The young men of the town laid down their arms, and Clanricarde received the keys publicly from the mayor's hands. Ormonde approved of these proceedings, but the Lords Justices thought the rebellious town had been too leniently treated. Contrary to Ormonde's own judgment, though he signed with the rest, the Lords Justices issued an order against holding any intercourse with the Irish living near garrisons, and against giving protection to any of them. The soldiers were to prosecute the rebels with fire and sword, and whenever Ormonde established a garrison, the order in council was to be sent to the commanders with directions for ensuring its observance. This order bound both Ranelagh and Clanricarde, but neither of them approved of it, and indeed it involved a censure upon the latter's pacification at Galway. Athlone had since Christmas been beset on the Leinster side by a mixed multitude under the general direction of Sir James Dillon, who had made a truce with the Lord President so far as to allow free access to the market. The castle, which stands on the Connaught side of the Shannon, was thus provisioned and made safe against assailants who had no battering train. After a time the garrison began to make incursions into West Meath, and this was regarded by Dillon as a breach of faith. He had been distrusted by the Irish for his moderation, but without gaining him the confidence of the government, and he thought it would be better to have at least one side heartily with him. He accordingly seized the town on the Leinster side, and threw up a work which prevented the garrison from crossing the bridge. When he heard that Ormonde was coming to relieve the castle, he withdrew into the county of Longford. Ormonde left Dublin on June 14, Mullingar and Ballymore being burnt at his approach, and on the 20th he was at the village of Kilkenny, about 7 English miles from Athlone. There Ranelagh met him and took charge of the 2,000 foot and 2 troops of horse provided to reinforce him under Sir Michael Ernley. Ormonde then returned to Dublin at once, though Clanricarde was most anxious to meet him. Ranelagh put the new troops into various castles, 300 of them under Captain Bertie being assigned to a convent of Poor Clares on Lough Ree. The nuns had been hurriedly conveyed away by Dillon to an island in the lake, but the vestments remained, and the cellar was full. The soldiers drank the wine, and were masquerading in the vestments when they were attacked by a party sent by Dillon. Bertie fought bravely, but he and most of his men were killed. The Lord President then concentrated his forces at Athlone, and the open country was left at the mercy of the Irish. Ranelagh showed no energy, but he was in bad health and in want of money and supplies. He said Ernley's men were rogues and jailbirds, and that he longed for a commission to raise men of his own country. In the meantime he neglected to requisition the provisions available in the neighbourhood, and the soldiers died of want and neglect. Coote provided 10 days' bread, and pressed him to do something while a few men were left alive, whereupon he ordered an attack on Balloch, which was not taken without loss, and which Ernley says was quite useless. Afterwards he joined his forces to those of Coote at Roscommon, and Sir James Dillon attacked Athlone in his absence with 1,500 men, but he was beaten off by the remnant left behind. A considerable Irish force under O'Connor, Rowe, and others assembled after some skirmishing at Ballintober, where they were routed with a loss of 600 men. Coote and Ernley were not allowed to follow up the victory, and Ranelagh refused to feed the latter's men any longer. They were therefore dispersed among the garrisons which Coote commanded. Ranelagh made no further attempt to keep the field, and in October he made a truce for 3 months with the Irish. Clanricarde approved of this, and would have been glad to have its operation extended, for vengeance need not be so sharp here as where blood doth call for deserved punishment. But the Lords Justices were all for war to the knife, though they had not the means to wage it successfully, while Lord Forbes and Captain Willoughby did their best to prevent peace. The English Parliament were too busy at home to do much, while arms and ammunition from the Continent poured in through Wexford and the Ulster ports, with most of the colonels, officers, and engineers that have served beyond seas for many years past, which furnished all parts of the kingdom but those few that adhered to me for his Majesty's service. Strafford's proposed settlement of Clare was never carried out, but the Earls of Thomond were Protestants and encouraged English tenants, so that a considerable colony had in fact been established. Inchiquin, who had agreed to the abortive plantation, threw his influence in the same direction, but the great mass of O'Briens, McNamaras, and others favoured the insurgents. The outbreak in the north and the attempt on Dublin were known as the Fair of Clare on November 1, but it was not till the end of the month that certain news came of the insurrection having spread to the part of Tipperary near the Shannon. Barnabas, Earl of Thomond, who had an English wife, tried to keep the peace and adopted the trimming policy, but soon lost all control over the country, though he held Brune Ratty and some other places. Robberies of Protestants' cattle soon began, and by Christmas the owners were generally on their guard in castles, of which 31 were in friendly hands. 3 weeks later the troops raised by Thomond were siding openly with the rebels. Ballyalia Castle on a lake near Ennis belonged to Sir Valentine Blake of Galway, who was a noted member of the Catholic Confederacy, but was leased to a merchant named Maurice Cuff, and became a place of refuge for at least 100 Protestants. Others from the neighbourhood escaped to England in a Dutch vessel. About 1,000 of the Irish encamped near the castle had built cabins, but without coming to close quarters. They captured Abraham Baker, an English carpenter apparently, and with his aid constructed a sow such as was frequently used during the war. It was a house 35 feet by 9 feet, built of beams upon 4 wheels, strengthened with iron and covered by a sharp ridged roof, and was moved by levers worked from inside. The whole was kept together by huge spike nails which cost £5, being intended for a house of correction which should have been built at Ennis. Captain Henry O'Grady summoned the castle, pretending to have His Majesty's commission to banish all Protestants out of Ireland, whereupon a bullet was sent to examine his commission, which went through his thigh, but he made a shift to rumble, sick, to the bushes, and there fell down, but only lay by it 16 weeks, in which time, unhappily, it was cured. A girl who fell into the hands of the besiegers was tortured until she confessed that the shot was fired by the Reverend Andrew Chaplin. The Irish had no artillery, but devised a cannon made of half-tanned leather with a 3-pound charge. The breech was blown out at the first fire, and the ball remained inside. The sow was soon taken, and those within killed. A kind of loose blockade lasted from the beginning of February until near midsummer. The besieged often suffered much from want of water, but sometimes they ventured to skirmish in the open, joining with the garrison of Clare Castle and capturing cattle. Baker, who was taken in the Sow, joined his captors, whereupon the Irish immediately hewed in pieces his son, Thomas Baker, a proper young man, who was with them in their camp. After the fall of Limerick Castle, one piece of artillery was brought against Balliollia, but the gunner was at once shot, and little was done. After this the siege was much closer, famine and sickness reducing the garrison by one half. They got horse flesh at times, but were driven to eat salted hides, dried sheepskins, and cats, all fried in tallow. At last they were forced to capitulate, and the terms were ill kept, but in the end the survivors escaped to Bunratty, nearly all ill and stripped of everything. Cromwell is reported to have said that if there had been an Earl of Cork in every county, the Irish could never have raised a rebellion. All his resources were expended in resisting it, and Saint Leger, though he co-operated with him, could not but feel bitterly the inferiority of his own position. The Lords Justices never communicated with him, and though they allowed him to levy forces, sent no money to pay them, and indeed they had none to send. Earnest applications for cannon, 6 drakes and 2 curtos, were made in vain, and to take the field without guns was impossible. If they have not wholly deserted me, he wrote to Ormonde, and bestowed the government on my Lord of Cork, persuade them to disburden themselves of so much artillery as they cannot themselves employ. He died a few weeks later, leaving the presidential authority in Inchiquin's hands. In the meantime, Cork himself had held Youghal, securing a landing place for all succours from England. His son Broghill defended Lismore, and Kinalmeaky was governor of Bandon, which his father had walled and supplied with artillery. Clonakilty was an open place, and the Protestant settlers there and in the country round about escaped to Bandon, where the townsmen made them pay well for their quarters. They were compelled, said Cork, to give more rent for their chamber or corner than my tenants paid me for the whole house. After Kinalmeaky's death at Liscarroll, Sir Charles Vavasour became governor, and the town was never taken, the Brandonians making frequent sallies like the Enniskilleners in a later age. Lord Cork, who had enjoyed a rental of £50 a day, lost it all for the time, and was often in difficulties, but he saved the English interest in Munster from total destruction. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The War to the Battle of Ross, 1642 to 1643. When Charles received the news of the Irish insurrection, he at once called upon the Scottish Parliament to aid him in suppressing it. They replied that Ireland was dependent on England, that interference on their part would be misunderstood, and that they could only act as auxiliaries to the English people by agreement with them. Early in November, the Parliament at Westminster resolved to send 12,000 men from England and to ask the Scots to send 10,000 more. But Episcopalian jealousy was aroused, and the demand on Scotland was reduced to 1,000. Nothing was done for the moment, but on January 22, by which time some of the English troops had reached Ireland, both houses agreed to ask for 2,500, and to this the Scots commissioners in London assented. The king hesitated about giving up Carrickfergus to the Scotch regiments, but the commissioners hoped that His Majesty, being their native king, would not show less trust in them than their neighbour nation, and this appeal was successful. Money and military stores were stipulated for, and it was agreed that if any other troops in Ulster should join the Scots, their general was to command them as well as his own men, and he had also power to enlarge his quarters to make such expeditions as he might think fit. The Scottish estates had before offered 10,000 men, but nothing like that number ever went. A little later the command was given to Leven, who stayed but a short time and did nothing. The expeditionary force remained in the hands of Major General Robert Munro, who had been employed to keep order at Aberdeen, and did so with no light hand. He set up, says Spaulding, "ane timber mare, whereupon runagate knaves and runaway soldiers should ride." Uncouth to see sick discipline in Aberdeen, and more painful to the trespasser to suffer. Munro will live for ever in the form of Dugald Dalgetty, for whose portrait he was the chief model. Sir James Turner, who contributed some touches to the picture, says his great fault was a tendency to despise his enemy. Munro's training was that of the 30 Years' War, and Turner, who belonged to the same school, thought he carried its lessons too far. Munro landed at Carrickfergus on April 15 with about 2,500 men, Lord Conway and Colonel Chichester retiring with their regiments to Belfast. On the 28th he marched towards Newry, leaving a garrison behind him, and was joined by Conway and the rest, making up his army to near 4,000 men. The Irish under Lord Inveigh were posted in a fort at Ennis-Loughlin near Moira, but were easily dislodged next day and fled into the Kilwarlin woods. No quarter was given, to which Turner strongly objects. On the third day they marched through Dromore, where only the church was left standing, to Loughbrickland, where there was a garrison in an island. Munro bribed 6 Highlanders to swim across, and one of these succeeded in bringing away the only boat. The island was then occupied, and all the Irish there killed. No attempt was made to defend the towns of Newry, but the castle gave some trouble, and Munro was unwilling to assault or burn it, lest the prisoners confined there should suffer. The garrison were allowed to march out without arms on May 3, but over 60 townsmen, including a Cistercian monk and a secular priest, were hanged next day in cold blood. Turner criticizes Munro's conduct and claims to have saved nearly 150 women whom the soldiers proposed to kill. At least a dozen women were shot or drowned, notwithstanding his interference. The natural result of Munro's system was to make the Irish desperate, and O'Neill burned Armagh, the cathedral with its steeple and with its bells, organ, and glass windows, and the whole city with the fine library, with all the learned books of the English on divinity, logic, and philosophy. Many lives were also taken by the Irish in revenge for Munro's severities. After leaving a garrison at Newry, the army marched through the Mourne Mountains and from one end of Down to the other. Turner mentions a frightful storm attributed by the superstitious to Irish witches, which, if true, he considered a good proof that their master was really Prince of the Air. Some of the soldiers died from sheer cold. On the 12th day Munro returned to Carrickfergus. A detachment which he had left in the outskirts of Belfast had been attacked during his absence and driven off. A large number of cattle had been taken from the Maginesses and Macartons, but the English soldiers everywhere complained that the Scots got most of the plunder. Sir Frederick Hamilton was at Londonderry on October 24. On hearing of the outbreak, he rode hard with a dozen mounted servants, who made a great show by blowing trumpets and carrying 2 lighted matches each. The little party reached Donegal unmolested, succoured the English settlers there, and at Ballyshannon killed some rogues on the road, and reached Manor Hamilton in safety. Conor O'Rourke, Sheriff of Leitrim, visited Hamilton on the 31st, but his professions of loyalty did not last long. The arrival of few stray Scotch soldiers, some from Carlisle direct, increased the garrison to 50 men. By December 4, 24 prisoners were taken, and to avenge the deaths of Englishmen at Sligo, 8 of them were hanged upon a conspicuous gallows. 56 persons, including one woman, died thus by martial law between December 3, 1641 and February 18, 1642-3. Hamilton complained bitterly that he was not supported by Sir William Cole, and their quarrels became the subject of an inquiry by the English Parliament. Cole held Inchiquin throughout and without much difficulty, while Captain Folliot maintained the important post at Ballyshannon. Meanwhile, the brothers Sir William and Sir Robert Stuart, who were both professional soldiers, were active from Rathmelton in Donegal to Newtown Stuart in Tyrone. Their levies grew into an army which came to be known as the Lagan Forces, from a name locally given to the district. Londonderry and Coleraine also held out and were never taken during the war. Ormonde returned to Dublin in the middle of March, and on April 2 set out again with 3,000 foot, 500 horse, and 5 guns to waste the county of Kildare. Captain Yarner, with 2 troops, burned 10 or 12 villages under the Wicklow Mountains and killed about the same number of armed men. A trumpeter was killed by a shot from Tipper Castle near Naas, whereupon Coote blew up the house and put all to the sword. Ormonde garrisoned Naas, established a Protestant corporation there, and advanced to Maryborough, whence he sent most of his cavalry by forced marches to relieve Burris in Ossory and Burr, and to return by Portnahinch. The old men, women, and children of about 60 families were brought away safely and settled at Naas. Monk, who now appears for the first time in Ireland, was sent to secure their return passage over the Barrow. Other detachments were sent to relieve Ballinakil, Clogrennan, and Carlow, and on the 12th day Ormonde was back at Athy without any loss except of a few overridden horses. Great numbers of cattle were taken, and Coote gave 300 milch cows to the fugitives and at Naas, on condition of selling milk to the troops at a halfpenny a quart, and making butter and cheese, and bread, he supplying corn at 10 shillings the Winchester barrow. Ormonde found that the enemy had concentrated in the meantime at the ford of Macgenny on the Barrow, with a view to intercept him on his return. Mountgarrett and Roger O'More were both present, as well as Hugh MacPhellum O'Byrne, who was retreating from Drogheda to the Wicklow Mountains, and they had more than 6,000 men, but badly armed and with very little powder. Ormonde left Athy early in the morning of April 15, his force being considerably reduced by the garrisons left behind. The Irish were soon visible to the eastward, trying to reach the pass at Ballyshannon before him. As they had no baggage, they would probably have got there first, but Ormonde was superior in horse, and he sent on all that he had under Sir Thomas Lucas. The Irish, finding themselves forestalled, had to fight in a less advantageous position at Kilrush. They had no real head, and the Munster and Leinster men disputed about the division of the spoil before the battle was won. The English cavalry had it all their own way, Coote charging like a man of 30. He lost his cap, but bare-headed scoured about the field, crying, "Kill, kill," and with his hand gave the example, while my lord Ormonde secured the cannon, and victory was with some divisions of foot, and beat their van into a speedy retreat. There was very little fighting, the Irish soon taking refuge in a bog near at hand. The number of killed on their side is uncertain, but it included some persons of rank, and the army simply ceased to exist. O'More and his brother fled to their home at Ballina near the Boyne, Mountgarrett and others to Turlough, and the O'Byrnes to their Wicklow Mountains. Ormonde lost some 20 men. That night he slept at Castlehaven's house at Maddenstown, where Antrim and the Duchess of Buckingham were staying, and Coote, to pleasure the lady, fired a salute of artillery and musketry. According to an Irish writer, Sir Charles boasted of the day's victory. The men were silent, but the Duchess upbraided him as being less loyal than the Irish, and as a poor mechanical fellow, raised by a blind fortune as informer and promoter against all that is just and godly, being chief instrument of the shedding of many innocent blood, and of the commencement of the new distempers. Coode, who was of a good old family, had served 3 sovereigns faithfully, both in peace and war, and fell 3 weeks later, fighting bravely against enormous odds. On June 22, that part of the House of Commons in Dublin which accepted the oath of supremacy expelled 41 rotten and unprofitable members who were either in open rebellion or indicted of high treason. Of these, Richard Bellings, who sat for Callan, was the most important. Among the others were Rory Maguire, the northern leader, Sir Valentine Blake of Galway, who was Clanachar's friend, and Sir James Dillon. In the meantime, what claimed to be a new legislature was being gradually formed. On May 10, 11, 13, and 14, a congregation of the Roman Catholic hierarchy sat at Kilkenny. There were present 3 archbishops, 6 bishops, and the procurators of 4 more, with several abbots and other dignitaries, and the plan of the proposed confederation was sketched out. The prelates declared that the war had been justly undertaken for religion and for the king against sectaries, and especially against Puritans. Any province, county, or city making separate terms with the enemy was to be held excommunicate. A number of lords and gentlemen joined the prelates, and out of their joint deliberations grew the Supreme Council in its first shape, 2 members out of each province, with Mountgarrett as president. An oath of association was framed, binding the Confederates to obey the council and to do nothing without their consent. The main object was the establishment of the Roman Catholic religion in as full and ample a manner as the Roman Catholic secular clergy had or enjoyed the same within this realm at any time during the reign of Henry VII. Significantly, the regular clergy are not mentioned at all. The secular clergy were to enjoy all temporalities in as large and ample a manner as the late Protestant clergy respectively enjoyed the same on October 1, 1641. All laws to the contrary, made since Henry VIII, were void. Before a more regular assembly could meet, Preston had landed in the south and O'Neill in the north, and their arrival gave events a new turn. Owen Roe O'Neill was son of Art MacBaron, the great Tyrone's brother, whence he was often called Owen MacArt. In the Spanish service he was known as Don Eugenio O'Neill. He was a captain in Flanders in Henry O'Neill's Irish regiment as early as 1607, and colonel of the regiment about 1633 with the rank of maitre de camp. He commanded the garrison of Arras during the siege in 1640 and marched out with the honours of war on August 9. For some time before the outbreak he had been in frequent communication with the Irish leaders, but perhaps without any well-formed intention of going over himself. When he heard that the plot to seize Dublin had been discovered, he was in a great rage against O'Connolly, and said he wondered how or where that villain should live, for if he were in Ireland, sure they would pull him in pieces there. And if he lived in England, there were footmen and other Irishmen enough to kill him. It was less than 8 years since another Irish colonel, Walter Butler, had murdered Wallenstein. O'Neill then asked his general Francis de Mello to let him go to Ireland, and the Spaniard answered that he should go and be well supplied for the enterprise if he could find a safe landing place in his own country. It was, however, given out that he was in disgrace with the Spanish authorities, and years afterwards, when Hyde was at Madrid, Don Luis de Haro kept up the mystification and spoke of him as a deserter from his sovereign's service. Where Spain was concerned, there were always long delays, and the summer of 1642 was well advanced before O'Neill announced to Luke Wadding that he was about to start. Everything, he said, was going on well in Ireland, but there was sad want of powder. If the Pope knew, he said, how fatal that powder would be to heresy and heretics, he would make haste to procure a plentiful supply. O'Neill sailed from Dunkirk round Scotland and landed in Lough Swilly about the last day of July. He captured 2 prizes at sea and detached a small vessel to Wexford with arms, which arrived safely. O'Neill brought to Ulster ammunition, arms, and a few Low Country officers and soldiers of his own regiment, and he sent his ships back to Flanders for more. Sir Phelim sent 1,500 men to join his kinsmen, who went round by Ballyshannon to Charlemont, where he arrived without having met an enemy. Thomas Preston, a son of the 4th Viscount Ormonde, was 56 years old when the Irish rebellion broke out. He was a captain in the same regiment as Owen Roe O'Neill in 1607, but was never on good terms with him. They were rivals in recruiting during the reign of Strafford, who favoured the man of the English descent as far as he could. In 1635, Preston distinguished himself in the defence of Louvain against the combined forces of France and Holland, and in 1641 in the defence of Grenoble against Frederick Henry of Orange. In 1642, his nephew Lord Gormanston urged him to return to Ireland. In March of that year, Mountgarret sent Geoffrey Baron Wadding's nephew to Paris, and in July he met Preston there. Richelieu, who had not forgotten Rochelle, did not declare himself openly, but he discharged all the Irish soldiers in the French service, allowed war material to be purchased in France, and let it be understood that help would be forthcoming to the extent of 1,000,000 of crowns. Preston sailed from Dunkirk accompanied by several officers and arrived in Wexford harbour at the beginning of August. Here he was joined by at least a dozen vessels laden with war material. From St. Malo, Nantes, and Rochelle he reconnoitred Duncannon Fort, which he thought could be taken in 15 days, and then went to Kilkenny, where the Confederates were still assembled. Public opinion quickly designated him as the fittest person to have military command in Leinster, and Mountgarret, who was an old soldier, was very willing to yield the place to him. The army which Inchiquin had driven from before Cork came together again at Limerick, and St. Leger had no force to molest it there. After standing neutral for a time, the city had joined the Confederates, but the castle was held by Captain George Courtney with 60 men and very little powder. Supplies were ordered by Parliament, but did not reach the garrison. The Irish stretched a boom across the river, which prevented any relief by water, and ran mines under the works, while the garrison were harassed by a continual fire from the walls of the cathedral. Courtney capitulated on June 21, and Barry and Muskerry went south again with 3 pieces of cannon taken in the castle. Among these was a 32-pounder weighing about 3 tons, which was laid in the scooped-out trunk of a tree and dragged up hills and through bogs by 25 yoke of oxen. The whole country of Limerick was soon in Irish hands. St. Leger died on July 2, and the sole command then devolved on Inchiquin. His position as vice-president was confirmed by the Lords Justices, who associated Lord Barrymore with him for the civil government, but the latter died at Michaelmas. Patrick Purcell, acting as Major General under Barry, took up a strong position at Newtown near Charleville, but was beaten out of it by Inchiquin, but with very inferior numbers. This check caused a long delay, but at last Barry advanced with 6,000 foot and 500 horse, and sat down on August 20 before the strong castle of Liscarroll. Here he was joined by Lord Dungarvan, who had just taken Ardmore Castle and hanged 117 men, leaving the women and children at liberty. A garrison of 30 men could do little against the fire of heavy guns, and Liscarroll surrendered on September 2. On the 3rd, Cromwell's lucky day, Inchiquin advanced, as he supposed, to their relief. His force of 3,000 foot and 400 horse was about half of Barry's, but much better armed and disciplined. The Irish, having a good position under the walls of the castle, were at first successful against the charge of a small division of horse, consisting of Cork and Bandon men, without even helmets. But Lord Cork's son, Kilnamiki, who was clothed with armour of proof, was shot dead. Though one else fell, his followers were driven back in confusion, and the battle seemed lost, but the foot stood firm, and Inchiquin, coming up with some more regular cavalry, succeeded in rallying the fugitives. He killed Oliver Stevenson, the Irish cavalry leader, with his own hand, and had himself more than one narrow escape, being wounded in the head and hand. The Irish were routed and recovered Sir William Poe's bog near Kilbolane, where they were out of reach. Inchiquin only lost some 12 men killed, and Barry is said to have lost 700, but the victory was not of much use, for there were neither money nor provisions to follow it up. Liscarroll Castle was reoccupied, and 3 pieces of cannon brought from Limerick were taken. Inchiquin then fell back to Mallow and dispersed his men in garrisons, while the Irish went to their several homes. There was perpetual fighting in Ulster during the summer of 1642. Monroe marched on June 17 with about 2,000 men from Carrickfergus to Lisburn, where he was joined by Lord Montgomery and others with some 1,100 foot and 4 troops of horse. Lord Conway brought his regiment and 5 troops of horse. Next morning the Scots general, with his own foot and nearly all the horse, marched through the plain to Dromore, while Montgomery cleared the woods of Killutock, most of the Irish flying across the band with their cattle and burning the country all along. The fighting was not severe, and the 2 divisions coalesced somewhere near Banbridge. O'Connolly, being short of provisions, decided not to follow the enemy into Tyrone, and went off with some troops of cavalry towards the Mourne Mountains, leaving the other leaders to do the best they could. 300 cows were captured, and the bulk of the army came to Connaught. A priest was also taken, chanter of Armagh, and a prime counsellor to Sir Phelim O'Neill, who was since hanged, but would not confess or discover anything. The chief had gone to Charlemont, and his men ran away, who for haste did not kill any prisoners, so his house was burned, which was built of freestone and strong enough to have kept out all the force we could make. 200 miserable captives were released in rags and with faces like ghosts. The plunder was considerable, including Sir Phelim's plate, which was on carts ready to carry off. News was heard of Lady Caulfield, who was kept at a stone house near Braintree Woods, and here Captain Rawdon found her with her children just in time to prevent the rebels from taking her off into the forest. Rawdon was not so successful in the case of Lady Blaney, who had been carried away into the wilds of Monaghan at the night before he came on the scene. As he rode through Connaught the second time, there was nothing left quick but angry dogs and embers. Charlemont had been strengthened with some skill, and there was no possibility of taking with it without guns, though Sir Phelim was nearly captured trying to go there, and had to fly into Tyrone. Dungannon was afterwards taken and garrisoned with the usual hangings, Sir William Brownlow and other prisoners there having overcome the rebel guard with the help of some Irish that had formerly had relation to them. 2 brass guns were taken, but they were not heavy enough to make the difference at Charlemont, and on the 8th and 9th days the army returned from Armagh through Loch Brickland to Lisburn. A great many cattle had been taken, and all not eaten or stolen were divided among the men, 1 to every 4 foot soldiers and to every 2 troopers. On June 25, Clotworthy left Antrim with 600 men in 12 boats built for the service on Loch Neagh. On the flat Tyrone shore little resistance was made, and Mountjoy was taken with no loss. Here he entrenched himself strongly, and notwithstanding the next was the Lord's Day, spent it in building huts for his men. Before leaving it to be maintained by a garrison of 250 men, he scoured the woods as well as he could, and lost very few men, though the pressure of hunger was severe, for he could not catch cows without cavalry, and there were 500 rescued British prisoners of both sexes and every age to feed along with the soldiers. The want of horse was partly supplied by making 200 men strip to their shirts for lightness, and they did not object, thinking it mean to wear armour against men that had none. Generally speaking, the Irish would not stand against them, but they seemed to have ammunition enough, which was said to come from Limerick. 100 cows were taken near Moneymore, after which the soldiers fared better, but there was much sickness from want of proper food and from having to sleep on the ground. The Provisional Supreme Council, which had been formed at Kilkenny in the early summer, did what they could to give their organization something of a legal shape. Letters, says Bellings, in nature of writs, were sent from this council to all the lords, spiritual and temporal, and all the counties, cities, and corporate towns that had right to send knights and burgesses to Parliament. The General Assembly so constituted met on October 24, a year and a day after the first outbreak in Ulster, at the house of Robert Shee, heir to Sir Richard Shee. The lords, spiritual and temporal and commons, sat in one room. Mr. Pat Darcy, bareheaded, upon a stool representing all or some that sat in Parliament upon the wool sack. Mr. Nicholas Plunkett represented the Speaker of the Commons, and both lords and commons addressed their speech to him. The lords had an upper room for a recess for private consultation, and upon resolutions taken the same were delivered on the commons by Mr. Darcy. The name of Parliament was issued, and Plunkett was called prolocutor or president, and not speaker. Burgesses were to be paid 5 shillings a day, and knights of the shire 10 shillings during the session, and for 10 days before and after. The first act of the Assembly was to establish the Roman Catholic Church as it had been in the time of Henry VII, and the statute law was to be observed so far as it was not against the Catholic Roman religion. Allegiance to King Charles came second, for the protection of the king's subjects against murders, rapes, and robberies contrived and daily executed by the malignant party, and for the exaltation of the Holy Roman Catholic Church and the advancement of His Majesty's service. A Supreme Council was appointed, with both executive and judicial authority, control over all officers, even generals, in the field, and power to hear and determine all matters, capital, criminal, and civil, except the right or title of land. Owen Roe MacNeill was appointed general for Ulster, Preston for Leinster, and Colonel Gerald Barry for Munster. For Connaught, Colonel John Bourke was named lieutenant general only, in the hope that Clanrickarde would be induced to join. There were some bickerings between Owen Roe and Sir Phelim, who had just married Preston's daughter, and who wished to be in command of his own province, and between Roy O'More and other Leinster gentlemen, but they were smoothed over for the time. All the generals had seen service on the continent. The Supreme Council consisted of 24 persons, 4 taken from each province. Of these, only 4, an O'Neill and a McGuinness from Ulster, and O'Brien from Munster, and Lord Mayo were not sworn in at the time. Lord Mountgarrett was appointed president, Bellings secretary, and Richard Shee clerk. Of the whole 24, 4 were peers and 5 bishops. Provincial and county councils were also constituted, but they had no real existence, or a very shadowy one. That for Leinster was appointed, but was overshadowed by the Supreme Council, and events soon showed that military force and not newfangled civil departments was the determining quantity during the revolutionary period. The Assembly decreed that lands taken from their owners since October 1, 1641, should be restored on pain of the new possessor being treated as an enemy, provided that if the old owner be declared a neuter or enemy by the Supreme or Provincial, then the land should be surrendered not to him, but to the Council, to be disposed of towards the maintenance of the general cause. The war was a religious one, and thus the lands of all who were not prepared to espouse the Roman Catholic cause were to be forfeited, or at the least sequestered. English, Welsh, and Scotch Roman Catholics were to be treated as well as natives of Ireland. All church temporalities were at one stroke transferred from Protestants to Roman Catholics. It must have been from the first evident to all cool observers that no accommodation on these terms could ever be made with any settled English government. After sitting for about a month, the Assembly adjourned till May 20 next. They had ordered £4,000 worth coin to be struck, and 5,820 men to be raised as the Leinster contingent. The Kilkenny government never had any real authority except in the south-east of Ireland. The Supreme Council assumed sovereign power, the king figuring largely in negotiations with Ormonde, but seldom appearing in documents intended for home consumption. Flags were devised with various religious emblems and mottos, but in each case there was an Irish cross on a green field, the Vat Rex Querulus below, and CR with the crown imperial above. Francis Oliver, a Fleming, was appointed vice-admiral, and letters of marque to prey upon enemies of the general Catholic cause were freely granted. Half-crowns and shillings in copper money were struck with Charles I on one side and St. Patrick on the other, but this was not done without much opposition, for the coinage was unnecessary and was an evident encroachment upon the crown. Agents were accredited to the Emperor, the King of France, the Pope, the Duke of Bavaria, the Viceroy in Belgium, and the Governor of Biscay. The Franciscan Luke Wadding, a native of Waterford, was agent at Rome, and as this was emphatically the Pope's war, the instructions to him are of special interest. The first thing asked for was a supply of indulgences for the Confederates and of excommunications for all opponents and neutrals. The Pope was requested to send letters in their favor to the Queen of England, to the Catholic princes of Germany, Spain, France, Portugal, Poland, and Bavaria, to Genoa, and to the Catholics of Holland. Wadding was directed to impress upon His Holiness that the Catholic cause in Protestant countries would be much advanced by the success of the Confederates. Free trade with France, Spain, and Holland was solicited through the Pope's mediation. In general, he was to be asked to give the council power over ecclesiastical patronage and not to admit appeals during the war. In particular, Thomas Dease, Bishop of Meath, had been suspended by the provincial synod of Armagh for refusing to approve of the war, and his appeal was to be rejected without trial. The Supreme Council thus engrossed to themselves all the chief prerogatives of the crown which they professed to defend. Preston's first service in the field did not augur well for his success as a general. Ormonde was anxious to relieve the garrison of Ballynakill on the borders of Queen's County and Kilkenny, and in December he sent Monk with a convoy and enough men to guard it. This service was duly performed, but Preston and Castlehaven, with 1,000 foot and 3 troops of horse, attempted to cut him off on his return to Dublin. Monk passed by Timahoe, where there was a Confederate garrison who lined the hedges by the roadside, but hearing that he was pursued, he avoided the snare by drawing aside to some level ground backed by a hill, where he placed his foot to serve as support in case the horse were worsted. The contrary happened, and after the first charge, the whole of Preston's force was driven under the shelter of Timahoe. The numbers engaged on each side were about equal, but a crowd of spectators on a distant hill were mistaken for reinforcements, and Monk prudently continued his journey to Dublin. Castlehaven thought most of the Irish foot would have been destroyed had the enemy pursued their advantage. The check at Timahoe, says Castlehaven, made us pretty quiet till towards the spring following, when the Lords Justices resolved upon an expedition into Wexford. The sympathies of Parsons, who was the ruling spirit, were certainly with the Parliament, but the event was uncertain, and even after Edgehill it was hard to say whether the king would succeed or not. Since the end of October, there had been a committee from the Parliament in Dublin, consisting of Robert Reynolds and Robert Goodwin, members of the House of Commons, and of Captain William Tucker, agent for the English adventurers in Irish land. Part of their business was to induce soldiers to take debentures in lieu of pay. By the advice of the Chancellor Bolton, these 3 were admitted to sit at the council board. Tucker kept a journal of the proceedings, and it is clear that he was not much impressed by the wisdom of the Irish government. The sittings were generally occupied in mere talk, and very little was done in the field. Thus, when Sir Francis Willoughby took Maynooth Castle, Tucker reports that the rebels ran away after 1 day's siege, that 4 or 5 men were killed on each side, and no service done at all, but only expectation and the gain of 1 ass. In the middle of January, Lord Liesel, the Lord Lieutenant's son, proposed to relieve the empty treasury by leading out 1,500 men to live upon the enemy's country. Liesel was general of the horse, and Sir Richard Grenville, major of Leicester's own regiment, and it was intended that these 2 officers should command in the field. Grenville, according to Clarendon, was noted for his cruelty, but he had served with credit at Kilrush, and he was a major of Leicester's regiment of horse. In January came a commission from the king giving power to Ormonde, Clanricarde, and others to treat with the Irish, and the Lords Justices supposed that the field would thus be left clear for Lisle. When the king's letter was read at the council board, Ormonde, according to his chaplain's account, said he had no wish to be a commissioner to hear Irish grievances, for I know that nothing grieves them more than that they could not cut all our throats, but that as general he would command in the field. His right could not be denied, and he had lately endeared himself to both officers and soldiers by his exertions to obtain their pay and other advantages for them. But the Lords Justices and the Parliamentary Commissioners who had advanced money for Lord Lisle were not at all pleased. Tucker, indeed, held that the money could not be decently denied to Ormonde, but his career and that of his colleagues in Ireland was cut short before the campaign actually began. In the middle of February came a letter from the king directing that the committee should no longer be admitted to the council chamber, and fearing arrest they returned to England before the end of the month. On March 1, Ormonde set out with 2,500 foot and 800 horse, and with 2 siege guns and 4 field pieces. At Timolen, which was reached on the third day, the Irish defended the castle and an old church. One culverin reduced the former, and all the men were killed before night. The besiegers had about 30 killed and wounded in a premature attempt to storm, Lieutenant Oliver, the only engineer in the army, being among the slain. The church tower held out till next day, but the whole garrison, except one man, were killed by shot or falling stones. The garrisons of Carlow and Athy were strong enough to prevent Preston from being reinforced by the Wicklow insurgents, but the latter had some prisoners whom they proposed to exchange with the survivors of Timolen. "There be not many of them alive now," said Monk, "and what there is take you with you." According to Bellings, who is generally fair, part of the garrison were slaughtered by the soldiers of Lisle's regiment after quarter had been given by Ormonde. On the 7th day from Dublin the army passed without further fighting through Clohummun in Wexford, where fair was being held, and some cattle were swept off by the soldiers. On the 10th day New Ross was reached, where, says Ormonde's chaplain, we saw flags set up on the walls, and the inhabitants making ready for a siege. Women and children were sent over the Barrow into Kilkenny, and men were introduced in their places, so that the number of the garrison soon equalled that of the besieging army. One culverin was turned upon the south gate near the river, and a breach was soon made, but the defenders dug a great trench inside, and attempts to storm were frustrated. Another culverin was in position at the north end of the town, but the shot failed to reach those who were maintaining the breach, and Ormonde's soldiers suffered sorely from rain as well as from musket balls, and no doubt envied the enemy, for they could see the women plying them constantly with drink. Meanwhile there were 2 English vessels of 120 and 60 tons, with 8 guns between them, lying in the tideway below the town. They could neither escape nor get near enough to do much service, and when artillery was brought to bear they were scuttled and abandoned. The victuals and ammunition sank or were captured by the enemy, but the sailors joined Ormonde and did excellent work afterwards as gunners. The supply of provisions was very limited, and at the approach of Preston's army the siege was practically raised. 600 men under Sir James Dillon came from Westmeath as far as Ballyragget in Kilkenny, but few or none of them ever joined Preston, having been attacked by the garrison of Balanakill on St. Patrick's night. They being very merry for honour of their saint, and for that they expected a great victory the next day, and being full of drink, were cut to pieces or dispersed, and all of their arms taken. On the morning of March 18, Ormonde's army were encamped on a heathy hill half a mile to the eastward of Old Ross, but before 10 o'clock they had taken up a position some 3 miles to the northwest and a little short of a village called Ballinafig. Mr. Brian Kavanagh voluntarily gave his services as a guide. The deep glen of Pullmonty lay a little further on. Preston, with 5,000 foot and 600 horse, had passed the Barrow at Gangigney and now advanced across the glen to attack Ormonde. Cullen and others tried to dissuade him from fighting, pointing out that the English army was short of provisions and must needs retire through a very difficult country to Carlow, and that there would be many opportunities of attacking it at great advantage. Ormonde had 6 guns with him, which he placed on a rising ground behind his main body. The opposing armies did not come to close quarters until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Preston's men came up by a narrow lane, and on their serried masses every shot told. The guns were admirably served by 11 of the sailors, whose ships had been destroyed, and who fired 6 rounds from each piece right over the heads of their friends. As the Irish horse came out into the open, Ormonde ordered his own cavalry under Liesel and Grenville to advance, fire 1 round, and then fall back. This movement was punctually executed, but some of the Irish horse mingled with them as they retired. A panic followed, and they galloped off to the rear. Liesel called out £10, £20 for a guide to Duncannon, and an old apothecary named Cilliard, who was attached to the army and who was in his proper place among the baggage wagons, reproached him for running away, and a veteran officer named Morris, who lay wounded in a litter, offered to rally the men if Liesel would lend him a horse. Then Sir Richard Grenville clapped my Lord Liesel on the shoulder. "Come, my lord," said he, "we will yet recover it." "Never while you live," said Mr. Cilliard, and to his friends that stood by, "I mean his credit," said Mr. Cilliard. Cullen got up to the guns, on one of which he laid his hand, saying, "This is mine," but he was soon surrounded by infantry and taken prisoner, his life being saved by Ormonde's personal exertions. The rout of Preston's army was completed by the return of Liesel and his cavalry. "A man might see them," says the chaplain, "through the smoke of the gunpowder run, twinkling like the motes in the sun." The pursuit was continued until darkness came on, with a great loss to the defeated army, who escaped into Kilkenny by the way which they came. Ormonde, who spent the night on the ground, lost only about a dozen men. Ormonde encamped on the 2nd night at Craigenimenoch, and on the 3rd at Burris, where his artillery oxen were stolen by 2 lusty young clowns of the Kavanaghs. Fresh beasts were obtained from Carlow, and Dublin was reached on the 27th without further fighting. Lord Moore, hearing that the Irish had gathered from all sides, and expecting to catch Ormonde in a trap, took advantage of the defenceless state of Cavan, and drove off much cattle without resistance. A great part of Preston's army dispersed, every man to his own village, but Sir James Dillon, who had not taken part in the battle, joined him with a strong unbroken regiment, and he made some pretence of pursuing Ormonde in order to lessen the popular disgust of his defeat. What he really did was to besiege Ballinacall, where Sir Thomas Ridgway had planted an English colony and established iron works. There being thus no want of hands, Ridgway's castle had been strengthened and his fish ponds utilized for filling wet ditches. The Protestant farmers on the estate had driven in their cattle, and there was food enough for all. Preston lay for about 7 weeks before this place, where he lost 100 men, and he could not have taken it but for the arrival of 2 24-pounders and a mortar from Spain. A shell fell on the roof and penetrated the floors below, while the women within, very fearful as not accustomed to such pastimes, cried out with every shot, to the exceeding comfort of the assailants and mighty disgust of the defendants. The contest had been carried on with great bitterness, the garrison throwing the heads of their prisoners over the works, while the besiegers stuck the heads of theirs upon poles within sight of the wall. The place became untenable after the arrival of the battering train, and capitulated on May 5, but Preston was glad to give fair terms, and Castlehaven escorted all the English safely to the neighbourhood of Dublin. There were cool-headed Irish Catholics at home and abroad who saw the essential weakness of the Confederates' position. Clanricarde was Walsingham's grandson. Alone among men of his creed, he held the king's commission, and knew the real interest of the crown, as well as the impossibility of separating Ireland from England. Among the insurgents were many who had been instruments of foul and horrid acts, there being yet some who do boast and glory in those inhumanities. And if God's judgment and wrath be not first appeased, it is much to be feared there will be a long expectation of a more settled time. The Jesuit O'Hartigan, in daily communication with his countrymen and with the nuncio at Paris, had none of Clanrickarde's scruples, but he had misgivings of his own. The hatred of the heretics would stop at nothing, and the faithful had gone too far to retreat. Men and money were available, but there was no head, no order or discipline. One of our birth attributes is never to submit ourselves willingly to any of our own nation, to live as companions or equals, and think ourselves as worthy of any command and of superiority as each other of our compatriots. Foreigners were always thought much of, even when there were better men at home, and it was necessary to send a stranger to take charge. He should be of long experience of good learning, and charitably affected for compassionating our infirmities, and it is unquestionable these conditions do occur in an Italian, best of all nations. Ireland could support 100,000 men, but a head was necessary. To support this army, O'Hartigan proposed to seize all crown revenues and rights, all goods of English, Scotch, and Dutch heretics, all goods of Irish heretics, such as Ormonde, Kildare, Thomond, Barrymore, and Inchiquin, and of Catholic neutrals like Clanrickarde and Antrim, all church lands and all lands confiscated from natives, including the Desmonds. In such a cause too, the people would readily pay heavy taxes and submit to monopolies. In the absence of a supreme head, every commander and nobleman would cut and carve for himself, and every mere Irish pretend his ancestors were illegally dispossessed. A nuncio of the highest rank, even the Pope himself, could be made comfortable at Wexford, Waterford, Kilkenny, Clonmel, or Limerick. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The War to the First Cessation, 1642 to 1643. To gain possession of the land in English hands was at least one main object of the Irish rebellion. Much property had been acquired by various confiscations and plantations, but there was no idea of abandoning that policy. The war would be extremely costly, and the Irish were to be made to pay for it by giving up some of the land which was still theirs. It was assumed that at least 2,500 acres of good land would be forfeited, and upon that security a large sum was subscribed by adventurers, as they were always called. It was provided that the money should all go to the reduction of Ireland, but necessity has no law, and much of it was spent in making head against the king in England. It was not till the quarrel at home was settled that Parliament could act effectively on the other side of St. George's Channel. In June 1642, the adventurers determined to send an expedition to Ireland. The arrangements were completed in a fortnight by a committee of 15 under the presidency of Sir Nicholas Crisp, afterwards the noted royalist, who had subscribed £1,500. 10 ships were hired, each of which carried or towed up the flat-bottomed barge for landing men and ascending rivers. The admiral was Captain Benjamin Peters, with the famous Rainsborough, one of the committee, a vice-admiral, and Captain Thompson, also a member of the committee, as rear-admiral. Hugh Peters was chaplain. 1,000 soldiers were embarked under Alexander Lord Forbes, and the expedition sailed from Dover on July 1, having lost 2 of the barges in an easterly gale. In Mounts Bay they spoke a king's ship with the late garrison of Limerick Castle on board. In mid-channel a vessel was detached with a letter to Saint Leger, reciting a commission from the king and both houses to raise additional forces, and asking the Lord President to say where the expedition could be most usefully employed. Saint Leger had died before the letter was written, and Forbes turned a deaf ear to Inchiquin's entreaties for help. On July 11, the squadron was off the old head of Kinsale, and the town was found to be full of justly suspected Irish and of Protestant refugees, living in miserable holes and huts. Lord Rinuchini came in from Bandon, of which he was governor, and Peters preached on a Thursday. Next day Forbes marched to Bandon with 600 men, of whom 100 were seamen, and 2 small brass guns. 7,000 English, including many clergymen, had gathered round Rinuchini, many of them being in great distress. Peters notes that the river was full of salmon. Next day Forbes went to the relief of Captain Freak, who had been beset at Rathbury ever since the middle of February. About 1,800 sheep, 200 cows, and 50 horses had been captured by the troops and driven as far as Clonakilty, through which the line of march lay. Forbes foolishly divided his force, leaving 3 companies to guard the cattle. As soon as the main body were out of sight, the Irish attacked the detachment, and Captain Weldon was killed with a great part of 2 companies. Captain Groves, whose men were part of the Bandon garrison and understood the work better, fought his way through the enemy to a rath on the Rosscarbery road, and there maintained himself till he was relieved. The Irish fled towards the sea, and many of them were killed on the shore. After rescuing Groves, Forbes went back to Bandon and left Freak in worse case than ever, for most of his men took the opportunity of deserting. A few sick soldiers were left in their places, and so factious that I and my servants were often endangered of our lives among them, and some that had fled from the fight at Clonakilty much discouraged us with that relation. They held out, enduring almost incredible hardships for 11 weeks longer, when relief came under a more capable commander than Forbes. Forbes was repulsed with loss from Timoleague Castle. Lady O'Shaughnessy, whose husband Sir Roger was loyal, offered to surrender it to Rinuchini and Sir William Hull, but not to strangers. The soldiers then burned the town and abbey, containing 1,000 hogshead of wine. 2 spies were taken, but, says Ensign Jones, the rogues slight death, for we could get nothing out of them, so our men mangled them to pieces. So Forbes returned to Kinsale, and on July 25 sailed to Castlehaven. The Irish appeared in force on the hills, and the castle of their chief O'Donovan was blown up with 1 barrel of powder. It was 60 feet high, with very thick walls, but it fell half on one side and half on the other. O'Driscoll's castle at Baltimore was burned, and the neighboring islands harried. About 100 camp followers of the worst kind followed Forbes's wake. They entered and plundered houses without provocation, and even killed children within sight of the soldiers. Meanwhile Forbes had been summoned to Galway without Clanrickarde's knowledge by Willoughby, who, having a commission to execute martial law from the Lords Justices, had hanged a sergeant in Lord Clanmorris's company for extortion. Clanmorris retaliated by hanging some soldiers of the fort who had strayed into the open country. The Lords Justices sent Captain Ashley with his frigate to Galway, and he and Willoughby combined to seize corn, cattle, and timber upon requisition. Only tickets were given in exchange, and Clanrickarde's friends and tenants were injured. Forbes anchored off the town on August 9, Willoughby and Ashley coming on board the same night, and at once sent letters to Ranelagh, Clanrickarde, and the Corporation of Galway. The Lieutenant General of the additional forces by sea and land, so he styled himself, proposed to join hands with the Lord President, and so to subdue the rebellion. Ranelagh answered that he would come from Athlone to Galway, though at some personal risk. I observe, he said, in your lordship's letter an inclination to make a distinction of persons, and truly, my lord, if that course shall not be held, I see little hope of a speedy reducing this kingdom to obedience, seeing most men are possessed of an opinion that an utter extirpation is intended, and that conceit being fomented by the priests and friars, all are falling into such a course of desperation that being once engaged and their counsels and force united will certainly be an occasion to lengthen the war, and draw a vast charge upon the crown to make a complete conquest. The only chance of peace, he thought, was in a just distinction between patrick and passive rebels, with severity to the one and moderation to the other. Of the citizens of Galway, Forbes demanded that they should lay down their arms, admit a garrison, and place themselves under his protection, submitting absolutely to the king and the state of England, under whose blessed government they had enjoyed a sweet and long-continued peace. The mayor, in reply, urged his grievances against Willoughby, and declined all further answer till Clanricarde had been consulted, under whose government and by whose mediation they had lately enjoyed some degree of peace. To Clanricarde himself Forbes made much the same proposals as to Ranelagh, with the additional suggestion that he should allow him to garrison Tyrrellin as a basis of operation against the O'Flahertys, whom the Earl had acknowledged to be out of protection and fit persons to receive chastisement. The invitation to give up a convenient private residence to the soldiers who had burned his cousin's town of Timoleague was politely declined, but Clanricarde was ready to come from Loughrea and to receive Lord Forbes as a guest. Peters thought Clanricarde's letter, in which he excused the Galway people had laid the blame on Willoughby, was well written, and showed the writer to be a man of wisdom and parts. In the meantime, John de Burgo, titular Bishop of Clonfert, let the head of his family know that no one would fight for him if he sided with Forbes. While the correspondence proceeded, a detachment from the English squadron was landed on the Clare shore, and harried the lands of Daniel and Turlough O'Brien, who had both helped to provision the fort. Peters says they burned a whole town. 2 demi-culverins were landed on the west side of Galway, but it was as strong and compact as most towns in Europe for houses and walls. Forbes said he would raise the latter if the townsmen did not agree to his terms, but the task did not prove easy. In the meantime, Forbes's men landed at various points on the north side of Galway Bay, burning every house and hamlet that they could reach as in an enemy's country. The country was so little safe that Clanricarde went to meet Ranelagh at Carrareek, found ford on the Suck with 200 horse. Ranelagh brought the same and as many foot, but no attack took place, and with the horse only they rode the first night to Clonbrock and the second to Loughrea. Clanricarde then sent to invite Forbes to dinner at Tyrrellin, but he did not care to venture so far inland, and proposed that the place of meeting should be the fort. Clanricarde, who took his stand upon the royal commission to him as governor of Galway, objected to this as beneath his dignity, especially after Forbes had refused his hospitality, and also because some attempt might be made to detain him. Ranelagh, who thought it unwise to stand upon mere points of honour, and who did not believe any one would dare to touch him, made no difficulty about entering the fort. He found Forbes much under the influence of Peters, a pragmatic chaplain from London, who urged him to attack the town. In the meantime, soldiers both from the fleet and the fort ravaged the coast. Many men and some women were killed, and Clanricarde had the pleasure of seeing his tenants' houses burning. Forbes propounded large schemes of conquest with the aid of the Scots army in Ulster, over the impracticability of which Ranelagh and Clanricarde had a good laugh together. The president tried to persuade Forbes to go to Sligo or to Tralee, whence help might be given from the sea, but he preferred to press Clanricarde to admit his garrison to Tyrrellin. Some 40 guns were landed, but there was no wood to make platforms, and Forbes soon recognized that he could not take Galway, where every house was like a castle. Sir Charles Coote had been expected, but he did not come. Clanricarde returned to Loughrea, and Ranelagh to Athlone, while Willoughby remained in command of the fort, and on the worst terms with the townsmen. The officers knew that a strong town could not be taken with the means at their disposal, but the sailors were readier to fall on nakedly than forsake the work, and the soldiers no way backward. The guns were taken on board, and Forbes departed to the Shannon. Inchiquin, which had made so gallant a stand in the last Desmond War, surrendered without a blow. Sir Edward Denny continued to press for the relief of his castle at Tralee, but Forbes wasted 2 or 3 days in harrying the poor islands of Iran, and when at last he arrived off Ballingarry in Kerry, it was only to hear that Tralee had fallen, the garrison having been reduced to eating hides. The expedition then returned to the Shannon and captured a great piece of ordnance called Roaring Meg, with which the Irish had taken most of the castles thereabouts. The gun was found in one boat and the carriage in another, so that this was an easy task. It was then proposed to destroy Sir Daniel O'Brien's house at Clare Castle on the ground that he was no friend to the Parliament. Yet he acted in strict unison with the loyal and Protestant Earl of Thomond. Even the latter was doubted, and in truth, says Peters, his case is nice, the chief of the country being his kindred, and himself without power, saving 50 horses in his stable. He was, however, unwilling to see his country laid waste, and declined to join in the work. The Limerick shore was devastated instead. The Knight of Glyn sent a letter of recommendation from Clanricarde, and offered to give cattle for the use of the squadron. Glyn Castle was nevertheless battered and stormed, the defenders being short of bullets. Most matters, says Peters, fell as at the last siege 40 years since, but in shorter time, and with the loss of only 4 men. The plate and silver were gone for Limerick, which receives most of which is in Ireland. A garrison was put in, and guns mounted on the walls. This was done on September 26, and so the expedition ended, for the ships had only been hired till Michaelmas. 5 vessels had been taken worth £20,000, including one from Barbados, with a cargo of tobacco and corn to the same value had been destroyed. Many Irish towns had been burned, and many English relieved. Thousands of cattle had been taken or spoiled, and a diversion had been made on the west coast. This is Peter's own summary, and it does not amount to much. It is more certain that Forbes did everything in his power to aggravate the bitterness of a war, which was already sufficiently horrible. The pragmatic chaplain's political remarks are interesting. He had been assured that 1 million of English had been murdered, and he hoped many more Irish slain. The cause of the war was popery on the one side, and profaneness on the other. The royalism of the Irish was a mere catchword. An Irish rebel and an English cavalier, in words and actions, we found as unlike as an egg is to an egg. He adds, rather ambiguously, among the English there were many abuses both in ecclesiastical and civil government, many unfaithful ministers, and many scurrilous and ignorant congregations. Ireland, he prophetically concludes, will be reduced when soldiers and commanders there shall rather attend the present work than the continuance of their trade. When Clanricarde returned from the conference at Trim, he found things in a bad way at Galway. Little or no support was given him from Dublin, while agents of the Confederates did all in their power, both by spiritual and temporal practices, to seduce his men and to sap his great local influence. He was somewhat comforted by a letter from the king, who approved of his conduct, protested that Lord Forbes had no orders from him, and declared that he would support him rather than those who pretend that they do really serve us by rebelling against us. Colonel John Bourke was acting as lieutenant general for the Confederates on Christmas Eve, and the question of closely besieging the fort was at once entertained. Willoughby had exasperated the townsmen by firing into their houses, and many were ready to retaliate, though the more prudent hesitated. His necessities forced him to drive cattle wherever he could, and he was not particular about the exact opinions of the owners. On one occasion 50 of his men were intercepted by a party from Galway, several being killed and others taken prisoners. From accounts given by the latter, General Bourke was convinced that the fort might be starved out, and breastworks were erected on the points at the mouth of the river to prevent relief by sea. Chains were afterwards drawn across the channel. Of relief by land there was little chance, for Clanrickarde's castle of Clare, Galway, had been betrayed to the Irish, and it was as much as he could do to provide for the safety of Longueuil and Portumna. Bork had a garrison at Athenry, and some of his troops watched Roscommon so as to prevent Ranelagh from making any move. Preston had occupied Banagher, and Inchiquin, though he wrote civil letters, could find neither men nor money. Early in May, Bork besieged the fort in force, with about 1,000 men, but he made no approaches, and trusted to famine. On or about June 10, Captain Brooke, who commanded a man-of-war in the bay, sent in a flotilla of boats to attempt the relief of the fort, but they were beaten back by boats from the town, assisted by the fire from the breastworks. Willoughby believed this to be his last chance, and as a choice of evils proposed to surrender his post into Clanrickarde's hands. This could not be done without the consent of the Irish, and the terms offered by Bork were such as Clanrickarde could not in honour entertain. He held the king's commission, and yet he was required to take the Confederate oath of association, and to do nothing without the consent of the corporation of Galway and of several other persons, the betrayer of Clare, Galway, being one. Negotiations upon this basis necessarily failed, and Willoughby capitulated on the 20th without making Clanrickarde a party. The garrison marched out with the honours of war, and were allowed to go on board ship. The post at Ormonde, which belonged to Clanrickarde, was surrendered on the same terms without his consent. The day after the capitulation was signed, a squadron sailed into the bay, which, had it come sooner, would have been able to relieve the fort. On August 6, Galway opened its gates to Bork and granted him £300, which enabled him to proceed to the siege of Castle Coote. The castles of Athlone and Roscommon, in the Lord President's hands, Logria, Portumna, and Kildogan, in Clanrickarde's, were the only other places in Connaught of which the Irish were not by this time masters. Owen Roe O'Neill had been appointed General of Ulster by the Confederates, but it was some time before he was fully acknowledged, for Sir Phelim was very unwilling to yield the first place. It was found necessary to send the Primate O'Reilly as a peacemaker. Levin arrived in Ireland soon after O'Neill, but attempted little, and left the country in November, driven out, as Turner believed, by the insubordinate action of the officers. O'Neill claimed him as an ally if he was for the king, but would consider him an enemy if he was for the Parliament. "I charitably advise you," he wrote, "to abandon the kingdom and defend your own native country." According to O'Neill's panegyrist, this letter drove him away, but perhaps he really went because the Parliament of England invited him. According to Turner, he appropriated £2,500 sent to him from England for the use of the army. And truly this earl, who lived till past fourscore, was of so good of memory that he was never known to forget himself, nay, not in extreme old age. When leaving Ireland, he told Monro that O'Neill would be too much for him if ever he succeeded in getting an army together. O'Neill could get as many men as he wanted, but arms and ammunition were not so plentiful. He succeeded, however, in equipping a force of about 1,500 men during the winter. In May 1643, Monro attacked him with superior numbers near Charlemont, but without much result, though he himself fought on foot to encourage his men, calling out, "Fay, fay, run away from a ween rebels." A second attack some weeks later also ended in nothing, but in July O'Neill was defeated by Robert Stuart near Clones, with the loss of 150 men. Shouts of "Wars, Macart" showed that the great object was to capture the Irish leader, and he had a very narrow escape. O'Neill afterwards made his way to Mohill in Leitrim, where he procured a small supply of arms from Kilkenny, and then encamped near Boyle. This camp was surprised in August by a small English force, and about 160 men killed and wounded, the sentries having been made drunk by Irish sutlers, who brought them spirits from the neighbouring garrisons. Immediately afterwards, O'Neill was ordered by the Supreme Council to join Sir James Dillon in Meath with as many men as possible. He succeeded in collecting 3,000, with whom he marched across Cavan, taking castles on the way till he came to Port Leicester near Trim. The castle near the ford was taken after a short cannonade, and O'Neill prepared to defend the passage of the Boyne against Lord Moore, who was approaching from Dublin with a superior force. A short fight took place, and Moore was cut into by cannon-ball, the gun being laid by O'Neill himself with the assistance of a perspective glass. The attempt to cross was then abandoned, and the cessation was agreed to 3 days later. In the meantime, Charles had made up his mind to treat with the Irish. As early as July 31, 1642, the nobility and gentry assembled at Kilkenny had petitioned the king for an interview where they might affirm their loyalty and explain the grievances which had induced them to take up arms. This was forwarded through Ormonde, who was warned that if he refused to transmit it, he would be held guilty of all the evils that may ensue. He first communicated with the Lords Justices and Council, who agreed to forward a copy of the petition to the king with remarks of their own, but as they took a long time about it, Ormonde sent over the original himself, being well assured that his Majesty's judgment is not to be surprised with any colours these rebels can cast upon their foul disloyalty. Charles took no notice of the document, and in December the Roman Catholics sent fresh petitions both to the king and queen. They asked to have a place appointed where they might state their grievances at length. The result was a royal commission dated January 11 to Ormonde and others, authorizing them to meet representatives from the rebels and hear what they had to say. Thomas Burke, one of the Irish Parliamentary Committee, who contributed to Strafford's condemnation, brought over the packet and was himself joined in the commission, which made a very bad impression on the Protestants, since he was believed to have been an abettor of the original outbreak. We have not thought fit, Charles wrote to Ormonde, at the same time to admit any of them to our presence who have been actors or abettors in so odious a rebellion. He also sent a paper pointing out that an abrogation of the penal laws would be asked for, but that nothing more could be granted than a mild administration of laws which were never severe. A repeal of Poyning's Act, or any measure tending to make the Irish Parliament independent, was refused beforehand. Inquiries into forfeitures or titles could not be carried further back than the beginning of the reign, and recusants were never to hold the majority of official posts. Drogheda was at first designed as the place of meeting, but this was objected to by the Irish, and the conference took place at Trim on March 17. Ormonde was absent in the field, but this statement was received by Clanricarde, Moore, Roscommon, and Sir Maurice Eustace, and by them transmitted to the king. The remonstrance presented to Clanricarde and his colleagues at Trim is an able paper, but it hardly afforded a basis for lasting peace between parties whose objects were radically different. The remonstrance objected to the penal laws, which resulted in driving all professors of the old faith from the service of the state, and employing in their stead upstarts, whose great aim was to enrich themselves. The attacks upon property which Strafford had begun were continued after his death, and Sir William Parsons in particular had incurred the gravest odium by using his position as Lord Justice and Master of the Wards to oust the old proprietors from their estates. They demanded a free parliament, that is, a parliament in which they would have an overwhelming majority. The Protestant party had never been the most numerous, and with the country in military possession of their opponents, they could only hope to return very few members. The immediate result of the Trim meeting was that Charles superseded Parsons and appointed Sir Henry Tichborne Lord Justice in his stead. A few days later he authorized and commanded Ormonde to conclude a truce for 1 year with the Confederates, and when that was done, to carry the Irish army over to Chester. Inchiquin had not much to fear in Munster from such a general as Berry, but he had no money to support an army in the field. He sent one part of his force to Kerry, where means of subsistence were found, and another, under Sir Charles Vavasour, to the borders of Tipperary, while he himself sat down before Kilmallock. He had no hope of being able to effect anything without money or stores. Vavasour took Clough Castle near Mitchelstown, and after the surrender some of his followers slaughtered the defenders and apparently some women and children with them. In the meantime, Castlehaven received a pressing invitation from some of the Cork gentry who had no confidence in their own general. He persuaded the council at Kilkenny to give him money, with which he soon raised a body of horse, and on June 4 he routed Vavasour near Kilworth. On Castlehaven's side, only cavalry were engaged, Berry with the main body being more than 2 miles off, and the result was due to panic. Vavasour's horse for the most part escaped, but he himself was taken prisoner and his force routed. This action was important because it was the first victory of the Irish in the field since the beginning of the war, for the affair at Julianstown scarcely counted as a battle. Cox, with all his prejudices, says it was a just judgment on Vavasour and his followers for suffering some inferior officers to violate the quarter they had given to the garrison of Clough. During the spring and summer Charles continued to press for a cessation of arms, full discretion as to terms being given to Ormonde. The commission to him sets forth that the 2 Houses of Parliament, to whose care at their instance we left it to manage the Irish war, had long failed to support the army and to defend loyal subjects. The General Assembly of the Confederates met at Kilkenny on May 20 and appointed commissioners with powers to treat, but nothing was actually done for more than a month when they delivered their first proposition at Castlemartin in Kildare. Ormonde gave his answer within a week, and the commissioners then asked for an adjournment till July 13. Time was in their favour, for the treaty would confirm each party in possession of what they held, and they were gaining ground. On the appointed day the commissioners returned a dilatory answer, and Ormonde resolved, if possible, to try conclusions with Preston in the field. He collected 5,000 men and succeeded in retaking Endenderry and some other strong places, but his opponent evaded a general action, and scarcity of provisions soon forced him to return to Dublin. On August 1, orders arrived from the king to arrest 4 privy councillors who sided with the Parliament as much as they could, and against whom charges had been brought. Sir John Temple, Sir Adam Loftus, and Sir R. Meredith were accordingly shut up in the castle, Parsons being excused on making affidavit that confinement would injure his health. The opposition was thus silenced, and Ormonde found himself complete master. In the meantime, Pier Francesco Scarampi, an Oratorian, arrived at Kilkenny with a commission from the Pope, and immediately threw his weight into the scale against peace. The Confederates, he urged, appeared to be winning, and if they continued to fight vigorously they would probably get control of the country. Nothing was to be expected from the justice of any English party, but if they made themselves formidable they might extort respect from the victors, whether king or parliament. Instead of giving money to Charles to be converted by his ministers, our enemies, to their own use, it would be much better to employ their resources in driving the Scots out of Ulster. The Scots would not be bound by the cessation, which would be a sham as long as it was necessary to fight them. Foreign princes would be offended if arms supplied by them were laid down without their consent. The real object of Scarampi's mission was to reinstate the Catholic religion and worship throughout the whole country, and to restore to the entire island the splendour of its ancient sanctity, and not to beg an uncertain truce for a year. Bellings, on the contrary, who expressed the official view taken by the Supreme Council, argued that it was above all necessary to show that they were no rebels, to join with the English to drive out the Scots, and that the Catholic Church may, in safety and freedom, by a tacit license from the king, exercise her rights and jurisdiction among us. There was a great difference between what ultramontane priests were determined to get and what laymen, and especially lay landowners, were willing to accept. There can be no doubt the Scarampi and Rinuchini after him had plenty of justification for refusing to trust the king, who could do nothing unless he were victorious in England, and who would then be able to defy everyone. Ormonde offered to continue the war in spite of the king's wishes if the Privy Council could find any means of feeding the army. This he knew they could not do, and the Confederates knew it too. All the chief officers declared that a truce was necessary. Both sides were fighting in the king's name, and it did not suit either of them to disobey his direct orders, so that the conference was renewed at Sigginstown near Naas, and there the terms of cessation were agreed to on September 15. The king's commission being to Ormonde personally, he signed the articles alone on the one part. 10 persons signed on the part of the Confederates, of whom Lord Muskerry, Sir Robert Talbot, and Geoffrey Brown were perhaps the most notable. A meeting of the Privy Council was held immediately afterwards, and the articles were solemnly approved. Clanricarde and Inchiquin were present. In the articles of cessation, none of the grievances so often brought forward by the Confederates were touched upon at all. On the other hand, they refused to make any stipulation as to sending an army to England. This they were willing to do, but declined to bind themselves until after the conclusion of a truce. There was a cessation of hostilities for 1 year, and nothing more based upon the actual condition of affairs. All places in possession of the king's Protestant or Roman Catholic subjects, respectively, were to remain so during the year, and trade was to be free. Prisoners were to be mutually restored. The practical meaning of this was that Ormonde retained the coastline from below Bray up to and including Belfast, and a strip of territory including Naas, Navan, and Lisburn, with detached garrisons at Athboy, Maryborough, and Carlow in Leinster. In Ulster, Londonderry, Coleraine, and Enniskillen were also held by the Protestants, and in Munster they had the ports of Cork, Youghal, Kinsale, and Countmacsherry, and the valley of the Blackwater from above Mallow to the sea. In Connaught, Clanricarde, though not a Protestant, yet adhering to Ormonde, retained Logria and Powertumna, while the Lord President kept the castle of Athlone, Roscommon, and Castle Coote. Munro and his Scots held Carrickfergus and Loch Larne, and all the rest of the island was in the hands of the Confederates. Within a week the cessation was proclaimed at several places in the Pale, and at the 3 Connaught fortresses, and directions for doing the like were sent to all principal officers. On September 16th, the day after the signing of the articles, the Confederate commissioners granted the king £30,000, half in cash and half in bullocks, payable by instalments extending over 6 months. A further sum of £800 was to be paid within 2 months to maintain the garrison at Naas. In April 1642, Ormonde had received a jewel and the thanks of the House of Commons for his services against the wicked, bloody rebels. In the following August, a few days after the raising of the royal standard, Charles made him a marquis. After the cessation, he was appointed Lord Lieutenant, and the farce of Leicester's viceroyalty came to an end. The latter was a very good but very weak man, and his vacillations prevented his being trusted by any party. Meanwhile, Ireland had been left to substitutes without either the ability or the position required to command success. The ruling party in the English Parliament, whatever their shortcomings may have been, were opposed to the cessation. The king having informed them of his commission to Ormonde, they retorted that they had just cause to suspect an impious design on foot to sell for naught the crying blood of many hundreds of thousands of British Protestants by a dishonourable, insufferable peace with the rebels, and then to lay the blame and shame of this upon the Parliament, a plot suitable to those councils that have both projected and fomented this unparalleled rebellion. For those who contrived the powder treason intended to lay it on the Puritans. The Lords Justices and Council informed both King and Speaker that their position was bad in the extreme, and that this was owing mainly to Parliament having failed to send the necessary supplies. To this the two houses replied that they had made great efforts, and that in any case the direction of the war belonged to them, as well as the privilege of acting as bankers to the Irish Council. Full control had been conferred on them by Act of Parliament, and the King had no power to deprive them of it. This joint letter is dated July 4, but was not delivered in Dublin till October 6, after the cessation had been actually concluded. The Lords Justices with Ormonde and 13 others of the Irish Council rejoined in greatest detail, reviewing all that had passed between the two governments. Such was the lack of money, after the great local efforts, that the sack of Dublin by the unpaid soldiery was a calamity daily expected. The parliamentary ships had failed to guard the coasts, so that the Confederate cruisers often intercepted such scanty supplies as were sent, and even captains employed by Parliament prevented the passage of necessaries from Liverpool to Ireland. A cessation was the only means of self-preservation, and seeing that the charge of this war was referred to and undertaken by the Houses of Parliament of England, and that by those dispatches they fully understood the condition of affairs here, we offer it to any man's consideration whether or no we had not just cause to conceive and accordingly to express that our difficulties were occasioned through the Houses of Parliament in England. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the cessation, 1643 to 1644. After the cessation had been concluded, but before its actual terms were known in London, the two houses published a declaration against it as destructive of the Protestant interest and for the benefit of the furious, bloodthirsty papists. Protestant opinion, even in Ireland, was certainly against the cessation, and yet it was evidently a military necessity. If the troops left Dublin, the Irish would be able to take it, and in the meantime, being unpaid, they robbed and plundered almost as if they had been in an enemy's city. The general result was that Ormonde and the thoroughgoing royalists were henceforth engaged not in endeavouring to suppress a rebellion, but in trying to make terms with misguided belligerents. Those Protestants who thought more of religion and less of loyalty gravitated towards the Parliament. Ormonde lost no time in obeying the king's order about sending troops to England. Before the end of October, one regiment from Munster had landed at Minehead and another at Bristol under Vavasour and Paulet. They were, says Clarendon, very good and excellently officered, but not many in number, and they went to swell Hampton's ill-fated army. The common men sympathized largely with the Parliament, though discipline and the hope of reward kept them together. About the middle of November, 2,500 men from Leinster landed at Mostyn in Flintshire. About the same number came partly to Beaumaris and partly to the Dee early in the next year, but before that the first detachment had suffered a great disaster. Nantwich was garrisoned for the Parliament, and Sir William Brereton faced Lord Byron in the field. Horridon, Beeston, and Northwich quickly fell into the hands of the Royalists, and about the beginning of January Byron summoned Nantwich, which was soon hard pressed. Fairfax spent his Christmas in Lincolnshire, and after the capture of Gainsborough, a message from Stamford informed him that Brereton was hard-pressed in Cheshire. At Manchester, which he did not reach till January 12, he collected every available man, and on the 21st marched towards Nantwich with 2,500 foot and 28 troops of horse. Byron's force was about the same, or perhaps a little stronger. Fairfax gained a complete victory, a large part of the contingent from Ireland being captured in Acton Church. 70 officers and about 1,600 men were taken prisoners, including Monk, who was present as a volunteer, Colonel Warren, who commanded his late regiment, being also taken. Warren's regiment, says Sir Robert Byron, though they had their beloved Colonel Monk in the head of them, was no sooner charged than they broke, and being rallied again, the next charge ran quite away. Their hearts were not in the work, and some 800 men, chiefly from this regiment, afterwards took service under the Parliament. They were Englishmen and Protestants, but this was not generally believed, and nothing made the king's cause so hopeless as the imputation of having brought an army of Irish papists into England. Lord Byron wished that reinforcements should be rather Irish than English, because they would have no seditious sympathies, and he did not see why the king should not employ them, or the Turks if they would serve him. Ormonde had misgivings about the royalism of his army, and events showed that they were well founded. To make things as safe as possible, he obliged all who went to England to sign a protestation of allegiance to the king and the church, and with a promise to hold no communication with Essex or any other parliamentary officer. The soldiers were so anxious to get out of Ireland, where they had been starving in rags, that they made no difficulty. Colonel Monk and Colonel Lawrence Crawford were the only officers who refused. Crawford, who was a Covenanted Scot, was threatened with imprisonment and took refuge with Monroe. Monk, who had objected to political pledges, was deprived of his regiment and allowed to go to Bristol, where he was arrested by direction of Ormonde in a private letter, but was soon allowed to go to the king at Oxford. Digby procured him an audience in Christchurch Garden, where he told Charles that the war was ill managed, and that the army should be reduced to 10,000 men, thoroughly equipped and with professional officers trained in the Low Countries. A commission was given him to raise a fresh regiment with the promise of a major general's command. Not having done the work before Nantwich, he preferred to fight there in the ranks, and when taken was sent to the Tower, where he remained in a destitute condition for 2 years, writing his book on military affairs and making love to Anne Radford. Charles, who had little to spare, once sent him £100, a kindness which Monk never forgot. While Ormonde was negotiating with the Confederates under the title of His Majesty's Roman Catholic subjects, now in arms, he had not allowed them to style themselves Catholics simply. A common danger was drawing the Scottish estates and the English Parliament into a closer alliance. 1 week after the conclusion of the Irish Cessation, the Solemn League and Covenant was published by order of the House of Commons. The word League was introduced by Vane to emphasize the political character of the compact, for the growing independent party had no idea of submitting themselves to the strict yoke of Presbyterian polity. Making this reservation and reducing the sum promised to £30,000, we may accept Bailey's account. The authority of a General Assembly and Convention of a State was great. The penalties set down in print before the Covenant and read with it were great. The chief aim of it was for the propagation of our church discipline to England and Ireland, the great good and honour of our nation, also the Parliament's advantage at Gloucester and Newbury, but most of all the Irish cessation made the minds of our people embrace that means of safety. For when it was seen in print from Dublin that in July His Majesty had sent a commission to the Marquis of Ormonde, the judges and committee there, to treat with these miscreants, that the dissenting commissioners were cast in prison, that the agreement was proclaimed accepting the sum of £300,000 sterling from these idolatrous butchers, and giving them over the name of Roman Catholic subjects now in arms a sure peace for a year, with full liberty to bring in what men, arms, money they could from all the world, and to exterminate all who should not agree to that proclamation. We thought it clear that the Popish party was so far countenanced as it was necessary for all Protestants to join more strictly for their own safety, and that so much the more as ambassadors from France were come both to England and us with open threat of hostility from that crown. Monroe refused to be bound by the cessation, but abstained from open hostilities until orders came from Scotland. Here, says Turner, was strange work, a man not able to prosecute a war, yet will not admit of a cessation. It cost us dear, for since the king's restoration all our arrears were paid us by telling us we were not in the king's pay, since we refused to obey his commands. And very justly we were so served. By a clever stroke of the politicians rather than the theologians, Ireland was made a party to the Covenant as by the providence of God, living under one king, and being of one reformed religion, thus excluding the Irish confederates from the rights of subjects. The Confederate Assembly sat at Waterford in the early part of November, and summoned O'Neill to meet them there. It was determined to attack Monroe, and indeed a chief object of the cessation was to have their hands free for so doing. Their great difficulty was about the choice of a general. O'Neill was the ablest officer available, but they feared to put so much power into his hands, and were influenced by that ancient and everlasting difference between the North and South. They could not name Preston, between whom and General Owen O'Neill there was such an antipathy as from their first apprenticeship in soldiery, which they had passed at least 30 years before, notwithstanding their having served for all that time the same princes and been employed in the same actions of war, could not be removed. After much discussion, Castlehaven was chosen, for he was generally liked, and no one suspected him of personal ambition. O'Neill was pleased at the rejection of his enemy, but he wished to be general-in-chief, and the evils of divided command were not long in showing themselves. In the meantime Antrim came to Waterford, and there were some who thought good might be done at the English court by giving him the title of lieutenant-general. It was, however, expressly stipulated that he should have no real military authority in Ireland. He did not so understand it himself, or perhaps he only pretended not to understand, and proposed to carry into England the very forces which had been provided for the invasion of Ulster. This claim was quickly set aside, and Castlehaven was ordered to continue his preparations. Early in December, Owen O'Connolly arrived in Ulster with instructions from Westminster, and at once invited the English to take the Covenant. Lord Montgomery, his uncle, Sir James, Sir Robert Stuart, Sir William Cole, Colonels Arthur Chichester Hill and Mervyn, and Robert Thornton, Mayor of Londonderry, met at Belfast on January 2, and decided not to do so, but to consider themselves under Ormonde's orders, which involved acceptance of the cessation. In writing to the Parliament, they merely asked for money to prosecute the war against the rebels. But the bulk of the men composing what were called the British regiments, as distinguished from Monroe's Scots, were of Scottish origin, and were induced to take the Covenant by the Presbyterian ministers, who were vigorously supported by Sir Frederick Hamilton. All were required at the same time to repudiate Strafford's black oath and to confess their fault in taking it. A deputation of 4 ministers, one of whom was William Adair, was sent over by the Scotch General Assembly and reached Carrickfergus at the end of March. Monroe readily embraced the Covenant with all his officers and soldiers except Major Dalzell, whom Adair calls an atheist, and who afterwards served in Russia, where he learned methods of warfare which made him no less odious as a persecutor than Claverhouse or the Laird of Lag. The country people followed the example of the soldiers. At Belfast, where Chichester commanded, the ministers met with some opposition, for he had published the proclamation against the Covenant by Ormonde's orders. But everywhere else they were received gladly. At Coleraine, Colonel Audley, Mervyn, and Sir Robert Stuart were at first hostile, but the majority were favourable. At Londonderry, Adair and his colleagues appeared in the marketplace, while the Church of England service was going on in the principal church, and the mayor and others coming from their sacrament stood somewhat amazed, but did not molest the meeting. At Enniskillen they were equally successful, Sir William Cole, after some little hesitation, taking the Covenant himself. They went as far west as Rathmelton and Ballyshannon, and on their return to Londonderry, Mervyn took the Covenant, the soldiers greeting him with shouts of welcome. Colonel Sir Robert Stuart followed suit at Coleraine. Towards the end of December, the English Parliament resolved to put the British and Scottish forces in Ulster under one commander, and Leven was named. He did not return to Ireland, but was authorized to appoint a lieutenant, and so at the end of April 1644 Monroe obtained the full command. Some of his unfed and unpaid troops had gone back to Scotland, but the remonstrances of the Ulster Protestants prevailed, and the policy of withdrawing from Ireland was not persevered in. The colonels of the British regiments met at Belfast on May 13 to deliberate as to what degree of obedience they would give Monro, and he resolved to anticipate their decision. In spite of Chichester and his proclamation, the Covenant was popular in Belfast and had many friends among the soldiers. Scouts were sent out during the night after the meeting of the colonels in consequence of reports as to hostile intentions on Monro's part. They returned about 6 in the morning, saying that they had been within 3 miles of Carrickfergus and had seen nothing, the probability being that they had met the Scots and come to an understanding with them. At 7 Monro appeared, and Captain McAdams, sergeant, who commanded the guard, at once opened the gate. Monro marched through the town unopposed, seized the gate at the other end, and took possession of all the cannon. Chichester was allowed to remain in the castle, which was his own house, with 100 men, but the other regiments were quartered outside the town. As soon as Belfast was secured, Monro marched on to Lisburn, but there he found the garrison on their guard and devoted to Ormonde. The English regiments were left in possession, but Monro succeeded in getting all the Protestant troops in Ulster to serve under him. On the last day of June he had collected 10,000 foot and 1,000 horse at Armagh, and with these he marched to Cavan. Castlehaven's army of 6,000 foot and 1,000 horse were in the meantime ordered to assemble at Granard, but not more than half had arrived when Monro's approach was announced. He left Mountgarrett's brother John Butler to defend the passage into Leinster at Fania, between Locke Shielan and Locke Canal. According to an Irish writer, Butler was given to carousing at critical times, and he failed to maintain his position. Monro advanced as far as Carlisdown Castle, which he burned, but finding that Castlehaven and O'Neill had joined forces at Port Leicester in Meath, he withdrew northwards again. He had started with provisions for only 3 weeks. Castlehaven then called on O'Neill to perform his promise of cooperating in an invasion of Ulster with 4,000 foot and 400 horse, and O'Neill assured him that he should have no reason to complain when actually operating in the northern province. During the greater part of August and September, Castlehaven lay at Charlemont and Monro at Tanderagee, but there was no general action, and O'Neill was ill nearly all the time. In a skirmish at Scarva on the borders of Down and Armagh, Captain Blair was taken and about 100 Scots killed. In another encounter between Benburb and Caledon, 3 of O'Neill's officers fell, Colonel Fennel looking on with some of Castlehaven's horse, but doing nothing to save them. There was evidently no love lost between the Leinster and Ulster men, and at last, about the beginning of October, Castlehaven returned to his own province. O'Neill upbraided him with the conduct of his officer, a gentleman I see here, Lieutenant Colonel Fennel, with a feather, a cowardly cock, for seeing my kinsmen overpowered by the enemy, some of them hacked before his face, and a strong brigade of horse under his command, and never offered to relieve them. Castlehaven had very little help from the Ulster Irish, except in the way of provisions. O'Neill, he said, began to be very weary sometimes and of assisting me with cows, and attributes the ill success of the whole expedition to the failing, or something else, of General Owen Roe O'Neill. On the other hand, we are told that O'Neill went to Kilkenny and demanded an inquiry, saying that the foreign residents would think very little of the Confederacy if neither general lost his head. A committee sat accordingly, but no report transpired. Having failed to acquire any real influence at Kilkenny, Antrim went to England and arrived at Oxford December 16, 1643. He talked about providing an army of 10,000, but was not at first taken very seriously. "We know the person well," said Digby, "and therefore wondered to find those probabilities which he made appear unto us of his power with the Irish." But Montrose was at Oxford and saw his chance at once. On January 28 an agreement was made between Montrose, His Majesty's Lieutenant General for Scotland, and Antrim, His Majesty's General of the Isles and Highlands of Scotland, binding both to appear in arms by April 1. Antrim's share of the work was to levy all the men he could in Ireland and in the Scottish Isles, and with the said forces invade the Marquis of Argyll's country in Scotland. The Witnesses were Digby, Robert Spotswood, and Daniel O'Neill. The king himself directed Ormonde to give Antrim every possible assistance, and Daniel O'Neill was sent with him by way of ballast, and as the fittest person to steer him. It was very hard to bring the king to this point, for he distrusted Antrim and disliked O'Neill, but Digby was in his element, and he persuaded Charles to give Antrim a marquisate, which he vainly imagined would make him Ormonde's equal, and to appoint O'Neill a gentleman of the bedchamber, which was his great object of ambition. At Oxford, Antrim talked chiefly of the moderate courses to which he intended to lead the Irish, but at Kilkenny he had encouraged them to hope that by his interest all their objects would be easily gained. Antrim and O'Neill reached Kilkenny on February 23. In obedience to the king's instructions, their first business was to persuade the Confederates to send him 10,000 men, well armed, to be transported into England with all possible expedition, and to provide them with artillery, ammunition, and shipping. The Supreme Council replied that they would wait until they had report from their agents at Oxford. Prince Rupert's application for the muskets and powder was also set aside, but some were sent in the following autumn. The expedition to the Scottish Isles was agreed to, and the council undertook to provide 2,000 muskets, 2,400 pounds of powder, proportionable match, 200 barrels of oatmeal, by May 1, upon knowledge first that all other accommodations be concurring, and a safe and convenient port provided in Ulster, provided the same port be commanded by Walter Bagwell. Ormonde objected to put Carlingford or Greencastle into the hands of the Confederates' nominee, and also to Bagwell's being made governor of Newry, the rather that he had hereditary claims there, which might prove awkward. After much wrangling, the council agreed that the expedition should embark at Passage in Waterford harbour, but the flotilla, consisting of 2 Flemish and 1 Irish vessel, did not sail until June 27. The delay was aggravated by the difficulty of finding shipping and by the necessity of watching the parliamentary cruisers. According to Antrim's own account, the number of men sent was about 1,600, and 800 more were discharged for want of shipping. 3 weeks later, Ormonde informed Digby that Antrim had sent from Waterford and other adjacent places 2,500 men, well armed, and provisions for 2 months. The chief of the expedition was Alistair, or Alexander MacDonald, often but incorrectly called Colkitto. He was a man of great courage, remarkable for his strength and stature, and Levin thought him the most formidable leader of the Irish. On the way to Scotland, several prizes were taken, on one of which were 3 ministers, named Weir, Watson, and Hamilton, being among those who had gone over to administer the covenant. Weir and Watson died in prison after enduring dreadful hardships, but Hamilton lived to be exchanged after 10 months' confinement. MacDonald reached the Sound of Mull in safety and seized upon the castles of Mingarry and Locke. The prospect was so unpromising that he thought of re-embarking, but Argyll, with the help of 2 English vessels, mastered his ships, and he was forced to go on. The Flemings surrendered at once, but the Irish sailors who fought desperately were killed, and their ship burned to the water's edge. He harried all the Campbell territory that he could reach, and afterwards fed of the Mackenzies, and then tried to recruit his forces on the Spey. In the meantime, Montrose had entered Scotland and summoned MacDonald to meet him at Blair Athol. The Irish contingent took part in the victory of Tippermuir on September 1. The Epic of Montrose belongs to Scotland, but it should be remembered that the Irish, as they are always called, formed the nucleus and the only stable part of his army, and that when Alistair MacDonald forsook him, victory forsook him too. Antrim was Tyrone's grandson, and the remains of the Ulster clans had no objection to follow him, though some of his levies were Islemen or Hebrideans settled in Ireland. Patrick Gordon calls them strangers and foreigners, adding that they showed no pity or humanity nor made any distinction between man and beast, killing men with the same careless neglect that they kill a hen or capon for supper. And they were also without all shame, most brutishly given to uncleanness and filthy lust. As for excess of drinking, when they came where it might be had, there was no limit to their beastly appetites. Spalding, who was present when Montrose sullied his fame by allowing the sack of Aberdeen, says they murdered and ravished for 4 days. The corpses lay unburied until, and women ventured to move them, for no man could show himself. The wife durst not cry nor weep at her husband's slaughter before her eyes, nor the mother for the son, nor daughter for the father, which if they were heard, then were they presently slain also. As long as the business consisted in harrying Campbells or Mackenzies, Alistair MacDonald had no difficulty in getting recruits from his fellow tribesmen on the main land, but after Kilsyth he and his Highlanders, who were gorged with plunder, deserted Montrose that they might carry their acquisitions home. No commands or entreaties of their general could prevail, says Sir James Turner. To Cantyre they would go, and to Cantyre they did go. They cared nothing for Lowland or English politics. Some 500 Irish remained faithful because they had no place of retreat, and these were cut to pieces at Philip Hauck, 300 of their wives being butchered there, and many others later at Lithgow, where the horrors of Portadown Bridge were repeated with the parts reversed. Those who are disposed to deny the Ulster massacres may ponder the words of Spalding and Gordon. Well, nothing can excuse the cruelties practised in retaliation. As early as November 1643, the Supreme Council of the Confederates, acting by order of their General Assembly, nominated 7 commissioners as agents to attend the king and to state their grievances to him. The persons chosen were Lord Muskerry, Antrim's brother, Alexander MacDonald, Sir Robert Talbot, Nicholas Plunkett, Dermot O'Brien, Geoffrey Brown, and Richard Martin. There is some doubt about Martin, but all the others went over. The Lords Justices granted them a safe conduct in January, but there was considerable delay, first at Kilkenny and afterwards in waiting for a wind at Wexford. They landed in Cornwall and reached Oxford March 24, as soon as it was known in Ireland that the king be likely to receive the Confederate agents. The more zealous Protestants began to prepare for a counter-mission. Charles expressed himself ready to hear both sides. Lords Kildare, Montgomery, and Bladney were the chiefs of the Protestant movement, and a deputation waited on Ormonde the day after he was sworn in as Lord Lieutenant. Michael Jones was the spokesman. Ormonde answered that he was somewhat taken by surprise, but for you English and Protestants, I assure you both of assistance and protection, and that if need be, to the hazard even of my life and fortunes. The envoys first chosen were Sir Francis Hamilton, Captains Ridgway and Jones, and Fenton Parsons. Jones, whose parliamentary sympathies led him to avoid the court, refused to go, and Sir Charles Coote was substituted with the king's consent. A petition of the Protestants was read in the Irish House of Commons on February 17 and approved by the House. The agents did not reach Oxford till April 17, and the king received them next day in the garden at Christ Church and desired them to prepare definite proposals. Charles had sent to Ireland for Chief Justice Lowther, Sir Philip Percival, Sir William Stuart, and Mr. Justice Donnellan, who arrived about this time accompanied by Sam Butch, the Irish Solicitor General. Sir H. Tichborne and others went over later. Strafford's old secretary, Radcliffe, who was already at Oxford, was ordered to join in their consultations. The whole case was then handed over to committee of the Privy Council, consisting of the Earls of Bristol and Portland, Lord Digby, Secretary Nicholas, Culpeper, and Hyde. Hyde and Culpeper were hostile to the Confederates' demands, and Radcliffe was even violent, which, says a correspondent of Ormonde, makes the Irish swagger very severely. Digby, who was much more favourable to them, said their first propositions were scandalous, and that all negotiations would have to be broken off unless they amended them. Muskerry, on the contrary, had assured Ormonde that their demands were an irreducible minimum. Neither, he said, is the highest of them such a rock, but that the king may find a way to satisfy his people in Ireland without prejudice to his party in England. And the real advantage of the assurance of our kingdom and of a nation so faithfully affected to his service is much more considerable than the fears and jealousies to discontent a party. Unfortunately for this argument, Ireland was divided into parties quite as much as England, and concessions to Irish national feeling were certain to deprive the king of all effective English support. In spite of Muskerry's assurance, Digby found him and his colleagues beyond expectation counselable, and they have this day, instead of the former, presented these enclosed propositions, which, though in many things unreasonable for the king to grant, yet are not very scandalous for them to ask. Ormonde wrote to Muskerry, advising moderation, and foretold that the time might come when his Majesty might with more safety grant than he can as yet hear propounded such of the agent's desires as were themselves just. The amended propositions demanded the repeal of all penal laws affecting the Roman Catholics, their relief from disabilities of every kind, and that a free Parliament entirely independent of the English legislature should at once be called. All proceedings of the Irish Parliament since August 7, 1641, should be annulled, as well as all outlawries, attainders, and other acts affecting the Roman Catholics prejudicially since that date. All forfeitures to the crown in Connaught, Clare, Tipperary, Limerick, Kilkenny, and Wicklow since 1634 were to be abandoned, and the ancient possessors confirmed by law the Court of Wards abolished, and trained bands established in every Irish county. The other demands were of less importance. Among the proposals waived by the agents was one which virtually placed all titles to land created since the beginning of Elizabeth's reign at the mercy of the Irish Parliament. Another clause proposed to deprive the king of all right to maintain a standing army in Ireland. It was also required that the present government of the said Catholics may continue within their quarters and jurisdictions until the Parliament, and after until their grievances be redressed by acts of Parliament, and for a convenient time for the execution thereof. The original propositions were such as might have been dictated by the victors to a conquered country. The amended propositions, though containing many things in themselves just, involved the complete subjection of the Protestants in Ireland, and could never be granted by an English government. If the king granted them, it would only be because he had no longer any real power. The Irish privy councillors at Oxford, though more moderate than Coote and his colleagues, held that the toleration of Romish priests had been the cause of the rebellion, that what was called a free Parliament would contain few or no Protestants, most of them having been murdered or exiled, and that Pony's Act was one of the wisest ever made, and one of the precious jewels of His Majesty's imperial diadem. If the propositions of the Confederate agents seem scandalous to Digby, those of Coote and his colleagues will not seem less so to modern readers. They demanded, among other things, that all penal laws should be strictly executed, that all the Roman Catholic clergy should be banished out of Ireland, that the oath of supremacy should be taken by every member of Parliament, mayor, sheriff, or magistrate, that no lawyer refusing to take that oath should be allowed to practice, and that there should be a competent Protestant army. After a few days the Protestant agents were summoned to meet Usher, Henry, Leslie, Radcliffe, and others. Radcliffe, on behalf of the Committee of Council, said their proposals were unreasonable, and that peace could never be made on any such terms. The agents then agreed to modify the demands, but still insisted firmly on the full execution of the penal laws, on maintaining the existing Parliament and Poyning's law, on the encouragement of plantations, and on disabling lawyers who refused the oath of supremacy. They waived the expulsion of Roman Catholic priests and the oath ex officio, and also the demand that all churches should be restored to them, rebuilt and refitted at the charge of the Confederate Roman Catholics. A week later the agents were summoned before the king in council. Charles asked them whether they wanted peace or war. They said they preferred peace, but only upon honourable terms, and the king answered that he also would choose the hazard of war rather than that they should suffer by peace of his making. He could not, he added, help them to men, money, arms, ammunitions, or victuals, nor could he allow them to join with those who had taken the covenant. It was consistent with Charles's love for tortuous ways that he had tried to prevent Coote and his friends from knowing what the propositions of the Confederate agents were. They had oozed out, of course, and making a virtue of necessity. The king now gave them a copy and requested their answers. This was done, and the absolute incompatibility of the two sets of agents was conclusively shown. Muskerry and his colleagues left Oxford first and were followed by the Protestant agents on the last day of May. Both missions were dismissed civilly enough, but neither had gained their point. Percival told Ormonde that the failure of the council to make any decision was reported to be the work of one of that labours to be commanded to Ireland, and hopes to rule all there. This points unmistakably to Digny, who probably encouraged the king to refer everything back to Ormonde. This was done by a commission dated June 24, and to enable the Lord Lieutenant to arrive at a decision, all the propositions by both sides during the Oxford negotiations were sent to him, and also the king's answer to the Confederate agents. They were told that the king would not declare acts in themselves lawful to be void, but that the penal laws had never been harshly executed, and that if his Irish subjects would live peaceably and loyally, they should be as moderately administered as in the most favourable times of Queen Elizabeth and King James. He would allow a new Parliament to assemble, but would by no means consent to the suspension of Poyning's Act. Many lesser demands were wholly or partly conceded, but religious toleration and the Irish Parliament would still depend on the king's will. If the Confederates could be got to accept such terms, Ormonde was authorized to conclude peace upon that basis, and to go further if he found it consistent with the present preservation of the Irish Protestants. If peace could not be had on reasonable terms, then he might renew the cessation for as long as he thought expedient. Ormonde lost no time in informing Muskerry and his colleagues that he was commissioned to treat for a peace or truce, and asked them to prepare the ground among their friends. "Let me tell you," wrote that astute courtier Daniel O'Neill, "that our friend the Marquis of Ormonde has a hard task put upon him, for it is imposed upon him to end that in Ireland which all the council durst not look upon in England." During St. Leger's illness and since his death, Inchiquin had been acting president of Munster. His services had been great, and he was not willing to see any one put over his head. If the king, he wrote to Ormonde from Cork, have bestowed the presidency on any other, though more worthy personage, I hope your lordship will not command my stay longer here. Ormonde disliked his going, but gave no direct order, and Inchiquin was at Oxford early in February. It soon appeared that the king had many years before promised the presidency to Portland, and though Radcliffe and Digby were in despair, the most that could be obtained for Inchiquin was the reversion. As Portland would not waive his claim, this really amounted to nothing. Inchiquin received a warrant for an earldom, but that was not what he wanted, and he did not use it. Hopes were held out to him of commanding the Munster troops in England, but his best regiments had been assigned to Hopton and others, and he saw no chance of anything in that direction. At Oxford he dissembled his ill humour, but before the end of March it was generally known in Ireland that he came discontented from court. Ormonde's idea was to keep the presidency of Munster vacant, so that Inchiquin should be kept quiet by seeing the great prize always dangling before him. Portland's object was to sell his interest without going to Ireland, but he does not appear to have offered it to Inchiquin, who kept pretty quiet during the spring and early summer. When the result of the Oxford negotiations was known, he and the other Munster officers declared strongly against a peace which could not be had without abandoning the Protestants. As a proof of their danger, they cited a Franciscan named Matthews, who had been executed as a spy after having confessed that he was concerned in a plot to betray Cork to Muskerry. Ormonde had heard reports that there was some plot. After Marston Moor, it became evident that the king was powerless to protect the Irish Protestants, and Inchiquin resolved to throw in his lot with the Parliament. Bagwell afterwards told Ludlow that he persuaded him without much difficulty to take this step. The letter in which Inchiquin declared himself, for he assured Ormonde that this was his first advance, was signed also by Bagwell as governor of Youghal, and by the governors of Cork, Kinsale, and Bandon. Each of the subscribers offered to go on board a parliamentary ship as a hostage, there to remain until all four towns were in sure hands. A letter with the same signatures was also sent to the king, who was urged to come to terms with the Parliament as the only means of saving the Irish Protestants. Aware that he might be distrusted, Inchiquin reminded the governor of Portsmouth that he was forsaking a plentiful fortune for the good of the cause, and that he was ready to make room if another commander was thought fitter to subdue the Irish rebels. Bandon was easily secured, for it was a Protestant place. But Inchiquin took the strong step of expelling the Irish inhabitants from Cork, Youghal, and Kinsale. This was a very harsh measure, especially for a chief of the O'Briens. But it may be defended on military grounds, the only defence of the Munster Protestants lying in the 4 garrisons, without which they would be quite cut off from England. Inchiquin's brother Henry, after making great professions of attachment to the king, surrendered Wareham on August 24, and brought his regiment over to serve the Parliament in Ireland. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Inchiquin, Ormonde, and Glamorgan, 1644 to 1645. Protestants in Ireland complained with reason that they got little help from England during the truce, while communication with the continent was quite free to the Confederates. There were parliamentary cruisers, but not nearly enough to do the work, and a Spanish captain named Antonio was engaged by Castlehaven to keep them at a distance. His frigate of 400 tons and 16 guns appears to have been cast away at Dungarvan, but he commanded other ships and was active to the very end of the war. Letters of marque were issued from Kilkenny, and it was long before even the port of Waterford was closed. The numerous inlets on the west coast it was impossible to blockade at all. There were endless complaints on both sides as to breaches of the truce, but the recriminations on this subject are scarcely worth discussing. After he had once taken the parliamentary side, Inchiquin gave himself a free hand. On October 24, 1644, both houses at Westminster passed an ordinance to the effect that no quarter should be given to any Irishman nor to any Papist born in Ireland, taken in hostility against the Parliament in England and Wales or on the high seas. All officers by land and sea were therefore ordered to leave all such Irishmen and Papists out of every capitulation agreement or composition. If taken, they were to be forthwith put to death. When the French National Convention made a similar order about British prisoners, French officers refused to carry it out, and the majority in the Long Parliament evidently feared such a refusal, for they declared that every officer neglecting to observe their ordinance should be reputed a favourer of that bloody rebellion in Ireland, and liable to such condign punishment as both houses might inflict. Pym and Hampden were dead, and it is uncertain whether under whose influence this savage decree was passed, but it seems that Captain Swanley and others had anticipated it by throwing prisoners into the sea, and that they had been blamed for so doing, as there were many English prisoners in Ireland upon whom it would be easy to retaliate. Cork had some time ago agreed to give £4,000 for the support of the army, and a part of this sum still remained unpaid. Inchiquin's first order during the last week in July was that the citizens should pay the balance or make up its value in provisions and bedding. All the Roman Catholic inhabitants were ordered to leave the town, except the mayor and aldermen and their families, 100 men selected by the rest, the widows of aldermen, and the sick. They were to carry out nothing with them, but if the supplies required were provided, they were to be allowed to return from time to time and carry off all their property, but not to remain in the town during the night. Robert Coppinger The mayor made the best fight he could, but according to his own account, Inchiquin exacted more corn and money than was owing, and was very harsh in other ways. He gave warrants, says Coppinger, to enter the houses of the banished inhabitants, to carry off almost everything that might be useful to the garrison, leaving all the doors of the houses wide open, and exposed with all the rest of the goods therein, remaining to the insolency of the common soldiers. When the people came back for their property, according to the proclamation, there was very little left. From the nature of the case, and from what we know of Inchiquin, it is not likely that the work was very gently done, but it is nowhere alleged that any life was lost. Similar measures were taken at Youghal and Kinsale. Broghill was governor of the former town, and he forbade all officers, soldiers, and others to break open the houses of any persons who have in obedience to my proclamation left this town, or to plunder any Irish papists on pain of death. On August 24, 11 parliamentary ships entered Cork harbour, while 7 appeared at Youghal and 6 at Kinsale. Proclamation was at once made that all civilians should leave Cork unless specially licensed to remain, giving security to keep themselves in provisions for 6 weeks. All Irish Roman Catholics were henceforth to leave the town at 6 until Michaelmas, and at 5 after that day, so that the garrison might be always ready to resist an attack. A market was established outside the north gate. The Youghal people took the covenant, and Inchiquin told Ormonde that he should be compelled to do the same unless the Lord Lieutenant put himself at the head of the Protestant movement. A stringent oath was at the same time administered to Protestants who declared themselves allied for defence and swore never to make peace until the arms were approved by Parliament as well as by the King. Colonel Brockett, governor of Kinsale, wrote to Ormonde in commendation of Inchiquin's zeal, and announced that a ship laden with provisions had come from Middleborough to Cork for the relief of the distressed Protestants. A little later in the year there was a curious intrigue, the object on both sides being probably to see how far Ormonde would go. Major Muschamp, the governor of Cork Fort, let Muskerry know that he had royalist leanings and might be induced to surrender his post to the Lord Lieutenant. Muskerry forged an order from Ormonde to deliver the place to him. Muschamp said the order must be placed in his hands, but this Muskerry refused for obvious reasons. The plot came to nothing, and Muschamp told the whole story to Inchiquin in presence of his staff. Ormonde was doing his best to serve the king without betraying the Protestant cause, but he had little thanks from anyone. That Henrietta Maria should call Inchiquin a miserable knave was not to be wondered at. As to Ormonde, she is reported to have said it was hard to trust him or any Irishman that is a Protestant, for every Irishman that goes to church does it against his conscience and knows he betrays God. The letter containing this passage was intercepted, and a certified copy came to Ormonde's hands. The result of Ormonde's application to Muskerry and his colleagues in the Oxford business was a letter from the General Assembly of the Confederates appointing commissioners to treat for peace. The Oxford agents, all lawyers except Muskerry, Antrim's brother, and Colonel O'Brien, were nominated, with the addition of Mountgarrett, Antrim, Archbishop Fleming, Sir Richard Everard, Patrick Darcy, and John Dillon. Of these commissioners, Martin, Dillon, and Barron were afterwards proposed by the Confederates as judges of the superior courts, and nearly all the others as privy councillors. Ormonde objected at once to your Archbishop of Dublin, who, though a man as free from exception as unto his person as any we could expect to be treated with, for we have heard exceeding much good of him, and we do believe no less, so as if we were to admit any of his function he should be the man. He had already announced that he would not treat with any clergyman, and the Confederates gave way. Some delay had been caused, and the commissioners did not meet Ormonde until September 1, when they practically repeated the Oxford propositions. The cessation was at once prolonged to December 1, and questions of statute law and of title to land being involved, a committee of lawyers was appointed to assist the Lord Lieutenant. The chief demands were the repeal of the penal laws, the suspension of Poynings Act, and the power of their free Parliament to try offences. They were all rejected. The negotiations were then suspended for a time. Sir Henry Tichborne, who thought the cessation very dishonourable, left Oxford on December 31. He and others were taken at sea by one of Swanley's captains and were sent to the Tower. Tichborne was soon released, and afterwards sided definitely with the Parliament in Ireland. About the same time Swanley intercepted some correspondence between the Confederates and their foreign allies, and he sent copies to Ormonde, cautioning him about the dangers hanging over his truly honoured family, and his ambiguous position with regard to the Protestants. The Lord Lieutenant's task was indeed a hard one. The question of a universal act of oblivion was left undecided, the Confederates contending that their oath of association precluded all exceptions, while Ormonde was unwilling to pardon criminals merely because the country had been in a state of war. In the end, Charles conceded the act of oblivion to all treasons and offences, capital, criminal, and personal, on land, and to piracy and its attendant crimes in the Irish seas. The negotiations dragged along slowly and intermittently throughout 1644 and 1645, but peace, as between Ormonde and the Confederates, was preserved by frequent renewals of the cessation. In the meantime, the Kilkenny government sought eagerly for foreign support. Bellings left Galway on the last day of December 1644, with credentials addressed to Louis XIV, Anne of Austria, Henrietta Maria, Mazarin, Innocent X, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, Cardinals Grimaldi and Bentivoglio, and the governments of Venice, Genoa, and Belgium. He had not intended to visit anyone at Paris except Henrietta Maria, but the Jesuit O'Hartigan, who was resident agent for the Confederates, persuaded him to see Mazarin. The cardinal was very inquisitive, and might stop Bellings in France if thwarted. He did not like the application of the Confederates to Rome, because Innocent X was much under Spanish influence, but Bellings answered that though his employers were bound to neutrality as among Catholic princes, yet their natural leaning was to France, where their exiled queen had found shelter. Bellings himself had certainly French sympathies, and told Mazarin that it was from France that Ireland really expected help. And in truth, he adds, the promises given now and often before, had they been confirmed, might well have satisfied our expectation. On reaching Rome, Bellings found that Rinuchini was already appointed nuncio. The two men disliked each other from the first. When Bellings found that Innocent was sending a moderate sum of money, he importuned for more, but was told that the late war in Italy and preparations against the Turks had exhausted the papal treasury. He then loudly proclaimed that he was quite satisfied with the Pope, lest his backwardness should be an excuse for others. Innocent was at least liberal with his briefs, but they had no effect either at Florence or Genoa. Bellings did not even visit Venice, the Cretan War being excuse enough for the Republic. On his return to Paris, he found that there was little or no hope from France without assuming a hostile attitude to Spain. As the final result of his long expedition, Bellings reported that all men wished well to the cause, but no man was in condition to assist it. He accompanied Rinuccini to Ireland. Bellings understood that the help of France and Spain rather seemed a traffic for men and a gratification for the levies made in Ireland for the service of both crowns, than marks of a royal bounty and a real will to assist them. Early in 1643, the Confederates allowed Spain to recruit in Ireland, the number of men, after some haggling, being fixed at 2,000. Philip IV then made them a present of 20,000 crowns, which was laid out in arms and ammunition. With the parliamentarians in command of the sea, it took a long time to get the men away, and they could not be spared till after the cessation. Then it became necessary to promise the same number of soldiers to France. At last, in February 1643-4, the Spanish agent or envoy was received by the Supreme Council and told that he should have his men by June 25. He was a Burgundian named Froissart, and came not from Spain but from Don Francisco de Mello in the Netherlands. Next day the French representative de la Monnerie was received and had exactly the same answer. Monnerie was a gentleman of the bedchamber, and his sole business was to get as much food for powder as possible in Ireland. It would seem that both agents were privately told that the great object of the council was to favour their respective sovereigns. Meanwhile their lawful king was calling for Irish troops in vain. Monnerie did manage to get off 1,300 men from Galway early in 1645, not being able to get shipping for more in Ireland, and Mazarin failing to send the vessels which he promised. But the recruiting still continued. Monnerie seems to have done better than his rival, and reported that the Spaniard who is here began to lose heart, and to declare loudly that the Supreme Council was quite French. It was Mazarin against Don Louis de Haro. A Colonel Plunkett was promised 40 crowns by Ottavio Piccolomini for every man he could land in Flanders, but the Kilkenny authorities would not let him do the work. Immediately after the outbreak in 1641, the Irish of Western Munster had sent Francis O'Sullivan, a Franciscan, to solicit the help of Spain. A little later, James Talbot, an Augustinian, was sent on the same errand, and returned with 3,000 pounds in silver, 4,000 muskets, 4 pieces of cannon, and other stores, purchased with the 20,000 crowns obtained from Philip IV, but not without much bickering as to whether the Celtic O'Sullivan or the Anglo-Norman Talbot deserved the credit. In acknowledgment it was proposed to send 1,000 men to Spain, but there was a difficulty about transport, and they never started. Talbot was sent again in June 1643 with an offer of 2,000 and directions as to how he should spend any further sum he might receive. The landing of the money and arms at Dungarvan during the negotiations for a cessation made Ormonde's task harder, but the Spanish government had transferred the matter to the governor of the Netherlands. Talbot went there instead of to Spain, and returned with Vaussay. He perhaps thought it the best thing to do, but the Supreme Council never fully trusted him afterwards. It was found that unauthorized persons had been begging in Spain for the Irish cause, and had kept the money received, and it was thought expedient to cancel all former credentials and to send a new envoy to Spain. The person selected was Hugh Bourke, a Franciscan who had been doing good service in the Netherlands, whence he was transferred directly. He went by Paris, where he met Rinuchini on his way to Ireland, and impressed him by his cleverness and energy. The instructions to Bourke, dated December 12, 1644, throw great light upon the position of the Confederates. The war was represented as being purely a struggle for the Catholic Church in its splendor. Nothing at all is said about the Ulster barbarities, but the Protestant party are simply described as taking advantage, before we were provided of arms and ammunition, to destroy many thousands of people unarmed, and exercise barbarous cruelties against man, woman, and child, spraying none that did come within their power, and intending to extirpate the whole nation. Nevertheless, the Confederates, having received some arms from abroad, had re-established the Catholic religion in full splendor, and been victorious everywhere except in some particular places and parts of the kingdom. Among those particular places, unfortunately, were Dublin, Cork, Youghal and Kinsale, Londonderry and Coleraine, Carrickfergus, and the rising settlement of Belfast. If the Spaniard inquired why such a victorious party had agreed to a truce with Ormonde, Bourke was to reply that it was thought wise to be on terms with one hostile party, so as to be free to crush the other. Nor had the calculation been unsuccessful, for Ormonde had sent 12,000 men to England, most of whom had been killed. As to the Oxford propositions, the Confederates had thought it expedient to ask for freedom of religion only, and you may inculcate the reason, which God knows to be true. It was to win time, and our construction shall be freedom in splendor, if open, with possibility of subsistence. The ultimate goal was to be in Ireland, whose victorious soldiers would not rest satisfied, but drive their valours elsewhere for religion, as long as any heretics did remain in the neighbouring provinces. The duplicity of Charles I was rightly complained of by the Confederates, but it was not greater than their own. Duncannon Fort in Wexford guards the approach both by the Suir to Waterford and by the Barrow to New Ross. Every large ship must necessarily pass under the guns, but the place is very weak on the land side, being commanded by higher ground. The defences had been strengthened in 1611 by Sir Josias Bodley, a younger brother of Sir Thomas, who founded the Oxford Library. Bodley was a skilful engineer and was fully aware of Duncannon's weak point, though he probably considered his works strong enough to resist a purely Irish attack. When the rebellion broke out, the governor of the fort was Lawrence Lord Esmond, a strong Protestant royalist, and he held it for the king, but the majority of his men were much more inclined to the Parliament. Summoned by the Confederates to join them as the loyal party, Esmond refused to do so without orders from the Lords Justices, and those orders were, of course, never given. He made great efforts to maintain discipline, but as he could neither pay nor feed his men, they were forced to drive cattle and otherwise spoil the country. With the help of some English ships, they burned Dunmore in Waterford, which was too near a neighbour, but in an attempt to seize the Hook Tower, their over-enterprising leader, Captain Aston, and some 60 of the garrison were taken or slaughtered, having been surrounded in a fog by a large number of the natives. This was as early as July 1642, and it settled the question as to whether the fort was really friendly to the Confederates or not. The garrison continued to plunder in 1643 and 1644 without regard to the cessation, and it was soon resolved that the fort must, if possible, be reduced. Among Esmond's officers, too, should be mentioned Major Ralph Capron, who said he was too old to forego his loyalty, and Lawrence Larcan, lieutenant of Esmond's own company of foot, who made no secret of his adhesion to the English Parliament. Esmond made great efforts to obtain relief from Ormonde, but nothing effectual could be done for him, and early in August Inchiquin sent Captain Smithwick to induce him to declare for the Parliament. This he steadfastly refused to do, but told Ormonde that his life was not safe among so desperate and mutinous a pack as the garrison had become. Poverty is the cause of this, and to tell the truth, my lord, they are indeed naked. A month later Captain Bright arrived in the parliamentary vessel Jeremy and anchored off the fort. He brought with him the Covenant and a commission from Inchiquin appointing Larcan to the command. The Covenant was eagerly subscribed by all but Esmond himself, Capron, Richard Underwood, the principal chaplain, and perhaps one or two other officers. Captain Bright promises supplies, and the soldiers refused to obey Capron, whom Esmond accordingly sent with dispatches to Dublin. Larcan, who is described as active and witty, and a leader of men, said the king was a tyrant, an extortioner, an oppressor of the subject, and a papist, and he hoped that the Parliament would soon scour him. In the meantime Larcan did what he could to scour the country, while parliamentary captains were busy at sea. The fort became such a scourge that the Confederates resolved to besiege it. Preston sat down before Duncannon on January 20, 1644-5, with about 1,500 foot. He had both cannon and mortars, and the wonder is that the place held out at all. There was a garrison of about 150 men with 22 guns, but no proper supply of water inside the fort, and no doctor or surgeon. A French engineer named Lalou directed the siege operations, which dragged out to a great length. 3 weeks after the first investment, Inchiquin wrote to say that he could give no relief unless help first arrived from England, and he pointed out that the Confederates might have easily mastered all the Munster towns if they had not exhausted their strength in the Ulster expedition under Castlehaven. Admiral Swanley wrote about the same time from Milford to say that he was sending a collier under convoy to give the garrison fuel, and also shipping to convey reinforcements for Inchiquin, but that, as for the soldiers from this country, England, they are not to be drawn from this service without an inevitable prejudice. Inchiquin could hardly hold his own, nor could he trust unpaid men. Communications between the fort and the sea were never interrupted, and small supplies were sent in from time to time, and 38 seamen took their part in the defence on shore. At the beginning of the siege, an attempt was made by the parliamentary ships to drive the assailants from their works, but very few shot went even near the mark. Fire from a floating platform is seldom satisfactory against an enemy on a hill. As Laloux drew his lines closer and advanced his guns, still less could be done from the sea. On February 19, 5 ships anchored under Creedon Head in full view of the fort, but their commanders dared not come within reach of the plunging fire, by which one parliamentary vessel had already been sunk. Frequent sallies of the garrison annoyed the enemy, who suffered from bad weather and from the labor of making approaches in the rocky ground. Laloux contrived an infernal machine which appears in advance of his time, a trunk filled with explosives and calculated to go off when open was left near the gate of the fort. Esmond suspected a snare, and advised that the trunk should be soaked in the sea for some hours, but the soldiers were too impatient, and the explosion took place. The besiegers heard the noise and expected great results, but only one person was killed, a woman who had drawn near out of curiosity. There were some men in the fort who sided secretly with the besiegers, and when the trenches approached the ditch, communicated with them by letters tied to bullets and flung by hand. At last an assault was made, but, says Bellings, the musketeers who were to cover the storming party had their pieces rendered unserviceable by a whirlwind which blew away the priming and filled the pans with gravel. The assailants were beaten off with great loss, but Larkin, who had been the soul of the defence, was hit by a stone which a round shot had displaced. A surgeon might have saved him, but there was none, and he died. The sap went on until a mine was brought up to the rampart, and the second assault was likely to be successful. Vice Admiral Smith, with the Swallow and other vessels, lay in the offing, and to him Esmond made a last appeal. "Your lordship," the sailor quaintly answered, "hath but two things to consider of: first, the potency of the enemy; next, your abilities to subsist. For before any relief can overtake you, it will be 10 or 8 days at soonest. Now, if you find in your strength a disability, that our Saviour Jesus Christ gives you the best counsel, who saith, Agree with thy adversary quickly while thou art in the way." If they waited for the assault, he argued, they would all be put to the sword, but if they capitulated, so many gallant men would be available for future service, and might perhaps even have a hand in recapturing the fort. As for the guns, they must go with the place, for if they were all of beaten gold, there was no means of embarking them. The poor old governor could only lament that he had been encouraged to hope for help which had never come, and replied that he would try one stratagem more by asking for a Protestant garrison named by Ormonde. 2 days later he still defied Preston, and declared that he would not surrender without the direct orders of the king or the Lord Lieutenant. Larkin being gone, the other officers prepared to take Smith's advice, and Esmond was at last forced to ask for a parley. Preston was not bloodthirsty, and on March 19, being the 59th day of the siege, the garrison marched out with the honours of war, and were allowed to go to Dublin, Bristol, or Youghal, as they themselves preferred. A few men took service with Preston. Esmond waited till a carriage could be got, but died at Adamstown on the road to Enniscorthy. The fort was not without provisions or ammunition at the time of surrender, but the want of fresh water was very pressing. There had been torrents of rain, but either from want of time or from want of vessels that had not been sufficiently utilized. Only about 30 men had been killed, though the besiegers had burned 19,000 pounds of powder. Duncannon was taken on March 19, and on Lady Day Scarampi came in and said High Mass. The Confederates boasted much of their success in announcing to their friends at Paris the capture of what they call the impregnable fort of Duncannon. Charles had handed over the reduction of the Irish rebels to Parliament early in the day, and had told the Protestant agents at Oxford that he would rather have war than peace at their expense. As long as negotiations were entirely in Ormonde's hands, this was no empty promise, but when the king decided to employ a private envoy as well, the situation was a good deal modified. The person selected was Lord Herbert, eldest son of the Marquis of Worcester, who had made immense sacrifices for the royal cause. Both father and son were Roman Catholics and ardent champions of their faith. In history the latter is best known as Earl of Glamorgan, and so Charles styled him, though the creation was never formally made. On April 1, 1644, when the Irish agents were at Oxford, the king had granted him, under the Great Seal, a patent of so extraordinary a character that its main provisions must be repeated, though perhaps no episode in English history has been more thoroughly discussed. By this document he was constituted generalissimo with extraordinary powers of 3 armies, English, Irish, and foreign, and admiral of a fleet at sea, with authority to raise money by pledging wardships, customs, woods, and other hereditary property of the crown. Persons of generosity were to be encouraged to subscribe in return for titles of honour, for whom the king wrote, "We have entrusted you with several patents under our great seal of England, from a marquis to a baronet, which we give you full power and authority to date and dispose of without knowing our further pleasure." Charles solemnly bound himself to ratify all the patentees' acts, and to give his daughter Elizabeth to Glamorgan's son Plantagenet, with 300,000 pounds in dower or portion, most part whereof we acknowledged, spent and disbursed by your father and you in our service. Finally, he was promised the dukedom of Somerset, with power to put on the George and blue ribbon at his pleasure, and to bear the garter in his coat of arms. The affixing of the seal to this patent may have been an amateur performance, the joint work of Endymion, Porter, and of Glamorgan himself, with rollers and no screw press, but the document was genuine, and the king knew all about it. His sanguine hopes of Irish and foreign forces having been dashed, and Marston Moor having been fought, Charles turned to Glamorgan again. The latter had married Lady Margaret O'Brien, the late Earl of Thomond's daughter, and his many Irish connections might give him influence. Ormonde was informed that Lord Herbert, the title of Glamorgan was dropped here, had business of his own in Ireland, and that he might be found incidentally useful in bringing about a peace. His honesty or affection to my service, says the king, in a cipher proscript, will not deceive you, but I will not answer for his judgment. Yet to this man of more than doubtful discretion were given 3 commissions, the first of which authorized him to levy an unlimited number of men in Ireland and other parts beyond the sea. By the second, Charles promised in the word of the king and a Christian to confirm all Glamorgan might do, whatever irregularities might appear when his powers came to be criticized. The third was a royal warrant to treat with the Confederate Roman Catholics of Ireland, proceeding with all possible secrecy. Ormonde was warned by friends in England to be on his guard against Glamorgan, who left Oxford soon after receiving the last commission, but circumstances changed a good deal before the latter reached Ireland. He sailed from the Welsh coast, but was chased by a parliamentary ship and driven to Lancashire, whence he made his way to Skipton Castle, and there stayed for 3 months, during which Naseby was fought. In his instructions to Glamorgan, which preceded the first of the 3 commissions above mentioned, the king promised solemnly to ratify whatever should be consented unto by our lieutenant, the Marquis of Ormonde, but authorized him to supply, if possible, anything upon necessity to be condescended unto, and yet the Lord Marquis not willing to be seen therein, or not fit for us at the present publicly to own. Glamorgan seems to have given a verbal promise to consult Ormonde in everything, but there is no evidence that the Lord Lieutenant knew this, and it is only known to historians because Glamorgan, after his failure, was reproached by the king for not having done so. A few days after giving Glamorgan his instructions, Charles wrote to Ormonde, defining clearly the extreme point of his possible concessions to the Roman Catholics. He promised that the penal statutes should not be put into execution, the peace being made and they remaining in their due obedience, and further that when the Irish give me that assistance which they have promised for the suppressing of this rebellion, and I shall be restored to my rights, then I will consent to the repeal of them by a law, but all those against appeals to Rome and premunire must stand. A month later the orders were that Ormonde should hasten the peace upon the terms already granted, but that if he could not do so, he was to avoid a rupture and to continue the cessation. Only 3 days later came a command to conclude a peace with the Irish, whatever it cost, so that by my Protestant subjects there may be secured and my regal authority preserved. Charles said he would not think it a hard bargain if the Irish could be heartily engaged on his side in England or Scotland, upon condition of repealing the penal laws at once, and of suspending Poyning's Act, for that had kindred purposes. But he did not tell Ormonde whether he still considered the statutes against foreign ecclesiastical jurisdiction part of his regal authority, and he directed him to make the best bargain he could, and not to discover his enlargement of power till he needs must. The king's position remained substantially unaltered during the spring and early summer, but 4 days after Naseby he told Ormonde that Irish help was more necessary than ever. If, he wrote, within 2 months you could send me a considerable assistance, I am confident that both my last loss would be soon forgotten, and likewise it may be the grace of God put such a turn to my affairs as to make me in a far better condition before winter than I have been at any time since the rebellion began. The Lord Lieutenant was to conclude the peace as quickly as possible, and then to come over himself at the head of an army. The course of events was destined to be very different. When Glamorgan reached Dublin about the beginning of August, he found no peace signed and no army ready to embark. As Charles' necessities grew, so did the demands of the Irish bishops, and the king's orders to conceal his powers prevented Ormonde from saying at once what was the furthest point to which he could go. Glamorgan was present at some of the meetings between the Lord Lieutenant and the Confederate commissioners, and he then went to Kilkenny. Ormonde told his brother-in-law Muskerry, who went there also, that the news of Naseby had made the conclusion of peace more needful than ever. He urged him to help Glamorgan, but at the same time acknowledged his independence, and to some extent deprecated the idea that he was acting in concert with him. I know, he wrote, no subject in England upon whose favour and authority with his Majesty and real and innate nobility you can better rely than upon his lordship's. Muskerry, who was anxious to come to terms with the king, no doubt made full use of this testimonial, and so Glamorgan, relying entirely on his commission of March 12, proceeded to engage his Majesty's royal and public faith for the due performance of the articles known as the First Glamorgan Treaty. Ormonde was no party to them in fact or in name. Free and public use and exercise of the Roman Catholic religion was granted to all without exception. All churches possessed by the Roman Catholics at any time since October 23, 1641, were granted to them, and all other churches in Ireland, other than such as are now actually enjoyed by His Majesty's Protestant subjects. All jurisdiction of the Protestant clergy over Roman Catholics was taken away, and an Act of Parliament was promised to abrogate the penalties for breaches of the Acts of Supremacy and Uniformity. Glamorgan also promised on behalf of His Majesty confirmation to the Roman Catholic clergy of all temporalities possessed by them at any time since the fatal October 23. 2/3 of the profits for 3 years or during the continuance of the war being applicable to the royal service, and 1/3 to the support of the clergy. Glamorgan afterwards explained that he intended the immediate wants of the Protestant clergy to be provided for out of the 2/3 reserved to the king. That any English Protestants at that time were willing to grant unlimited toleration may well be doubted, but it is certain that there were none ready to confirm everything that had been done against their own clergy since the rebellion began. The consideration offered by the Confederates was 10,000 men, armed 1/2 with muskets and 1/2 with pikes, to be shipped by Glamorgan to any port he might choose. These troops were to be kept together in one entire body under the Earl's leadership, all other officers being appointed by the General Assembly or Supreme Council. 10 days later Glamorgan solemnly swore to tell the king everything, and not to permit the army entrusted to his charge to adventure itself or any considerable part thereof, until conditions from His Majesty and by His Majesty be performed. In the meantime the treaty was kept secret, and the negotiations between Ormonde and the commissioners of the Confederates went on pretty much as before. Glamorgan soon returned to Dublin, leaving the original of his treaty in the hands of the Confederates, but Archbishop Walsh ordered copies to be given to several ecclesiastics, and the secret was not very long kept. Meanwhile the negotiations with Ormonde dragged their slow length along, and the arrival of Lord Digby, who in those days was an Anglican champion, did not make concessions on ecclesiastical matters more probable. The appearance of a papal nuncio at this stage was the one thing needful to make the situation hopeless. After Rinuchini landed at Kerry, but before he reached Kilkenny, Archbishop Queenly was killed in a skirmish before Sligo, and a certified copy of the Glamorgan Treaty was found upon his person. As early as the previous April, Charles had written 2 letters, one to the nuncio and one to the Pope, and had entrusted them to Glamorgan for delivery. He promised Rinuchini to perform all that he should agree upon with Glamorgan, whom he praises in exaggerated language. This, he concludes, is the first letter that we have ever written directly to any minister of the Pope, hoping that it will not be the last, but that after you and the said Earl have done your business, we shall openly show ourselves, as we have assured him, your friend. When the king wrote this dangerous letter, Rinuchini was already at Genoa on his way to Ireland. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fighting North and South, Rinuchini, 1645. Military operations in Munster, though contributing towards the general result of the war, did not at the moment interrupt the negotiations between Dublin and Kilkenny. As Lord President of Munster for the Parliament, Inchiquin was not bound by any truces but those of his own making, and Broghill, as Governor of Youghal, was practically in the same position. Duncannon being taken, and the truce expiring soon after, Castlehaven invaded Munster with 5,000 foot and 1,000 horse. The enemy rode Castlehaven long afterwards. In this province had always been victorious, beating the Confederates in every encounter. Every gentleman's house or castle was garrisoned and kept the country in awe. To begin, therefore, this field, I made my first rendezvous at Clonmel, and the army encamped not far from it. Thither came Dean Boyle, now Lord Chancellor of Ireland, and then married to my Lord Inchiquin's sister. His business was to persuade me to spare Doneraile and other houses and castles not tenable. They parted friends, but Castlehaven made no promise, and marched to Cappoquin, where he summoned the castle, believing that the failure to take it before had been owing to the town being attacked first. Here and elsewhere his terms were a fair quarter in the castle, believing that the failure to take it before had been owing to the town being attacked first. Here and elsewhere his terms were fair quarter in case of immediate surrender, but no quarter at all in case of prolonged resistance. Cappoquin preferred the first alternative, but the commandant was afterwards executed by court-martial for cowardice. According to Broghill and others, articles of capitulation were not always well observed, but from what we knew of Castlehaven, this may have been the fault of his subordinates. The possession of Cappoquin Bridge enabled him to pass the Blackwater at will, and Inchiquin was too weak both in men and supplies to oppose him seriously. Youghal was summoned with the boast that Mass should be said there in 6 days, but Broghill replied that God should be worshipped there for 6 months. Mitchelstown refused the first summons, but soon yielded at discretion, when 2 or 3, says Bellings, of which one was a minister, that were charged to have been upon several actions cruel to the Irish, were hanged for their unsoldierly obstinacy. The logic or morality of this is not very clear. Dromana surrendered as well as Knockmone, which Sir Richard Osborne had defended since the beginning, but Lismore held out under Major Power. In the meantime, a strong body of horse under Broghill had crossed the Blackwater by the ford at Fermoy, and Purcell persuaded Castlehaven to detach his own cavalry, which I count certainly among my other follies. As Purcell came on, Broghill retired over the river and faced about at Kilcraig, halfway between the fort and castle lines, with a scrubby wood between him and his pursuers. The Irish straggled through the covert, and before they had time to reform, Broghill charged and defeated them with great loss. The main body of Castlehaven army being visible in the distance, he retired to Castle Lyons and sent all the men he could spare to Inchiquin. From Fermoy, Castlehaven proceeded to clear the country north of the Blackwater. Mallow, Doneraile, and Liscarroll were taken with little or no resistance, but Milltown, which had made a brave defence in 1641, threatened to give trouble. Some boys who made a hole in the courtyard wall to steal cattle found a way into the castle. Soldiers followed, and the place was taken by assault. Knock Castle, which was then surrounded by bog, made a brave resistance under Lieutenant Fisher. A breach was made with the artillery, and the garrison was put to the sword. The English account says this was done in cold blood after Fisher had been treacherously killed during a parley in sight of his own men. Bellings acknowledges the slaughter, but says it was during an assault while Castlehaven was busy to the north of the Blackwater. Inchiquin fell upon the district Imokilly between Cork and Youghal. Rostellan and Castlemartyr, both held for his uncle Edmund Fitzgerald. In the final division of the spoils, the first fell to his lot, and the second to Broghill's, and no doubt both leaders intended something of the kind from the first. At Rostellan, says Bellings, Sir Richard the Catholic Dean of Cork and Captain William Fitzjames Barry were hanged, which actions, how justifiable soever, by arms, yet made a great noise, and increased the animosities between them, the clergy of both sides being therein concerned. Hearing of Inchiquin's raid, Castlehaven hurried to the relief of Castlemartyr, but was delayed by a flood at Fermoy, and when he passed the river met the late garrison. He thought that 140 men with plenty of arms and provisions ought to have made a better fight. He found the castle burned, and having just failed to intercept part of the Youghal garrison, who retreated with their guns at his approach, he seized Cloyne and Agata, and recaptured Rostellan after a short struggle. Thomas Barnum, Dean of Ross, was hanged to match the other Dean, and Inchiquin's brother Henry, one of the most malicious of our enemies, would have had the same fate, but that the officers preferred to reserve him for special judgment by the king. This was just before Naseby, Ballyhooly, and Castle Lyons were also taken, and at Connaught, Castlehaven made an example by putting to the sword some and hanging the rest. He believed that the siege of Youghal would rather be a work of hours than days, but there were plenty of men there, and the sea was open. Broghill hurried off to England for help, and to place his wife and his sister, Lady Barrymore, with the young earl, in a place of safety. Castlehaven reported that he had cleared the baronies of Imokilly and Barrymore completely, both of people and cattle. I conceive in this I have done my lord of Inchiquin more mischief than in killing 1,000 of his men, for this source of supply was quite cut off. He hoped to take Youghal and to besiege Cork before harvest, but this sanguine letter was written 2 days after Naseby. Lismore was taken at last after a gallant defence by Major Power, and the garrison admitted to quarter. Temple Michael capitulated, Castlehaven undertaking the safe custody of the garrison to Youghal, but Broghill complains that he kept them for a fortnight and sent them in when nearly starved. The general's proceedings at Mogilly and Strancally were also objected to, but both banks of the Blackwater from Mallow to the sea were in his hands before the end of June. Several hundreds of the king's soldiers taken at Naseby were sent to relieve Youghal, but the curious experiment was hardly successful, for when provisions ran short they deserted. I could wish, writes a zealous Protestant, no more might be sent over. They are brutes void of reason or understanding, or they would never hasten so much to the herd of unclean beasts. Some of them, however, might have taken the oath of allegiance devised for the benefit of Protestant royalists, involving the independence of the Irish Parliament and cooperation with the Confederate Catholics, saving in the freedom of religion. About the middle of July, an Irish vessel reached Nantes with the news that Youghal had fallen and that Castlehaven was on his way to Cork, but the wish was father to the thought. Inchiquin sent some reinforcements from Kinsale, but the Duncannon frigate with many men was blown up in Youghal harbour during an artillery duel with one of the Confederate batteries. After this, Youghal was effectively blockaded on both sides of the river, but the besiegers never came to close quarters. At the beginning of October, Preston came with his army, but finding that in Munster he would be only second to Castlehaven, went back in dudgeon to his own province, leaving the country, as Bellings mildly puts it, much offended at the unusual liberty the soldiers assumed in his return. Youghal was no longer in danger, having been relieved early in September by Broghill, who brought over reinforcements from England. Inchiquin also was able to send supplies from Cork and Kinsale, and the parliamentary Vice-Admiral Crowther commanded the sea. After Preston left him, Castlehaven attempted to take the great island in Cork harbour, which was of the highest importance to Inchiquin. The bridge at Belvelly appears not to have been then in being, and the attempt to cross the narrow channel failed, both horses and men sticking in the mud. After some indecisive skirmishing in the direction of Blarney, Castlehaven returned to Youghal, where he found his army dwindling away and disheartened by Preston's desertion. Those who remained were dispersed into winter quarters, and Youghal was left to itself. So far as Munster is concerned, this failure may be called the turning point of the war. While Castlehaven was in Munster, the Scots threatened Connaught, where there were now virtually 3 provincial presidents, Lord Dillon of Costello for the king, Sir Charles Coote for the Parliament, and Archbishop Guilly for the Kilkenny Confederacy. Ormonde steadfastly abstaining from denouncing the Scots as rebels, for many who had taken the Covenant were really royalists, and those who had refused it were still worse disposed to the Parliament, whose promises of help had not been kept. The hard treatment of the king at Uxbridge and Montrose's successes in Scotland had a great effect in Ulster, and for a moment Ormond thought it possible to unite the English and Scots forces there under his own banner. The officers of the British forces in Ulster, excluding Munro and the New Scots, met at Antrim on May 17 and agreed to receive commissioners from the Parliament. They proposed, in spite of all the misery they had undergone, to continue the war until the conclusion of a safe and honourable peace by consent of king and Parliament. But they significantly added they called heaven and earth to witness that it was not their fault if they were forced to take any other way whatever for their preservation and subsistence. 5 days before this, Coote, who was in England, received a commission as president of Connaught. He hurried over to Ireland, and the presence of so resolute an officer with the necessary authority soon changed the aspect of affairs. First he entered his province at Ballinasloe and ravaged the country almost up to Galway. His next thought was to take Sligo, which was held by Teach O'Connor with a colonel's commission from the Confederates. 4,000 foot and 500 horse assembled at Augur in Tyrone on June 17. Consisting both of English and Scots, and battering guns were sent to Sligo by sea. At the instance of Clanricarde, Ormond gave a commission to Lord Taaffe, authorizing him to raise troops and resist all who invaded Connaught in breach of the Cessation, and Lord President Dillon was directed to use his services in the last resort, but the appointment was ineffectual for the immediate purpose. 10 days later cannon were brought to bear upon Sligo Castle, and O'Connor surrendered. The town was defended a little longer, but was carried by assault with great slaughter. The Irish accounts say that men, women, and children were killed after quarter had been promised, so as never a man escaped but 2 men and 2 women, but these charges were generally made by both sides during the war, and it is not always possible to test them. The Sligo district was now at the mercy of Sir Frederick Hamilton and his allies, but recruits flocked to Taaffe's standard in considerable numbers, and he turned his attention to Roscommon. Tulsk was taken by storm, and Major Robert Ormsby, a redoubtable partisan of the Parliament, was taken prisoner. Carrig, Drum, Rusk, and Boyle also fell, and then Lord Taaffe was recalled to Dublin. The chief authority in Connaught was for a short time in Archbishop Queely's hands, but Major Luke Taff appears to have commanded the force which attempted to recover Sligo in October. A priest is out of place at the head of any army, and probably some of the evils attending a divided command were felt. At all events, a very bad lookout was kept. On October 17, a cavalry detachment from Sir Robert Stuart's army under Lord Collooney and another Coote fell upon the Irish and put them to flight. Sir Frederick Hamilton came up in time to take part in the pursuit, and there was great slaughter. Archbishop Queely was killed, and upon him was found the copy of the Glamorgan Treaty, which played so important a part. Giovanni Battista Rinuccini was of good old Florentine family and had been carefully educated. He was in his 53rd year and had been Bishop of Fermo since 1625. In 1631 he refused the Archbishopric of Florence, telling the Grand Duke Ferdinand II that he was too much attached to his flock to leave them. When the Irish Confederacy begged for a regular nuncio, Luigi Ormonde, afterwards a cardinal, was first chosen, but passed over as a Spanish subject whose appointment might be disagreeable to France. This was the reason given, and it seems sufficient, but according to Bellings, Rinuchini was preferred to please Ferdinand, and that the revenues of Fermo might be applied for a time in liquidation of the bishop's debts. He was given almost unlimited ecclesiastical authority and patronage in Ireland, with power to visit all monasteries and nunneries, even exempt jurisdictions, and to settle disputes between the various orders. He was directed to be chiefly guided by the advice of Archbishop Queely and Bishop Emer MacMahon, and he was to establish the Tridentine decrees firmly. With regard to church lands in lay hands, he was to use his own discretion, treating each case on its merits, and giving grants or leases as he thought best, but always with the proviso that a sufficient part of the profits should be retained for the support of the clergy. About ecclesiastical matters in Ireland, the Roman court was very well informed, Luke Wadding being at hand to answer every question, but political affairs were less well understood. Rinuccini was told, for instance, that the Parliament had bound themselves by a sacrilegious oath to maintain and defend what they called the true Reformed Protestant religion against all popish inventions and innovations, and determined to extinguish every spark of the Catholic religion by extirpating all who adhered to that faith, not only in England and Scotland, but even in Ireland. This dreadful sentence came to the knowledge of the Irish at a time when 4,000 men were in arms, who had been levied for the service of the King of Spain, but were then detained in Ireland by order of the Parliament. The detention of the troops was indeed one great cause of the outbreak in 1641, but the men had been levied originally not for any foreign prince, but to enable Charles and Strafford to crush the English Parliament and their Scots allies. Parliament was undoubtedly ready to oppress the Roman Catholics, but there is no evidence of any intention to extirpate them. The friars persuaded the people that this had been determined on, and the argument was too convenient to be neglected. The main object of Rinuccini's mission was to restore and re-establish the public exercise of the Catholic religion in the island of Ireland, and further to lead her people, if not as tributaries to the Holy See, such as they were 5 centuries ago, to subject themselves to the mild yoke of the pontiff, at least in all spiritual affairs, thus to gain over souls innumerable to the glories of paradise. The nuncio was informed that the cessation and its various renewals had done no good, and that peace was unlikely because Ormonde would never yield save by force to the wishes of the Catholics. The Lord Lieutenant's Protestantism was sincere, but in Rinuccini's secret instruction a lingering hope is expressed that he might be gained over, perhaps through the Queen, or any particular predilection of which advantage might be taken. He had one predilection, the supremacy of the crown in church and state. The same secret instructions declared that Henrietta Maria must be kept out of Ireland, because royalist heretics would flock round her and make the Irish suspicious, and because queens are expensive people to maintain. The Pope would give no help to the faithful in England, except on condition that all disabilities affecting them should be taken away, the oath of supremacy abolished, and no peace made until these concessions were confirmed by Parliament. To secure these conditions, all the fortresses in Ireland must be put into the hands of English and Irish Catholics, because without some such pledge their Majesties' promises cannot be depended on. No Irish army was to be landed in England, if of less force than 10,000 men, who may be able to defend themselves without danger of being cut to pieces by the English who serve under the king. The Irish Catholics are so hated by the English Protestants that they would be in constant danger of treachery if marching with cavalry commanded by Protestant officers, and therefore the provision of a body of English Catholic cavalry proportionate to the Irish infantry was a condition precedent to the latter serving in England, and there is much more of the same kind. Had Charles known what ideas prevailed at Rome, there would have been no Glamorgan treaty, no royal letters to the Pope or Nuncio, and very probably no battle of Naseby. Rinuccini travelled by Florence and Genoa, where the Doge's attentions much delighted him, to Marseilles, and thence by Lyons, where the Cardinal Archbishop was barely civil, and he reached Paris at the end of the third week in May. He had strict orders not to linger long in the French capital, lest the ill-affected should warn the Parliament of the enterprise. They were not likely to be ignorant, for the English merchants at Leghorn had plotted to intercept him at sea between Genoa and Cannes. He carried with him the Golden Rose, which was a dead secret, and he was ordered not to deliver it to Anne of Austria unless he was sure that it would be well received. There was some ill feeling on account of the Pope's late refusal to make Mazarin's brother a cardinal, and this was increased by the mistake of a secretary who infringed diplomatic usage by neglecting to inform the nuncio at Paris of Rinuccini's mission. The refusal to give up Beaupuy, who was implicated in the conspiracy of the importance, and had been arrested at Rome at the French queen's instance, made matters worse, and Rinuccini soon determined not to offer the rose, which would probably be refused under the circumstances. The Irish flocked to the nuncio with requests and advice, but the French were not enthusiastic. The Duke of Orleans, indeed, and the Prince of Condé were friendly, the latter expressing the most extravagant devotion to the Holy See, but Mazarin was merely smooth and cautious. Jealousy of Spain was much more apparent in court circles than sympathy with Ireland, but the devout Duke of Venta-Dower promoted a subscription of 100,000 crowns. After the news of Naseby, the French became cooler than ever, but Henrietta Maria begged Rinuccini to bring about peace between the Irish, saying that she was empowered to do this by her husband. The persons trusted by her in the matter were the Jesuit O'Hartigan, whom Charles considered a knave, Bellings, who had reached Paris soon after the nuncio, and the inevitable Germain Scarampi in the meantime was writing from Ireland that the peace, if concluded, would be fatal. Rinuccini's long stay in France was so far favourable to Scarampi's view that the Confederates were unwilling to conclude anything until he arrived, and in the meantime the king's necessities grew more pressing. I have observed, says the nuncio, that many in France are anxious to assist the King of England, but would rather it should be by the help of others, and consequently they would greatly like he should be aided by the Irish. Mazarin, who made some difficulty about an audience, gave vague promises, but was very cautious. Henrietta Maria offered to see Rinuccini privately, but he declined anything short of an official reception. It is perhaps true that she tried to prevent him from going to Ireland, for Scarampi showed from her letters that she was always ready to treat of peace without one word concerning religion, and indeed it was quite impossible for her to act so as to alienate Protestant royalists. It was equally impossible for her to please all parties. Bellings, who is a very hostile witness, says Rinuccini disliked the idea of Ireland and tried to get himself appointed nuncio to France instead of Monseigneur de Bagny, and Mazarin seems to have been of the same opinion. However that may be, it is certain that he lingered for more than 3 months in Paris, and that he was severely reprimanded by the Pope for doing so without showing sufficient reason to vary his original instructions on that point. At the date of that reproof he had got as far as Tours on his way to the coast. He succeeded in wringing 25,000 crowns from Mazarin and persuaded Bellings to go to Flanders in the hope of preventing him from getting first to Ireland. O'Hartigan had letters in his possession which showed that Charles was trying to use the Irish for his own purposes and had taken care that they should be known in Ireland, his object being to prevent any peace without extraordinary securities. Rinuccini sailed at last from the island of Ré more than 6 months after leaving Florence, accompanied by Bellings and about 20 Italians, of whom the most remarkable was Massari, Dean of Fermo. A nephew of the great Spinola, who soon died at Kilkenny, was sent before to explain or excuse the delay. There had been much difficulty about shipping, but the frigate San Pietro was obtained with Mazarin's money. The cardinal had said the French flag would protect all on board, but this turned out not to be the case. Rinuccini carried with him a considerable sum in specie and a large quantity of arms purchased in France, a consignment of swords, pistols, and muskets with 20,000 pounds of powder, having preceded him to Ireland. The total amount received from Rome and from Mazarin was about $200,000, and of this nearly one half had been laid out in arms and other warlike material. At sea, the nuncio was chased first by an English squadron, and afterwards by Plunkett, a notorious rover or pirate, who, having become a Puritan, was trusted by the English Parliament. Superior speed averted the first danger, but Plunkett would have succeeded had not a fire broken out in his galley. The frigate, says Rinuccini, was dedicated to St. Peter, whose gilded image was placed at the poop. And truly I see the hand of the saint in the miraculous issue of this pursuit. In spite of this, it was thought too dangerous to approach Waterford, and after 6 days at sea, the San Pietro at last found shelter in Kenmare Bay. The nuncio's first letters are dated from Ardtudley, about 4 miles to the eastward of Kenmare. And here he writes, "I may give your eminence another proof of the divine providence towards me in having discovered and touched land on October 21 and 22, which seemed to be consecrated to an Archbishop of Fermo, as on the 21st my church celebrates the feast of Saint Mabel, one of the 11,000 virgins whose head we have at Fermo, and whom we believe on no slight grounds to have been of Irish birth. While on the 22nd we also celebrate the martyrdom of St. Philip, Bishop of Fermo. My first lodging was in a shepherd's hut, in which animals also took shelter. The arms were temporarily stored in Ardtully Castle, and to avoid Inchiquin, Rinuccini proceeded by Macroom and Mill Street through the mountains to Limerick. The ruggedness of the roads and the steepness of the passes were, he says, indescribable, but the faithful flocked to meet him, and Ormonde's brother Richard, specially sent by the Supreme Council, was among those who escorted him. At Limerick he found Scarampi, who had succeeded in making the hitherto neutral city declare itself, and heard of Archbishop Queely's death. He reached Kilkenny on November 12 and was received with much pomp, which he evidently enjoyed. The Supreme Council held a special sitting in the castle, and the nuncio had a chair covered with red damask enriched with gold and handsomer than the president's, but Mountgarrett did not leave his place either at the beginning or end of the ceremony. The arrangements were made by Bellings, who would be sure to preserve the dignity of the civil power. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27, Part 1 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ormonde Peace, 1646. While at Rochelle waiting for his ship, Rinuccini had seen Geoffrey Barron, treasurer of the Confederation, who told him that no peace had yet been made in Ireland, and who brought a letter from Glamorgan. Barron, a cavalier of excellent countenance and very affable manner, was on his way to Paris to succeed O'Hartigan, who seems to have returned to Ireland a little later. Glamorgan returned from Dublin to Kilkenny 1 week after the nuncio's arrival, and in due course delivered the king's letter to him. Of that to the Pope he only showed the address, but he disclosed the contents of 2 patents in which the king gives him secret but full powers to conclude a peace with the Irish on whatever terms he thinks advisable. In the meantime, Lord Digby, who bore the now empty title of Principal Secretary of State, had arrived in Dublin. It was characteristic of Charles's diplomacy that his English minister was even more ignorant of Glamorgan's business than his Irish viceroy. Glamorgan was sanguine that the nuncio would agree to everything required, but Ormonde calls him the Italian bishop and an unbidden guest, which he would not have done hadn't he known of the king's letter to him. Rinuchini found that the majority of the Confederates were inclined to accept Ormonde's political articles and to leave the religious question for later consideration. Noblemen and lawyers saw plainly enough that the king could not grant what would satisfy the Pope without making his position in England hopeless, and they wished to save their properties with the hope of later concessions in church matters. The certain ruin of the royal cause was the worst thing that could happen, for from the Parliament nothing but evil was to be expected. Some, says Rinuchini, audaciously declare that the Catholic interest could not fail to prosper under the government of a nobleman so warmly attached to the cause of Ireland as the Marquis of Ormonde. Others are not ashamed to say that it is sufficient to perform the Catholic service in secret, provided it can be done in safety, and that to expect more than this from the king, restricted as he is at the present moment in his liberty, would be open injustice, and finally that it is not lawful to contend with him in this cause. No one holds forth more loudly in favour of this doctrine than the priest Leyburn, sent here 6 months ago by the Queen, and whose words almost amount to sedition. Leyburn's mission was known and feared at Rome, where it was well understood that Henrietta Maria was willing to make peace without one word concerning religion, and considered the whole well-being of the Catholics to depend on peace with the Protestants. A still greater obstacle to peace on Rinuccini's terms was the personal popularity of Ormonde, and the fact that the council were mostly relations, friends, clients, or dependents of his house. A copy of the Glamorgan Treaty came into Ormonde's hands and was shown to Digby, who was in Dublin before the end of November. Glamorgan himself reached the Irish capital on Christmas Eve, and on St. Stephen's Day he was arrested at Digby's instance and closely confined to the castle, yet with the needful attendance and accommodation, and not, as Rinuccini heard, without even a servant left to attend him. The prisoner being brought before the council, Digby produced copies of the treaty of the pretended authority of March 12, 1645-5, and of the oath taken by Glamorgan. The king complained at this time that Ormonde had been long without writing, the fact probably being that he knew just enough to make him cautious and not enough to enable him to advise. The fatal papers were read to the Irish Council, Digby declaring that the commission was either forged or obtained by fraud, or at the very least limited by other instructions. It was destructive both to his regality and religion, and such as the king would never grant to save his crown or life, or the lives of his wife and children. Next day Glamorgan was examined on interrogatories framed so as to shield Charles while accumulating blame upon his agent. It was not sought to prove that he had forged the king's commissions of January 12 and March 12, for probably both Ormonde and Digby knew in their hearts that they were genuine, though they had not seen them before the conclusion of the treaty. The fourth interrogatory was as follows: Did your lordship grant, conclude, and agree on the behalf of His Majesty, his heirs and successors, that the Roman Catholic clergy of Ireland should and might from thenceforth for ever hold and enjoy all and every such lands, tenements, tithes, and hereditaments whatsoever by them respectively enjoyed within this kingdom, or by them possessed at any time since October 23, 1641, and all other such lands, tenements, tithes, and hereditaments belonging to the clergy within this kingdom, other than such as are now actually enjoyed by His Majesty's Protestant clergy. In reply, Glamorgan acknowledged the words of the treaty while considering them not obligatory to His Majesty. He was afterwards allowed to add the words, and yet without any just blemish of my honour, my honesty, or my conscience. At the end of 4 days, Glamorgan was released from close imprisonment, but confined to the walls of the castle for more than 3 weeks longer. In reporting to the king, the Lord Lieutenant and council confessed that they were stricken with most wonderful horror and astonishment to find so sacred a majesty so highly scandaled and dishonoured. And, said Ormonde for himself, it is manifest that the retarding of the peace is no way on the part of me, the lieutenant, but ought rather to be attributed to that underhand dealing of the said earl, whereby that party have been encouraged to hope for such concessions as they themselves had before receded from as wanting confidence to insist on matters so unreasonable. It was pointed out that Glamorgan had misrecited the commission authorizing Ormonde to treat for peace, that he had acknowledged Mountgarrett's usurped style and title as Lord President of the Supreme Council, and that he had strangely misinterpreted the facts of the case when he discerned the alacrity and cheerfulness of the said Catholics to embrace honourable conditions of peace. They had shown their loyalty by entertaining a nuncio from the Pope and at the same time negotiating with a messenger from the King of Spain. And how comely it is that such treaty with foreigners should be held at the same time that they are in treaty with His Majesty's commissioners, we humbly submit to His Majesty's high wisdom. As soon as Charles heard of the proceedings in Dublin, he proceeded characteristically to repudiate Glamorgan, to whom he said he had given a commission to raise and employ troops, and to that purpose only. All this other doings were without warrant, and framed of his own head. For himself the king was quite ready to go to London and to confer with the two houses on the basis of making no peace in Ireland without their consent. Failing such a conference, Ormonde was to make a treaty which would preserve the Irish Protestants and the crown without being derogatory to the king's honour and public professions. With chivalrous loyalty, which cannot be too much commended, Glamorgan kept silence under this undeserved rebuke. He had already shown Ormonde the original and given him an attested copy of a document which was probably the patent of April 1, 1644, strictly charging him to keep it secret. It might be useful to the Lord Lieutenant for his future warranty to His Majesty, but publication would not be for the King's service. Ormonde sent a copy of this paper to the King, describing it as of an extraordinary nature and way of penning, but expressing no doubts of its genuineness. The Supreme Council at Kilkenny said negotiations could not go on nor Chester be relieved until a nobleman so highly esteemed by the nation and chosen general of that army by the unanimous vote of the Confederate Catholics were released. To Ormonde, Charles averred, on the word of a Christian, that he never intended Glamorgan to do anything without his approbation. A prosecution of the Earl was necessary to clear His Majesty's honour, but he had been actuated by mistaken zeal. The King was quite satisfied with the Lord Lieutenant, and begged him not to sentence Glamorgan unless he found it too dangerous not to do so. Glamorgan was liberated after nearly a month's detention, but bound to appear within 30 days after summons, bail being given for £40,000, half on his own part and half on that of the Earls of Glenabbacard and Kildare. Both the sureties had houses in Dame Street, where service was declared good. Glamorgan went back to Kilkenny, entering the town late to avoid the vanity of popular demonstrations in his favour, and Rinuchini was rather sorry to see him because his return removed one obstacle to the conclusion of peace. The interest of Rome was to continue the war, and the nuncio pleaded hard for delay, at least until the articles came to which the Pope had agreed. In the spring of 1645, Henrietta Maria sent Sir Kenelm Digby to Rome. The choice of this fantastic genius was not a happy one, and the cool-headed Italians soon found that he was not a serious diplomatist. He could show no authority from the king, and that, derived from an exiled queen who was hated in England and not much loved in Ireland, hardly afforded security enough. He received an order for 20,000 Roman crowns to be laid out in munitions of war, and carried with him articles to which he undertook to get the royal consent. He left Rome in December for Paris, where he was to see the Queen. After that he proposed to visit the King in England and the Nuncio in Ireland. He was at Nantes at the end of January, and on the point of sailing for Ireland, but returned to Paris instead, whence he made his way back to Rome a few months later. "Let him say what he will," wrote Bonaventure Baron to Wadding, "this is certainly true, that, excepting going to Mass, the Queen has no other religion than the Lord's Germines, and that both are all agreeing in this, that while there is any hope of relieving the King by a Protestant, a Catholic shall never be admitted to his succour, and while they think the Scots can do it, the Irish shall never be admitted to a communication in the work, much less to any good condition for our nation, which is equally hated by the King, Parliament, Scots, Queen, and Germain." This was written in May, after Charles had left Oxford on that sad journey which ended in the Scotch camp, but the learned Franciscan was well informed, and had perhaps seen some of the letters received by the Queen. In January the King had told his wife that Ireland must at all times be sacrificed to save the crown of England, Montreuil assuring me that France, rather than fail, will assist me in satisfying the Scots' arrears. His later letters to her are in the same spirit, and with some reason from his own point of view he declares the Irish wanting in generosity. Culpeper about the same time pronounced Ireland to be a broken reed, and the same simile was applied at Rome to the heretics upon whom king and queen alike were disposed to lean. A copy of the articles agreed to with Digby was sent to Rinuchini early in November 1645, and reached him in due course. This paper was unsigned, and differed in some respects from the formally authenticated version entrusted to Sir Kenelm himself, but the main points were the same. 7 articles applied to Ireland, and by them the king was required to grant the free and public exercise of the Roman Catholic religion, and to restore the hierarchy with all churches and church property. The abbey lands pretended to have been confirmed to lay grantees by Cardinal Pole were to be left to a free parliament, and so were the bishoprics in the king's hands. All penal laws passed since the defection of Henry VIII were to be first abrogated by the king, and then repealed by a free Irish parliament, independent of that of England. The viceroy and all the chief place holders were to be Catholics, and all towns, including Dublin, to be placed in Catholic hands, and the king was to join his forces with those of the Confederate Catholics, so as to drive the Scots and the Parliamentarians out of Ireland. When the king had done these things, and whatever else Monsignor Rinuccini may add or alter in these articles, the Pope would give the Queen 100,000 Roman crowns. In England all penal laws were to be repealed, and all disabilities removed, and the kingdom was to be invaded by 12,000 infantry under Irish chiefs, who were to be assisted by at least 2,500 English cavalry with Catholic officers. As soon as a landing injunction had been effected, the Pope was to pay his money in 12 monthly installments, a like sum to be paid in the second and third year if circumstances justified it. By an article added afterwards 6 months were given for the ratification of the Irish articles, and 10 for the English, after which his Holiness will not be bound by his present promise. Rinuccini received this document in February, while the General Assembly was sitting at Kilkenny. Glamorgan, not without some wry faces and much to the disgust of his friends, at once agreed to abandon his own treaty and to adopt Sir Kenelm Digby's. It was an excuse for delay that the original had not yet come to hand, and that was the nuncio's main object. Glamorgan was reminded that he had exceeded his instructions, that he had talked to Dublin about what he had orders to keep secret, that he had spoken of using an Irish army to force the king's hand, and in short that he could only cast off his load of responsibility by submitting to the Pope. It was evident that he could do nothing by himself, and that his promises had melted into air, Lord Digby having declared that the Protestants would rather throw the king out of a window than permit his Majesty to confirm them. Speaking in the Assembly, Rinuchini said that Glamorgan's treaty was worthless because its confirmation depended on the will of another, and that the Roman treaty was every way preferable. Both were really waste paper, and everyone at Kilkenny knew it except the clergy and the clericals. Ormonde reminded Glamorgan that the chief object of the peace was to relieve Chester, and that could not be done unless troops were sent at once. To this the poor man answered that the Queen's powerful hand effaced the clandestine hopes of his own endeavours. A burnt child, he said, dreads the fire, and he would most willingly leave treaty-making to the Lord Lieutenant, who could not, as a great and public minister of state and real Protestant, appear publicly, but who might give a hint to his friends at Kilkenny to deal with the nuncio. For himself he proposed to raise £100,000 in Catholic countries, which was impossible if the Pope were irritated or the nuncio disgusted. Rinuccini, he added, had agreed to let 3,000 men go at once for the relief of Chester, and he believed shipping could be readily had. When this was written, Chester had fallen, and a rumour had reached Ormonde when he penned an answer in his best manner. My lord, he said, my affections and interests are so tied to his Majesty's cause that it were madness in me to disgust any man that hath power and inclination to relieve him, in the sad condition as he is in, and therefore your lordship may securely go on in the ways you have proposed to yourself to serve the king without fear of interruption from me, or so much as inquiring into the means you work by. For himself he had a commission to treat with the Confederates, and he intended to do so without venturing upon any new negotiation foreign to the powers he had received. In the meantime, the proposed succours were likely to be too late. Glamorgan was not satisfied with abandoning as worthless the treaty which had cost him so much. He must needs swear fealty to the nuncio in terms such as perhaps no other English layman has ever used. I swear, he wrote, to obey all your commands readily, without reluctance, and with a joyful mind. I make this petulant protestation on my bended knees to your most illustrious and reverend lordship, not only as the Pope's minister, but also as a remarkable personage, and as witnesses of the purity of my intentions I invoke the Blessed Virgin and all the saints of paradise. The result of this alliance was the consent of the Supreme Council to prolong the cessation till May 1, so as to give time for the arrival of Sir Kenelm Digby's original articles. Neither Digby nor the documents ever reached Ireland, for the Queen did not choose that they should, and peace was concluded with Ormonde on March 28, on the understanding that the terms were not to be divulged until May 1, Rinuccini failing to get a further postponement. I command you, Charles had written, to conclude a peace with the Irish, whatever it cost, so that my Protestant subjects there may be secure and my regal authority preserved. But for all this you are to make the best bargain you can, and not to discover your enlargement of power till you needs must. This was early in 1645. 6 months later, after Naseby, the king, absolutely and without reply, commanded Ormonde to make the peace, with the consent of his council if possible, but to make it anyhow. The contracting parties were Ormonde alone on the king's part, and the following commissioners for the Confederate Catholics: Ormonde's uncle, Viscount Mountgarret, and his brother-in-law, Viscount Muskerry, Sir Robert Talbot, Tyrconnell's eldest brother, Colonel Dermot O'Brien, Patrick Darcy of Platten, Geoffrey Brown, and John Dillon, 2 lawyers who were designated as future judges. The conditions of a peace which was no peace might seem hardly worth dwelling on, but that they mark clearly the furthest point to which Charles would openly, if not altogether willingly, go in his dealings with the Irish Roman Catholics. A few weeks after the peace was signed, and before it was published, he ceased to be a free agent, and the desperate expedients of a prisoner scarcely count. The articles occupy 22 printed pages, but the principal points may be clearly brought out in a short abstract. 1. The oath of supremacy to be abolished, so far as concerns Roman Catholics, in the next Irish Parliament, and an oath of allegiance substituted. all statutory penalties and disabilities to be repealed by the same act, that His Majesty's said Roman Catholic subjects be referred to His Majesty's gracious favour and further concessions. 2. An Irish Parliament to be held before November 30, when all the articles were to be performed by law, the King undertaking to make no alterations under Poyning's Act. 3. All legal acts done against Roman Catholics since August 7, 1641, to be vacated, debts to remain as they stood before the outbreak. 6. Titles to land to be confirmed under the graces of 1628. 7. All educational disabilities affecting Roman Catholics to be removed. 8. All offices, civil and military, to be open to Roman Catholics. 9. The Court of Wards to be abolished on payment of £12,000. 10. 11. Peers without estates in Ireland to have no votes. Irish Parliament to be as independent as it ever had been. 12. Titles to land to be decided by law and not by the Council. 13. Acts in restraint of trade to be repealed. 14. Viceroys to hold for a limited term of years and not to acquire estates. 15. An act of oblivion for all offences, civil and criminal, since October 23, 1641, with some exceptions to be hereafter specified. 16. Officials and judges to have no interest in the revenue. 17. Monopolies abolished. 18. To regulate the court of Castle Chamber. 19. That 2 acts lately passed in this kingdom, prohibiting the ploughing with horses by the tail, and the other prohibiting the burning of oats in the straw, be repealed. 20. Breakers of the cessation or of this peace to be punished. 21, 22. Simplification of legal remedies. 23, 24. Quid rents increased by Strafford to be reduced again. 25. Commissioners named to raise and transport to England 10,000 men for the King's service and to collect overdue taxes. 26, 27. Commissioners named to appoint to judicial offices until Parliament meets, but without power to decide questions of title, and no other judges to have power within the Confederate quarters. 28. The status quo as to garrisons. 29. Further details as to taxation. 30. The judicial commissioners to have jurisdiction in every case, including murder arising since September 15, 1643. These articles, when duly executed, were placed in Clanrickarde's hands to be kept secret until such time after May 1 as Ormonde might be used for their publication. Before that day the parliamentary fleets had begun their summer cruises, and the sea was entirely at their mercy. Chester having fallen, it was almost out of the question to land men in Wales. 6,000 of the promised troops were ready, and orders were given for levying the remainder, but shipping could not be provided, and there was no money either at Dublin or Kilkenny. The attempt to put down the English people with Irish troops failed as it had failed in the days of Strafford, and it was destined to fail in the days of Tyrconnell. In the meantime, Lord Digby found a plan of his own for bringing the Prince of Wales to Ireland and rallying round him there all the forces opposed to the Parliament. Rinuchini dreaded the success of this scheme, but it was not he who prevented it. Digby sailed with 2 small frigates and 300 men to Scilly, where the Prince remained from March 4 to April 16, but did not get there till after the latter date. The men of the island rowed Plunkett to Ormonde, put themselves in arms, and loudly cried that no Irish rebels should land there. The Lord Digby thereupon parted thence with 1 frigate, and 100 of the men to Guernsey or Jersey. The other frigate with the remaining men returned to Waterford. According to Daniel O'Neill, the King's principal secretary was drunk 9 days out of 10 with white wine during the preparation of his little expedition, which may have had something to do with its being late. The Confederates depended on Glamorgan's treaty for relief to their religion further than that promised by Ormonde. It was true that both sets of articles depended really upon the King's word and upon his ability to keep it, but as professed royalists they could not reject the first nor assume the permanent absence of the second. Rinuchini, who had no duties except to the church, very rightly held that Charles's word was worth nothing, and it was evident to him that if the royal power was destroyed in England, it could not long survive in Ireland without foreign help. The king had justified the nuncio's opinion by repudiating Glamorgan, and when this was known at Kilkenny, he lost all credit, with the merchants in particular, so that he really had not enough to live upon. He spoke to the French agent Du Moulin about leading the troops intended for England into Louis XIV service, but there was no chance of that being allowed. The nuncio's position was strengthened by a royal letter to Ormonde, written from Newcastle under Scotch influence. "We think fit," the king said, "to require you to proceed no further in treaty with the rebels, nor to engage us upon conditions with them after sight hereof." The alleged motive being anxiety for the safety of the Irish Protestants, this came to Ormonde's hands 3 months after the signature of the Dublin peace. A very few days later Digby returned from France, where a letter had been received from the king, in which he declared that he was no longer free, and that Ormonde was to proceed as before. Digby accordingly publicly declared the Newcastle letter to be a forgery or written under duress. This satisfied the council, and the peace was proclaimed in Dublin on July 30. On August 3, the Supreme Council at Kilkenny followed suit. "We require," they wrote, "the above proclamation to be printed, and do order and require the same to be published, and do obedience to be given thereunto by all the Confederate Catholics of Ireland." Barnabas O'Brien, 6th Earl of Thomond, had endeavoured to stand neutral during the early years of the war, and to live quietly in Clare. As a Protestant, his natural leaning was to Ormonde, who could not protect him, and in October 1644 the Kilkenny Assembly, treating neutrals as enemies, ordered his tenants to pay no rent, and took steps to sequestrate his vast estates for the benefit of the Confederacy. Finding his position intolerable, Thomond surrendered Bunratty to the Parliament in March 1646, and soon went himself to England. A parliamentary fleet under Penn lay in the Shannon, and there was no difficulty about putting a garrison of 700 men under Colonel MacAdam into Bunratty Castle, which lies upon the estuary of the Orgarny River. It is now the most melancholy of ruins, but Rinuchini, who beheld it in its days of grandeur, thought it the finest thing he had ever seen, and Belling's description bears him out. It is, he says, a noble structure, reputed strong when engines of battery were not so frequent, and before a time and experience had brought the art of taking in places to perfection. On the south it hath the river of the Shannon, distant from it about a mile of marsh and meadow ground. On the east it is washed by the river, which, falling to the Shannon at the end of a goodly plain, ebbs and flows with it. To the north, at some distance from the castle, it is environed with an eminent ridge of earth, which bounds a goodly park, save that it wanted the ornament of timber trees. It was then stored with the largest deer in the kingdom. Glamorgan, who was now entirely in the nuncio's hands, went to Limerick and busied himself about preparations for the recovery of Bunratty, but the garrison were at first successful. A party of Irish, consisting of 120 horse and 300 foot, came from 6 Mile Bridge and burned a few houses, but were routed by a sally and lost 80 men, their commander, Captain Magrath, and his lieutenant being taken prisoners. In the afternoon of the same day, the victors, amounting to 50 horse and 600 foot, went to 6 Mile Bridge and attacked the Irish camp. About 1,400 men were strongly entrenched there, but were driven out and took to the woods. A few were slain, but a more important success was the capture of 250 barrels of meal, which supplied the garrison of Bunratty with bread for 6 weeks. Next day they went as far as Ballyquin, where the Irish had first encamped, burned a large store of corn, and returned with some plunder to Bunratty. Magrath and his subaltern both died of their wounds, and were buried with military honours. It was not still the middle of May that the Irish began to press the siege by taking the outlying castles of Capac and Ross Manager. The works of Bunratty itself were strengthened by the labour and skill of the sailors, but it became difficult to supply the garrison with food and ammunition. The besiegers encamped in the park, where the underwood supplied material for gabions and fascines, and ate the deer, which they roasted with the dry wood of the palings. Muskerry arrived at the end of the month, and after that the siege became closer. Letters were received from Broghill, but no relief came. Rinuchini came to Limerick about the middle of May, where he had the satisfaction of superintending the rejoicings for Benburb, but he found that the siege of Bunratty was likely to be raised for want of money to pay the soldiers. There were frequent sallies from the garrison, but nothing decisive on either side. The nuncio went himself to the camp at the end of June with all that remained of the Pope's money, to which he added some of his own, and the attack was after that pressed with more vigour. Colonel MacAdam was killed by a stray round shot which came in at a window, and his loss proved fatal to the defence. 18 bags of money and some of Thormond's plate had been guarded by the commandant, but this treasure was now divided among themselves by the officers who found it, in spite of Penn's remonstrances. When Muskerry's men succeeded in getting heavy guns down to the shore where the action of the defenders was weak, ships could no longer lie near, and want of provisions soon became felt. On July 14 the garrison capitulated and were carried off in Penn's boats. Rinuchini was satisfied that his presence and assistance during this siege would cause the people to recognize it as an apostolic undertaking, and a Te Deum was sung in the cathedral, where 10 captured colours were displayed. While Rinuchini was at Limerick, and before Bunratty was taken, O'Neill gained his great victory at Benburb. The tidings were peculiarly grateful to the nuncio, and in that success was entirely due to the Ulster Irish, and in no sense to the Supreme Council or to any who favoured Ormonde's peace. And moreover, the efficiency of O'Neill's army was mainly due to the Pope's money, brought over and distributed by Rinuchini himself. In the early summer of 1646, the Confederacy was so weakened by internal dissensions that Monroe thought it possible to take Kilkenny. It was arranged that Sir Robert Stuart's army should enter Connaught while he engaged O'Neill. In the event of both attacks being successful, he could then march southwards without any great probability of meeting an enemy that could stop him. He had 3,400 foot, effective under arms, with 11 troops of horse and 6 field pieces. Campbell of Arkenbreck was left in command at Carrickfergus. The general's nephew, Colonel George Monro, was to join him at Glaslock in Monaghan, bringing 240 musketeers and 3 troops of horse from Coleraine. Monro left the neighbourhood of Belfast on June 2 and spent the night of the 3rd at or near Dromore. On the following morning he detached a troop of horse under Daniel Monro with orders to cross the Blackwater at Benburb and meet his namesake at Dungannon. At Armagh, Daniel learned from a prisoner that O'Neill was concentrating his forces at Benburb, and the fear lest George Monro should be cut off probably accounts for the Scottish general's subsequent proceedings. The army spent the night of the 4th at Hamilton's Bawn, and in the morning Monro went through Armagh to view the bridges and ford at Benburb. Both are commanded by high rocks crowned by Shane O'Neill's castle, and it was impossible to attempt the passage in front of the Irish army. Monro then marched to Caledon, where he crossed the Blackwater double back on the left bank and faced the enemy late in the afternoon. After the long march it would have been prudent to halt till the morning, and moreover sun and wind were in the eyes of the Scots, but they were overconfident of victory. All our army, says Monro, foot and horse, did earnestly covet fighting, which was impossible for me to gain stead without being reproached of cowardice. Sir James Turner, however, declared that his greatest fault as a general was a tendency to underrate his enemy. O'Neill had with him about 5,000 men, including 500 horse, such as they were, and took up a position on hilly ground to the west of Benburb. He detached the greater portion of his mounted men to intercept George Monro, but they scarcely did more than neutralize that skilful leader. The two armies met at Drumfluck, between the Una Brook and Benburb. O'Neill made a short speech to his men, reminding them that they were the ancient inhabitants of Ulster, professing the same faith as those who first brought Christianity to Ireland. "You have arms in your hands," he said. "You are as numerous as they are, and now try your valour and your strength on those that have banished you, and now resolve to destroy you, bud and branch. So let your manhood be seen by your push of pike, and I will engage, if you do so, by God's assistance, and in the intercession of his blessed Mother, and all the holy saints in heaven, that the day will be your own. Your word is Sancta Maria, and so in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, advance and give not fire till you are within picket length." The battle did not begin till about 6 in the evening, by which time the sun was well in the eyes of the Scots. The wind was also against them, and there were clouds of dust and smoke. Munro's guns were placed on high ground, but they did little damage, the round shot going over the heads of O'Neill's men as they descended into the plain, which was full of bushes and scrubby timber. Munro's front was too narrow, and there were no proper intervals for his rear divisions to come out in front, so learned general might have remembered something about the Roman maniples. Overcrowding resulted in confusion, and this was increased by a squadron of his own cavalry, consisting, as he says, for the most part of Irish riders, although under the English command, who did not charge, but retreated disorderly through our foot, making the enemy's horse for to follow them at least one squadron. He thought they were at least half traitors. The foot fought on bravely till sunset, when they broke and fled. The majority sought the neighbouring ford of the Blackwater, where Battleford Bridge now is, and the slaughter there was frightful. Sir Phelim O'Neill, who commanded the horse, specially charged his men to take no prisoners and to give no quarter. Others fled towards Caledon, and many of them were drowned in Knocknacloy Lake. Of those who crossed the river, a large number were killed in passing through the county of Armagh. Most of the horse escaped with Munro, who acknowledges a loss of 500 or 600 men, but the Irish accounts say that from 3,000 to 4,000 bodies were counted. A long train of carts followed the army, so that many camp followers were probably killed, and the truth is likely to be somewhere between the two extremes. The Irish slain were under 40, and the wounded under 250. George Munro got back to Coleraine without the loss of a man. Munro's wig, cloak, sword, and cap fell into the victor's hands, with 232 colours and the standard of the cavalry. Even those who escaped for the most part threw away their arms, which enabled O'Neill to enrol fresh men. Lord Blaney, who commanded the artillery, was killed, all his guns being taken. Lord Montgomery of Ards, who led the cavalry during the battle, was taken prisoner with about 20 other officers. Munro's army was not annihilated, but it was to a great extent disarmed, and ceased to be an aggressive force. Overconfidence was certainly one main cause of his defeat. The Lord Hosts, he says himself, had a controversy with us to rub shame on our faces as on other armies, till once we shall be humbled, for a greater confidence did I never see. The British officer agrees that this was the chief cause of disaster, also mentioning the sun and the wind and the long march, and that the soldiers who had had little rest or refreshment since leaving Lisburn stood to their arms for at least 5 hours. Another reason, he adds, is that the Irish pikes were longer by a foot or two than the Scottish pikes, and far better to pierce, being 4 square and small, and the other pikes broad-headed, which are the worst in the world. Withal, to my knowledge, the soldiers, I mean, some that were not strong in the British army, for his pike on a windy day would cut off a foot, and some too of their pikes, which is a damned thing to be suffered. End of chapter 27, part 1. Chapter 27, Part 2 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ormonde Peace, 1646. Military authorities are agreed that the general who wins a great victory ought to pursue his beaten enemy to the uttermost. One reason why O'Neill did not do this may have been that he was afraid of Sir Robert Stuart falling upon Tyrone in his absence, but he was a man of few words, and it does not appear that he ever said as much. He raised new regiments, which he armed with the spoils of victory, and waited for orders from Kilkenny. Want of money was no doubt a cause of delay. His appearance at Augur caused Stuart to retire towards Londonderry, and O'Neill lay inactive, first at Tanderagee and then at Locke in Cavan. 4 days after the battle he sent Boetius Inchiquin, an eminent Franciscan, to Limerick with a letter to Rinuchini, who was quite certain that a miracle had taken place. The Jesuit O'Hartigan, who had returned from France, followed with the captured colours, which were carried in procession through Limerick to the cathedral. The people filled the streets and windows. The Te Deum was sung by the nuncio's choir, and high mass afterwards by the Dean of Fermo in the presence of 4 bishops and of the civic magistrates. When the news reached Rome, Innocent X attended at Santa Maria Maggiore and heard a Te Deum sung there also. Rinuccini was sure that if he had only money enough, he could make the greater part of Ireland obedient to the Pope. All his letters declare that money would do almost everything in Ireland, but it was a scarce commodity, and without it even the clergy could not keep the soldiers quiet and united. The nuncio had still a little left, and he dispatched Dean Mussari to Ulster, who gave 3 reals to each soldier and larger sums to the officers. The donative was small, but it tended to foster the notion that it was the nuncio's war, and that little regard need be paid to the viceroy or to the council at Kilkenny, where Anglo-Irish influences were in the ascendant. Preston had also been successful in Connaught, but the capture of Roscommon, though important, paled before the glories of Benburb. Neither general was in a condition to attack Sligo. Preston had no ammunition for a siege, no means of drawing his guns over the Curlew hills, and no money to pay his men. And the sums promised, for they had not arrived at the end of July, were not enough to last for a week on active service. The country was so wasted that every one would have to carry a month's provisions with him, and this could only be had for ready money. Ormonde urged Preston to reduce Connaught before the summer season slipped away, but admitted that little help in money for the Leinster army could be expected from Leinster. Both Preston and O'Neill offered Rinuccini to march on Dublin, looking no doubt to him for the means, but he refused because Dumoulin, the French agent, was there, lest the Pope might be embroiled with the most Christian king. The part of that province which bordered on Ulster was overrun by O'Neill's men, who plundered all classes and creeds impartially, so that they appeared as conquerors rather than allies. Ormonde attributed it to the necessities imposed on General O'Neill for want of means to go on or to keep his men in better order where he is. Want of money and ill feeling between the native and Anglo-Irish notables prevented the greatest of Irish victories from having any permanent results. Rinuccini left the Supreme Council at Limerick under the impression that he would not object further to Ormonde's peace, but he continued to countermine it while they dispatched Muskerry, who would have been more useful in Munster, to be present at the proclamation in Dublin. Arriving at Waterford at the beginning of August, the nuncio summoned the clergy to meet him there in order to take steps for constituting a national synod. When he had got them together, they immediately fell to debate the peace, and this had no doubt been his real object. Scarampi, who had not yet sailed, was authorized to write letters urging the municipalities of Limerick, Cashel, Clonmel, Kilkenny, Galway, Wexford, and New Ross not to allow the peace to be published. In the meantime, Ulster King-at-Arms had arrived at Waterford with orders from Ormonde to proclaim the peace there. The mayor and aldermen refused him permission on various grounds. They had already been warned by the previous appearance of a pursuivant, who had to give a little boy 6 pence to show him the way to the mayor's house, and who declared that there were by imagination about 1,000 priests and friars gazing upon him and Ulster when they succeeded in getting an interview with the corporation. After 2 days they were allowed to go in peace to Kilkenny, not without covert threats of violence if their departure were longer delayed. Scarampi's letters were written before they left Waterford, though the attitude of the civic authorities was nominally due to the fact that proclamation had not been first made at Kilkenny and by order of the Supreme Council. Waterford was preferred on the ground that it was the most ancient city of Ireland after Dublin, but perhaps Ormonde hoped that his herald would create dissension enough to break up the clerical assembly. The Supreme Council at Kilkenny transmitted the original articles of the peace to Waterford by the hands of Nicholas Plunkett and Patrick Darcy. The nuncio had not seen them before, though he was of course well acquainted with their substance. After several days' debate it was decided that all, and singular the Confederate Catholics who shall adhere to such a peace, or consent to the faulters thereof, or otherwise embrace the same, be held absolutely perjured, especially for this cause, that in these articles there is no mention made of the Catholic religion and the security thereof, nor any care had for conservation of the privileges of the country, as is found promised in the oath of association. But rather all things are referred to the will of the most serene king, from whom in his present state nothing certain can be had. In the meantime everything remained subject to the authority of Protestant officials, to free ourselves from which we took that oath, and it was plainly hinted that excommunication would follow in due course. The document was signed by the nuncio himself, by 2 archbishops, 10 bishops, and many vicars general and heads of religious houses. It professes to be absolutely unanimous, but Archbishop Bourke of Tuam, Bishop Dease of Meath, and the Franciscan Peter Walsh, whose stormy career in Ireland now begins, did not sign, though they took part in the debates and were among those to whom the question was referred. On the same day the peace was proclaimed at Kilkenny in the presence of the mayor and the magistrates, only the people not choosing to appear, according to Rinuchini, who says the Supreme Council terrorized the city with soldiers. At Callan, Fethard, and Cashel, proclamation was made in spite of clerical opposition, but there was no popular enthusiasm. The corporation of Cromwell declared that they would do as Waterford had done. The town had received supplies of arms from the nuncio and was subservient to the clergy, though some of the more prudent inhabitants would have complied. The most the herald could obtain was a promise to reopen the question after proclamation had been made at Limerick. The proclamation at Kilkenny was an open declaration of war with the nuncio, who immediately sent Dean Massari to Rome to explain that both clergy and people were against the peace, and that its few supporters could do no harm. Meanwhile Ulster went on his way to Limerick. Arriving after the gates were shut, he was refused admittance and had to pass the night in an old house outside. Next day he was received by Sir John Bourke, the mayor, and at first it seemed that all would go smoothly, but the civic authorities went on arguing the question till the following day, as well advanced, and time was thus given for a formidable agitation to grow. James Wolfe, a Dominican friar, harangued a mob in the streets and declared that all who adhered to the peace would incur the penalties of excommunication. The chief citizens assembled at the mayor's house, where Dr. Walter Lynch, warden of the Galway College, employed his eloquence in the same cause. A third priest carried a great crucifix through the streets on the top of a pole. The mayor nevertheless favoured the proclamation and tried to protect the herald while doing his office, but stones flew like hail, and his house was wrecked. He was himself knocked down and nearly murdered, while Ulster was hunted from the room, the friars calling out in Irish, "Kill, kill, I will absolve you." We received 2 serious wounds on the head and 1 in the hand, while his body was covered with cuts and bruises. Dr. Thomas Arthur, a famous physician who had succeeded 20 years before in curing Archbishop Usher of a disease which had puzzled the London faculty, did what he could to pacify his co-religionists and to save the herald's life at the risk of his own. Appeals to the law of nations, which protects heralds, were fruitless, and the more moderate citizens were forced to carry Roberts to jail for safety and to give out that he was dead. He and his companions were detained for 10 days. When Rinuchini said they might be discharged, Bourke was deposed from the mayoralty, and Thomas Fanning, a leader of the rioters, was installed in his room. The new mayor received the nuncio's thanks and apostolical benediction for his good conduct in the matter. While the congregation at Waterford were fulminating their censures against all who adhered to the peace with Ormonde, the Protestant clergy who had taken refuge in Dublin were congratulating him on having preserved not only in this city but also in all the out-garrisons the free and full exercise of the true Reformed religion. They besought him to continue in this way, as the only means to make Ireland obedient to the king, and to provide them with some maintenance until they could return to their benefices. If any of our number, they concluded, be found disaffected to the religion, book of service, public worship, government of the church, his majesty's service, or disturbers of the present peace, we do not supplicate for such, but leave them to your lordship to be proceeded with as you shall find convenient. This was signed by 11 archbishops and bishops, and by 77 other clergymen, many of whom afterwards rose high in the church. Ormonde's loyalty to the Church of England was incompatible with Rinuccini's views, but it did not prevent the Council of Kilkenny from inviting the king's representative to his own town and castle. He left Dublin on August 28 and reached Kilkenny on the 31st, where he was received with triumphal arches and many demonstrations of joy, and even succeeded in collecting some of his long-lost rents. Ormonde left 1,500 foot at Gowran under Sir Francis Willoughby, and took 500 horse on with him, whom he quartered about Bennett's Bridge. In passing Nass, he took the precaution of borrowing 8 barrels of powder from Sir John Sherlock, the governor, and they proved very useful. Digby and Clanricarde accompanied him to Kilkenny. His previous negotiations with Preston led him to believe that that general would keep the victorious Ulster army at a distance. Ormonde's last act before leaving Dublin was to send Daniel O'Neill to his uncle Owen Roe, with power to make him great offers if he would adhere to the peace. These included the custody of all lands in O'Neill's land belonging to men who questioned the king's authority, and of all Lord Caulfield's estate, and confirmation in his command. These were promises, while the nuncio was able to give hard cash, without which an army could not be moved. £4,000 at first out of the Pope's money, and £5,000 later from the contributions of the faithful, or by means of an advance from the Spanish agent. After staying a few days at Kilkenny, Ormonde went to his other house at Carrick, so that he might be near Waterford and in a position to confer with the clergy, but they were past the reach of argument. Rinuccini issued a decree ordering them all to denounce the peace publicly and to threaten actual excommunication by himself of all who favoured it. He had seen, he said, with grief of heart, that the Protestant ministers in some places appear and that threaten that they will recover both the churches and the exercise of their religion. Finding that nothing could be done on the Waterford side, Ormonde set out for Cashel, intending to encourage those who had proclaimed the peace there. But he was met on the road by a messenger from the mayor, begging him not to draw down upon the town the vengeance of O'Neill, who was already at Roscrea. Piers MacThomas Fitzgerald, with the Munster horse, appeared upon a hill to the left hand near Clonmel. Preston had been summoned to attend, but he pleaded ill health, and a few days later declared that, though he distrusted the Ulster army, he had received a positive inhibition from the clergy that neither myself nor any of my commanders, upon pain of excommunication, shall obey any orders from my Lord Lieutenant. The position of Ireland could scarcely be better described than in this letter of Preston's. The Confederates had all along professed loyalty to the crown, and had never denied that Ormonde was the king's representative. But when it came to a trial of strength between the viceroy and the papal nuncio, it was the latter that they were forced to obey. Castlehaven was sent to sound the clergy at Waterford, but he found them impracticable, rejoined Ormonde near Cashel, and persuaded him to get back to Dublin as quickly as possible, lest he should be intercepted and captured. Castlehaven argued that the clerical party was getting stronger every day, and that the Supreme Council were dissolved on the proclamation of peace, and consequently of no authority to make good the public faith. Other advices were to the same effect, and it seemed probable that O'Neill's object was to get between the viceroy and his capital. Castlehaven tried in vain to gain over MacThomas, who followed Ormonde as far as Callan, but without coming to blows. Orders were sent to Willoughby to seize the fortified pass over the Barrow at Lakeland Bridge with his infantry. Colonel Walter Bagwell, who was in command there, offered no opposition, and Ormonde joined the main body at Kilcullen. He had sent Castlehaven and his brother-in-law, Sir George Hamilton, to the corporation of Kilkenny, offering to stand by them if they wished it and would adhere to the peace, but they begged him to pass on his way. The mob plundered his baggage, and the very men, says Billings, who a fortnight before had employed both cost and invention in erecting statues and triumphal arches adorned with inscriptions setting forth his own actions and the trophies of his ancestors, were suddenly as busy pulling them down and defacing the monuments of his solemn entry, lest the northern army, which could have easily mastered, might be incensed to their destruction. Willoughby, when expecting an attack, found that the bulk of his powder, which had been given in part payment of £30,000 by the Confederates at the first cessation, was so bad as to be quite useless, and but for the 8 barrels lately borrowed from Sir John Sherlock, he would have been in no condition to fight. Digby remained at Kilkenny, and made one more effort for the king. He proposed that the nuncio and 3 or 4 bishops should give an undertaking in writing to support the peace, and unite with Ormonde against the common enemy, on condition of receiving a firm private assurance that the penal laws should be repealed, and that they should not be disturbed in their church possessions until a meeting of a new Parliament to carry out the articles. Rinuchini would hear of nothing less than Glamorgan's treaty, fortified by part of Sir Kenelm Digby's. Of the latter he never received the official text, and his instructions were not to proceed without it. He entered Kilkenny in triumph and took the city into his protection, relieving it from the interdict which Roth, Bishop of Ossory, had proclaimed. O'Neill's army encamped in the immediate neighbourhood and made all resistance impossible. Rinuccini then proceeded to imprison the old Supreme Council. Mountgarrett's eldest son, Edmund Bellings, the secretary and historian, and Lord Muskerry, the viceroy's brother-in-law, were among those confined in the castle. Geoffrey Brown, who had been conspicuous among the commissioners for concluding the peace, and was intended to be a judge, was arrested at Galway, but the citizens refused to send him to the nuncio. O'Neill and Preston both entered Kilkenny, and assisted the Lord Nuncio and congregation of the clergy in choosing a new council of 17 members. 4 were bishops: Walsh of Cashel, Borg of Clonfert, MacMahon of Clongar, and French of Ferns. Among the others were Glamorgan, who was appointed general of Munster in Muskerry's place, Owen Roe O'Neill, Preston, and Sir Phelim O'Neill. The great object was now to take Dublin, and Ormonde was told that he had no chance of defending himself against 17,000 foot and 1,700 horse. If the city was taken by assault, it was likely that neither man, woman, nor child would be spared, but this might be averted if Ormonde would adhere to the Glamorgan treaty. If, was the Lord Lieutenant's answer, I could have assured the clergy, my lord, of Glamorgan's conditions, I had not retired hither. They are things I have nothing to do with, nor will have. If they be valid in themselves, they need no corroboration. If invalid, I have no power to give them strength. After this, Rinuchini concluded that if he wanted Dublin, he would have to get it taken, while Ormonde, who felt his weakness, opened communications with the English Parliament. Rinuccini wished O'Neill to attack Dublin before Ormonde could return thither, but the Ulster general excused himself on the ground that he had no artillery and came to Kilkenny instead. Benburb had been fought and won by men who were defending a strong position in their own country, and the means for a serious siege were wanting. An officer who was with the Northern Army near Birr described it as consisting of 5,000 infantry, of which rather more than half were pretty well armed, the rest as the rabble used to be in the beginning of the distractions. The horse were under 400, good and bad, and there were only 5 field pieces of about a foot and a half long. When O'Neill was at Kilkenny a month later, Ormonde learned that his army was composed of 8,000 foot, more than half of them without muskets, and 17 or 18 small troops of miserable horse, whereof not above 2 armed with pistol, and none with defensive arms. About 8,000 of the Ulster families, unarmed, accompanied the troops. Preston's cavalry were well appointed, but it was estimated that the combined armies could not in any case exceed 13,000, with the 5 pieces of artillery and very few stores of any kind. The 2 generals acted quite independently. O'Neill took all the castles and towns in Queen's County, and made himself master of Athlone. Preston temporized, and both were much more intent upon outwitting each other than upon taking Dublin. The Leinster people did not like to see the hungry Northerns devouring their province, and they flocked to Preston's standard, so that he became at least as strong as his rival. Early in October, Rinuccini went to Kilkea, then in the possession of Robert Nugent, provincial of the Jesuits, to whom it had been granted for the use of the society by his kinswoman, Elizabeth Countess of Kildare. Nugent lent £1,500 to the nuncio and voluntarily undertook the task of victualling the army, but this clerical commissary was not more successful than a clerical general proved to be later on. The good man, says Bellings, how perfect soever his mathematical demonstrations might have been, failed in the practice which affords 1,000 circumstances that commonly lie out of the road of divinity and speculation. The 2 armies were together, though not united, in the neighbourhood of Kilcock, whence they advanced by Harristown and Nass to Lucan, within 7 miles of Dublin. The Leinster men thought O'Neill's object was to conquer them, while he believed, or perhaps only professed to believe, that Preston was conspiring with Ormonde to place him between 2 fires. Successful joint action under these circumstances was impossible, and it appeared to the nuncio that arms at first devoted to religion were about to minister to private passions alone. The 2 generals met at Lucan, but could not agree, and Rinuccini joined them there in hopes of at least preventing a collision between Leinster and Ulster. Besides the hatred of the generals, Digby wrote, from the midst of Rinuccini's partisans, their men have a greater animosity one against another than those at Dublin have against either. But for this the capital might probably have been taken, for the defences were very weak, ammunition was scarce, and famine was always in sight. The fortifications were, however, repaired as well as possible, the ladies, with the Marchioness of Ormonde at their head, setting an example to the citizens by carrying baskets of earth. Ormonde had destroyed the bridges over the Liffey and the mills, so that the Irish had great difficulties about food. Negotiations were opened by the Lord Lieutenant with the Ulster Scots, but they ended in nothing, for the survivors of Benburb were too few and too much discouraged to play an active part. Colonel George Munro, whose royalist proclivities were doubtless known to Ormonde, apologized for his enforced inactivity. The Lord Lieutenant suggested that 500 Scots should come to Dublin, but the officers did not see their way to go so far south, though they were willing to act as a garrison for Drogheda. The Lord Lieutenant was not likely to accept such an offer, for Drogheda was in no danger. Negotiations had also been opened with the Parliament, whose fleet lay out in the bay. Sir Francis Willoughby, Sir Gerald Lowther, Chief Baron, and Sir Paul Davis, Clerk of the Council, sailed on Michaelmas Day and reached London a fortnight later. They were heard by a committee of the Commons, and 5 commissioners, of whom Sir John Clotworthy was one, reached Dublin on November 12 with power to treat for its surrender. The negotiations lasted for 10 days, failing at last, mainly because Ormonde would not deliver up the sword of state without actual orders from the king, and thus dissolve the remnant of the Irish Parliament on which the Protestants relied. The other points upon which the Lord Lieutenant insisted, and the commissioners failed to satisfy him, were that they could give him no assurance for their estates to the papists who adhered to His Majesty's government since October 22, 1641, that the covenant should not be pressed, nor the Book of Common Prayer suppressed, and that official vested interests should be preserved. Ormonde was perhaps less anxious to come to terms because the mere appearance of the commissioners had averted the danger of a siege, and because he had been allowed to procure powder from the parliamentary ships. The supplies intended for Dublin were carried by Clotworthy and his colleagues to Ulster. The conduct of Preston throughout the whole of these proceedings showed the weakness of the Confederate position as well as of his own character. First, he gave Ormonde to understand that he would prevent O'Neill from marching southwards, and then he let the nuncio persuade him to join forces with the northern general in the attempt to intercept Ormonde and in threatening Dublin. On August 26 he wrote to invite the Lord Lieutenant's commands as to the disposition of troops to prevent O'Neill from entering Leinster. On September 5 he excused himself from personal attendance. On the 17th he lamented that clerical threats of excommunication prevented him from obeying any of the Lord Lieutenant's orders. On October 10 he found that the peace is published in his camp and by his authority was destructive to my religion and liberty of the nation, and contrary to his oath as a Confederate. On the 21st he swore solemnly to aid O'Neill in attacking Dublin, to use and exercise all acts of hostility against the Lord Marquess of Ormonde and his party, and to damage him in every possible way. Digby, who was a sanguine man, thought it possible to kidnap O'Neill and Rinuchini and carry them to Dublin and to spike Preston's guns, and he was also inclined to believe that something might be done with that vacillating general. Ormonde was less hopeful, but his patience was inexhaustible, and he resolved to make another effort, and Preston took care to let him know privately that he was not really irreconcilable, and would not join O'Neill, and that if he captured towns or castles it was only to prevent the Ulster general from getting them. Clanricarde was sent for from Portumna, and came to Luttrellstown, where he was in a position to communicate with all parties. Preston never really cooperated with O'Neill, but he joined him in making certain proposals to Ormonde in which the nuncio's hand can be very clearly seen. The first was that the Roman Catholic religion should be exercised in every part of Ireland, as in Paris or Brussels. The third was that Dublin, Drogheda, Trim, Newry, Carlow, Carlingford, and all of the garrisons within the Protestant quarters be garrisoned by the Confederate Catholics. They were to be held for the king, but only in name. The madness of their propositions to you, Digby wrote to Ormonde after he had joined Clanricarde, makes him almost despair of doing any good with Preston. Ormonde did not condescend to discuss the propositions at all, but contented himself with asking who composed the council of the Confederates and by whose authority they were established. These questions, says Bellings, pithily, were too knotty to be resolved on the sudden, and therefore, as it is the custom in such cases, they were not answered. 4 days later Clanricarde was at Ticrofgan, near Trim, and at once opened communications with Preston. Safe conducts were granted to him and Digby, but to the latter, who was still nominally Secretary of State, not without great difficulty. I conjure you, said Ormonde, as you expect to serve our master or his hereafter, not to venture any more among so faithless a generation, if you have any probable hope of getting away from thence. For if I have any judgment, your coming will be fruitless, and fruitless it was. 2 days later the parliamentary commissioners reached Dublin, and O'Neill, probably fearing to be caught in a trap, threw an extempore bridge over the Liffey at Like's Lip, collected his men by firing a gun, and passed them all over to the left bank. It was thought that Sir Phelim O'Neill, who was jealous of Owen Roe's supremacy in Ulster, and who had married Preston's daughter, might be induced to join the latter. Digby's plan was to make Clanricarde general, who would thus be in a position to make the best terms for his own church, while loyally cooperating with the Lord Lieutenant. Preston and his friends bound themselves most solemnly to embrace the peace in consideration of such additional securities as Clanricarde undertook to procure. These included the repeal of the penal laws, and enjoyment by Catholics of such churches and ecclesiastical possessions as they held at the conclusion of the peace, until a settlement by a free Irish Parliament, His Majesty being in a free condition himself. To confirm these promises, Clanricarde was to procure an engagement under the King's hand, as well as from the Queen and Prince of Wales and the French crown. The peace once concluded on these terms, the Catholics were to be forthwith invested in such commands by His Majesty's authority, both in field and garrison, as may pass for a very sufficient part of the security. Ormonde was no party to this treaty, which could not be performed without his help, and he was not anxious for it after he had got rid both of O'Neill and the parliamentary commissioners. Rinuccini's influence was at work all the time, and it was insisted that the first thing should be the admission of a Prestonian garrison into Dublin. Ormonde insisted on the original peace being first accepted, and so the negotiations fell through. Digby thought that if Preston had been promptly dealt with, he would have attacked O'Neill, but his judgment is not for a moment to be set against Ormonde's. Preston was satisfied, and in a letter to the mayor and citizens of Kilkenny urged the acceptance of Clanricarde terms. What the ultimate position of the Protestants would have been may be judged from this document. We have, he said, by the divine providence, wrought the splendour of religion to the extension as from Bunratty to Dublin there is Catholic religion publicly professed and exercised, and from Waterford to the lower parts of Tyrone, and confined heresy in this province to Dublin, Drogheda, Dundalk, and Trim. These places, which in 4 days will be garrisoned by my army by God's help, and then think you in what posture of religion these parts are in. For us and ours, having all penal laws against Catholics repealed, all in our own hands, churches and church livings secured till the King in a free Parliament declare the same for us, the government in the Catholics' hands, petitions of right allowed the parties grieved, and to make this good our arms in our own hands. This was written under the impression that Dublin would soon be in his hands, though in the same letter he admits that he could not take it even with O'Neill's help. Rinuccini and his council had already left the camp, and Preston's officers were soon induced to break with Clanricarde on the ground that no concessions would be of any use without a garrison in Dublin. That being denied did beget a desperation of future performances. The nuncio, says Bellings, entered Kilkenny very incognito in his single litter, without guards or attendants, and the council and congregation dropped in one after another without pomp or ceremony. The tide had turned, and the odium which so often attaches to authority in Ireland, especially when it fails to make itself feared, was borne by the clerical party. Rinuccini, yielding very unwillingly to Nicholas Plunkett, and fearing lest the mob should do it without his leave, allowed the old council to be liberated, and devoted his attention to the elections for the next General Assembly. All over the country the clergy administered oaths to candidates, binding them to reject the peace. Absolution for other sins was denied to those who refused to take such an oath, and O'Neill's soldiers were everywhere called in to enforce the clerical decrees. The vacant places in the Ulster returns were filled up from the crates or nomad herdsmen whom Owen Roe had planted in the Queen's county. Nay, says Bellings, with such an overcharge of supernumeraries, as for some boroughs 3 have been returned and actually voted. When the session began, the verification of these returns proved to be impossible, and after much wrangling, the assembled members turned as they were to other business, and all formalities, how necessary soever, were quite omitted. In the meantime, Preston had again gone over to the nuncio. On December 10, Walter Bengenal rode by his orders to Ormonde, pressing him to advance at once so as to join forces against the northern army, all the nobility and gentry being ready to support him. If you fail or delay, Bagwell, concluded, "You ruin us all, and yourself in us." On the same day that this was written, Preston made his submission to the nuncio, who had threatened excommunication. Ormonde advanced to the neighbourhood of Gowran, which was to be the place of meeting. He found reason to believe that there was another plot to cut him off. A letter from Preston to Clanricarde was brought to him at Grangebeg, in which the general said that his officers, not being excommunication-proof, were fallen from him to the nuncio's party. On first receiving this, Clanricarde had so far forgotten his usual serenity as to call Preston traitor. It was followed by a similar letter to Ormonde, and by an abject declaration of obedience to the nuncio's commands. Ormonde professed to believe that the letter, which was printed and circulated, was a forgery, as also the reports raised that some of your army are gathered in a body at Castle Dermot, with intent to intercept my return or destroy the remainder of my quarters. He withdrew into Westmeath and Longford, where there was still some country devastated by O'Neill, and where he maintained good discipline among his men. Dublin was relieved for a short time, and without distressing the country, and the Westmeath gentry actually scraped together a voluntary contribution of £1,000. At Kells an attack was made upon some of Ormonde's men by a party of O'Neill's soldiers. Ormonde says 2 officers were barbarously murdered. Bellings admits that a very bad impression was made, but O'Neill was hardly a party to the negotiations. After conferring with the Lord Lieutenant, Clanricarde went to Kilkenny in the vain hope that he might to some extent counteract the nuncio and induce the Assembly to embrace moderate ideas. Ormonde soon found it necessary to reopen communications with the English Parliament. The Confederate Assembly met at Kilkenny on January 10, with all those signs, said Rinuchini, of discord and intrigues which generally reign in such meetings. The tempers of the old council had not been improved by imprisonment, while the clergy, knowing that they had a majority, were in no conciliatory mood. Bellings admits that former assemblies had been turbulent and loud in their eyes and nose, yet now it was grown clean another thing. Edmund Dempsey, Bishop of Lakeland, who was a famous preacher and had probably a good voice, sat upon a lofty bench which recalls the Revolutionary Mountain. He had only to wave his hat to raise a storm, the mass of members, like a set of organ pipes, as senseless and louder, depending for their squeaking or being still on the hand of another. After a few days the turmoil partially subsided, and then the nuncio demanded an audience. He was received with the same ceremony as at first, and proceeded to justify his assumption of dictatorial power. He declared in plain terms that the ecclesiastical authority was superior to the temporal, and that ignorance of the true source of power had ruined the neighbouring kingdom. Above all things, he urged the Assembly to reject the peace with Ormonde and to take a fresh oath adverse to it. A letter was read from Du Moulin, the French agent who had positive orders from his government to press for confirmation of the peace, but this had no effect, though a letter from Mazarin had been previously received, urging them to merit help from France by re-establishing the King of England. A remarkable speech of Walter Agonels has been preserved by Bellings, in which he urged them to remember how strong England was, and how certainly they would be overwhelmed if they did not support the king. Ormonde sent Lord Taft and Colonel John Barry to represent him at Kilkenny, but the clericals would listen to nothing, and it soon became evident that the peace would be rejected publicly. This was done after 3 weeks' wrangling, but by no means unanimously, and Scarampi stated at once to carry the news to Rome. It was found necessary at the same time to declare that the commissioners and others who had a hand in the peace had faithfully and sincerely carried and demeaned themselves in their said negotiation, pursuant and according to the trust reposed in them, and given thereof a due acceptable account to this assembly. This important matter being settled, a new and stringent oath of association was taken, by which all bound themselves to make no peace without the consent of the General Assembly. One of the conditions precedent was that the Roman Catholic clergy should enjoy all churches and church property in as ample a manner as the Protestants enjoyed them on October 1, 1641, in all places which the Confederates should at any time possess, saving the rights of Roman Catholic laymen, according to the laws of this kingdom. The law, in other words, was to protect Roman Catholics, but not Protestants. All this referred to the secular clergy only, for the question of abbey lands was too dangerous to touch. to avoid the appearance of an open breach with the Lord Lieutenant, Dr. Fennel, and Geoffrey Baron, who had just returned from France, were deputed to see him. Their proposals for a sort of offensive and defensive alliance with Ormonde came to nothing, but successive truces were patched up until April 10. End of chapter 27, part 2. Chapter 28 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Surrender of Dublin and after 1647. Rinuccini's attempt on Dublin had completely failed, but Ormonde's position there was nevertheless made worse. The two armies had descended like locusts upon the districts from which he had drawn his chief supplies. Excise could no longer be levied, and the citizens were reduced to penury for the support of the garrison, and yet the soldiers were half paid and half fed. As soon as it became evident that the Kilkenny assembly would reject the peace, Ormonde offered to surrender the sword and his garrisons to the Parliament on the terms lately offered by their representatives. The dispatch was long delayed upon the road, but the parliamentary commissioners in Ulster at once agreed to the terms proposed. English or Anglo-Irish soldiers who had hitherto obeyed Ormonde found no difficulty in following where he led. Sir Henry Tichborne was continued as governor of Drogheda and embraced it with cheerfulness. In the meantime, George Leyburn, whose diplomatic name was Winter Grant, visited Ireland for the second time with powers from Henrietta Maria and the Prince of Wales to renew, in Ormonde's words, motions of peace or accommodation. He was a learned English priest, educated chiefly at Douai, and one of the Queen's chaplains since 1630. He had been for a time in the Tower, and knew Monk, whose future greatness he foretold. Leyburn was sent to Dublin, but was driven by wind to Waterford, and found that the assembly at Kilkenny had just broken up. He had letters for the nuncio and clergy, but was forbidden by his instructions to deliver them until after showing them and all his other papers to Ormonde. The Queen would have made peace on almost any terms, but the clerical party at Kilkenny maintained their position. Dr. Fennel and Geoffrey Brown, who were dispatched to Kilkenny, would not commit themselves so far as to make proposals in writing, nor even sign what Ormonde took down from their mouths. He asked for a continuation of the truce, but this was refused, and on April 10, the day on which it ended, Preston invested Carlow, which resisted only for a few days. Still, Ormonde professed himself willing to delay the reception of parliamentary troops in consideration of a truce, but to this no answer was given. Both parties were anxious to have the credit of making the last peaceful overture, the Confederates because they were alarmed at Inchiquin's progress, Ormonde in order to make it clear that he did not close with Parliament till the last possible moment. At Kilkenny, Leyburn attended the council, where his chair was placed next to Antrim's, who presided. He told them that the Queen and Prince were anxious for peace, without which the Catholic religion would be ruined, but that he must see Ormonde first of all. Horses were provided, and he was passed on to Dublin. The Lord Lieutenant, says Leyburn, expressed himself ready to cast away one son, if necessary, for the king's service, but would give up those places under his command rather to the English rebels than the Irish rebels, of which opinion he thought every good Englishman was. To this I answered nothing. It took the inexperienced diplomatist 2 days to decipher his instructions, which he then presented to Ormonde, who requested him to go back to Kilkenny and obtain a truce for 3 weeks from April 17, if possible, without binding him not to receive fresh parliamentary forces during its continuance. Leyburn consulted the French agents Dumoulin, de la Monnierie, and Talon, according to his instructions, but he found the council sanguine about the probable successes of their army, and they refused any truce for less than 6 months. There were already 2,000 parliamentarians in Dublin, and Leyburn did not think it prudent to re-enter the city, but he was in constant communication with Digby, who had found quarters in Sir Nicholas White's house at Leixlip, and who professed to know Ormonde's mind. Leyburn, accompanied by Bishop MacMahon to Kilkenny, and informed the nuncio that the conditions of peace concerning religion had been referred to France, and that Ormonde would not treat except on the basis of the peace which the clergy had already rejected. Rinuchini said he wished for peace, but was against a preliminary truce, which Ormonde, who had already once deceived him, wanted only to gain time, and that he could not trust him. I could see, says Leyburn, he was not my Lord Lieutenant's friend. I found in him great animosity to my Lord of Ormonde's person, my Lord of Cloker being a better hider of his thoughts. The council of the Confederates, as well as the clergy, came to Clonmel about the beginning of June, and Daniel O'Neill brought a proposal from his uncle to establish a sort of joint government between the Lord Lieutenant and the council. But he was arrested for not having a pass. Leyburn handed in the paper for him, but all these delays had been fatal, for a letter came to Digby to say that the parliamentary commissioners had landed at Dublin with 1,500 men, and that Ormonde would now be forced to conclude matters with them. Leyburn could come to no terms with the clergy, who would have nothing to say to the rejected peace, while Ormonde would treat on no other basis. They said God was not once mentioned in it, and he could only reply that questions of religion might be settled later. He continued to discuss matters with Digby and his secretary Edward Walsingham, who, according to Nicholas, was a great babbler of all his most secret employments, but it all led to nothing. Leyburn, however, persuaded Clanricarde not to leave Ireland, which he had made up his mind to do. In the end, the best he could do for Digby was to procure him a safe conduct through the Confederate quarters, and he escaped to France with some difficulty. At his earnest request, Leyburn himself remained in Ireland, and was sheltered by Clanricarde at Galway from August 1647 until the following March. In November he received a letter of recall from the Queen, dated 3 months back, and in February another from Digby to the like effect. He sailed in the same ship with Glamorgan and his wife, who had now become Lord and Lady Worcester, and reached Havre in 5 days. Leyburn, who was a very honest as well as intelligent man, favoured the peace of 1646. The demand for a Catholic governor, he says, was one which the king could not grant, and the objection to Ormonde's religion was therefore invalid. He thought the divisions of Irish parties made effective action hopeless, and that the hatred of the Leinster men to O'Neill and the old Irish overbalanced their reason. The cause of the rebellion and of its savage character was that the Irish had not enjoyed such a pleasant bondage under the English, but that they had contracted ill will enough against their masters. They ran hastily and furiously to all kind of bloody executions, and as their rebellion was without order, so were their actions without measure. None that was called English and was within reach escaping their fury. They either killed the English or forced them to forsake their habitations. The men of the Pale joined in because they had no arms and were not trusted by the government. The massacres had been amply revenged, with much cruelty, the one committed by a rude, headless multitude, the other by soldiers under order and command insurgent slaves, he says, seldom make good soldiers, and the Irish were always beaten until Charles drew away to England the army which had been, with his consent, employed against them by the Parliament, which is perhaps the strongest argument against the cessation of 1643. The Marquis, says Clarendon, in his defence of Ormonde, believed it much more prudent and agreeable to the trust reposed in him to deposit the king's interest and right of the crown in the hands of the Lords and Commons of England, who still made great professions of duty and subjection to his Majesty, and from whom, however rebellious soever their present actions were, it must probably revert to the crown by treaty or otherwise in a short time, than to trust it with the Irish, from whom less than a very chargeable war would never recover it, in what state soever the affairs of England should be. And how lasting and bloody and costly that war might prove by the intermeddling and pretences of foreign princes was not hard to conclude. To the Lord Lieutenant, Ireland was essentially part of the same state as England, and the king being temporarily in abeyance, the actual wielders of power were trustees for the crown. Parliamentary troops began to be received in Dublin at the end of March, and on June 7 the new commissioners arrived. At their head was Arthur Annesley, son of Strafford's Mount Norris, and afterwards well known as Earl of Annesley. Other forces followed, and arrangements were soon made. Ormonde sailed from Dublin on July 28, having left the sword of state in the hands of the parliamentary commissioners. He was, says Carte, attended by the prayers of the distressed clergy, great numbers of whom, with their wives and children, had been kept from perishing through want by his and his lady's bounty, and landed on August 2 at Bristol. Colonel Michael Jones became governor of Dublin for the Parliament. His father, the Bishop of Killaloe, had died there just 9 months before. Lord Digby's schemes were always unsuccessful, but he continued plotting to the last moment. After a meeting at Leixlip with Bellings, Sir Robert Talbot, and others of the Confederates who were more or less opposed to Rinuchini, Digby urged Ormonde not to leave Ireland after delivering the sword, but to go to Rathfarnham or some other country where his presence would be a protection to the well-affected. He might raise a force and transport it to France with Muskerry's help, who was absolute in Munster. In this way he would avoid all appearance of joining with the English Parliament. Ormonde received this strange proposal only 5 days before he sailed. He replied that Preston and the rest who refused his help, while he still possessed an army and fortresses, would not be much impressed by his arguments in a private capacity, that the Parliament commanded the seas, and that the very worst way to get their leave to transport troops was to put himself into the power of the Confederates. For himself, he could always go from England to France, but to go from France to England would be virtually impossible. True to the policy which had prevailed since Strafford's time, the dominant party in England refused to allow troops to be sent from Ireland into the service of any foreign prince. It was evident that they might be used against England if France or Spain were to espouse the king's cause. Yet it is probable that unrestrained foreign enlistment would have gone far to settle the Irish question, and might have made Cromwell's terrible campaign unnecessary. At the beginning of 1647, Clanricarde reported that Glamorgan was despised and dejected, and Ormonde said it mattered little what became of him or of Antrim, if it were not for a natural propension in this people to love their cousiners. But the Kilkenny Assembly had made Glamorgan General of Munster, and an effort was required to make the appointment a reality. He told the king that he had been forced to undergo a seeming commission which should put him at the head of 12,000 foot and 2,500 horse, but that his enemies never rested, and that he had small hope of success. Rinuchini and his council moved to Clonmel at the beginning of June, and for a moment it seemed as if they were going to have their own way. Glamorgan, though not much of a soldier, had had some experience in raising troops, but in Munster he did little, finding it easier to multiply officers under the King's commission of January 6, 1644 5, so that later on it was difficult to dissolve even this airy structure and to proportion the officers to the men the province was able to contain. Rinuchini, with the help of these new colonels and captains, thought he could establish clerical supremacy in Munster and displace all who adhered to Ormonde's peace. Of these last, Muskerry was by far the most important, for he had the confidence of the soldiers, and the nuncio had been unable to exclude him from the council. But his life was thought to be in danger, for 3 Dominican chaplains suggested that it would be no harm to murder him or the Munster commissioners. This kind of casuistry, as Rinuchini saw, made the impression to be expected on these idiots. Muskerry came to Clonmel and took his seat amongst the hostile clericals, but feared a second arrest and escaped to the camp. He found the old officers friendly and afraid of being superseded by Glamorgan's creatures. Moreover, they professed themselves excommunicated proof, and declared that they were ready to live and die with Muskerry. The men were then mustered, and it was explained to them that their pay would be diverted to the new officers, for that the province could not bear both. They gladly followed suit, joyfully repeating Muskerry's name with cheers and casting up of hats. And thus, says Bellings, was the army in the space of 1 hour, without noise, save what witnessed their public satisfaction, placed under his command. Their resolution proved irrevocable, and though the nuncio himself might be respected, his adherents could not venture into the camp. Rinuccini therefore went to Galway, and the council returned to Kilkenny. While Ormonde was making his arrangements with Annesley and Jones, Preston was at Monasterevin, collecting an army with which he hoped to neutralize the parliamentarians in Dublin. Digby still struggled to make this force available for the king's service, and his secretary, Walsingham, wrote from Monasterevin that he had been cherished and received as an angel of peace. When mustered a few days later on the Curragh of Kildare, Preston's army amounted to 7,000 foot and 1,200 horse, well officered and well appointed. Leyburn says the foot were as lusty appearing men, and as well accoutred with arms and clothes as ever I did see, and the horse up to the average. Jones, with a much inferior force, advanced to Nass, while Preston encamped on the left bank of the Liffey, not far off. Jones drew back to Johnstown, and then detached some cavalry to go round by the south of Nass and intercept some of Preston's men. Leyburn had warned the latter of the danger he incurred from the superiority of the English horse, but there was a moment when they might have been annihilated between Nass and Johnstown, and Bellings himself remonstrated with the sluggish general, but it was then too late, and Jones was allowed to rally all his men in safety on a hill near Kill, whence they reached Dublin without further fighting. Preston's next encampment was at the Boyne, close to Trim. Walsingham came there by appointment, but found that the political wind had changed, and that the general had changed with it as usual. The presence of Bishop French was probably fatal to any negotiation, and the unfortunate private secretary returned to Dublin. Trim was held by an English garrison, and Preston wished to take, while Jones was anxious to relieve it. Hearing that the Ulster Protestants had come as far as Dundalk on their way to join Jones, but that they would be obliged to retire in 10 days for want of provisions, Preston withdrew to an unassailable position at Port Leicester, where he intended to remain until the invasion was past. But Bishop French and Sir Nicholas Plunkett advised him to take active measures lest his own supplies should run short. Jones, who, in Belling's words, fought but for bread and elbow room about Dublin, could not have kept the field long, and Preston, by taking the advice of a priest and a lawyer on military questions, lost the advantage of dividing his enemy's forces and perhaps beating them in detail. Sir Henry Tichborne and others came to screen with nearly 2,000 men and 2 guns, and the united forces marched through Trim. Jones mustered his army at the furious hill of Tower, and found himself almost equal in strength to Preston, and rather superior in horse, of which he dispatched 500 under Major Harmon to reconnoitre at Port Leicester, but they lost their way. Preston left his almost impregnable position and marched to Agger, south of Trim, where he again took up strong ground. But news came from Leixlip that there were only 500 soldiers in Dublin, and the Irish general, as rash as he was generally supine, decided to make a dash for the capital through Maynooth, which had already, by a special providence, voluntarily surrendered to Jones. Preston left Agger on August 8, Harmon with his troopers hanging upon his skirts and causing as much delay as possible. The wheel of a wagon which came off at a ford delayed Preston's march, and the bulk of the enemy's cavalry gradually drew up to Harmon's support, while their whole army was visible in the distance. Jones was upon Lynch's Knock Ab or Summerhill, and Preston upon Dungan Hill, after which the battle is generally named. It was evident that Maynooth would never be reached without fighting, and Preston prepared for battle in what he thought was a good position. Without any preliminary cannonade, the Parliamentary army advanced across the interval between the two hills. The Irish horse were routed at the first charge, having been posted in a narrow lane with high quickset hedges, and without power of forming line to the front. Perhaps the real cause of their misfortune was that they were commanded by Lord Costello instead of by their well-tried leader, MacThomas Fitzgerald. Costello knew nothing of war, but he was a recent convert, and that seems to have been thought sufficient. A large part of the infantry stood in some very tall wheat, where they were useless. Battalions were separated from each other by high banks, and no manoeuvring was possible. The best fight was made by 400 Scotch Highlanders under a Glengarry, but most of them were killed. The bulk of the infantry took refuge in a bog, where they were first surrounded, and then one our foot, says Jones, was followed into the bog, where they put to the sword all not admitted to quarter. Such of the most of the officers and some soldiers repaired to the red colours, and to preserve them Colonel Flower commanded his regiment to stand to their arms in a body. And having brought them to Colonel Jones, they had quarter. Jones's own account tallies pretty well with this, for he says 95 commissioned officers were taken prisoners and only about 300 non-commissioned officers and men. 5,470 bodies were counted on the field, and many stragglers were afterwards killed by the troopers. No mercy was shown to any English, nor to such of the Anglo-Irish as had changed sides. Jones thought scarcely 500 of the infantry escaped. The English lost 3 officers, of whom one, Captain Gibbs, really died of drinking ditch water when heated. The total number killed was under 20, 4 12-pounders with 64 draft oxen, and what was even more important, Preston's papers fell into the victors' hands. All the colours were taken which Jones could not be persuaded to be brought into Dublin in triumph, as savouring, said he, of ostentation, and attributing unto men the glory of this great work due to the Lord only. But there was a public thanksgiving in all the city's churches. The House of Commons voted £1,000 each to Jones and to Fenwick, who commanded at Trim, £500 to Colonel Conway, £200 to Tichborne, who commanded the rear guard, and £100 to Colonel Calm, who brought the letter. They also talked about sending provisions, but these were long delayed. £1,500, borrowed on personal security, was looked upon as a godsend. Preston retired to Carlow, giving up Nass and other places in Kildare, and busied himself in collecting another army. In the meantime, Inchiquin had become formidable in Munster. Early in May 1647, he took Cappoquin, where there was no powder to fire a shot, and Dromana, where the garrison only fired 4 or 5. Inchiquin had studied these places, and in 1642 had pointed out how easy it would be to take Dromana, and how troublesome to take Dungarvan. The latter did, in fact, make a stout resistance, but Inchiquin made himself master of the water supply, which soon settled the matter. All the garrisons were allowed to march out with military honours, but some 20 Englishmen of the redcoats that had run to the rebels were hanged. 3,000 cows and 2,000 sheep were cut out from under the walls of Waterford. Dungarvan, being a seaport, completed Inchiquin's chain of posts from Kinsale to the mouth of the Suir, and its loss was much felt by the Confederates. The victors has a bad name, but many grumbled at his comparative lenity. Rinuchini attributed these disasters to general dissension among high and low, and to the non-payment of the soldiers. About midsummer, Inchiquin invaded the county of Limerick and destroyed many castles, forced the passage of the Mulkeer at or near Barrington's Bridge, and plundered the country up to the Shannon. A party crossed where O'Brien's Bridge had once stood, and the terrified Irish of Clare burned Bunratty, which had been so troublesome to take. Inchiquin then returned to Cork to rest his troops, who were generally barefooted and extremely naked, but scarcely hungry after driving homewards 8,000 cows and 5,000 sheep. In the meantime, Colonel Byron, starting from the new base at Dungarvan and Cappoquin, took Castle Grace in Tipperary, put the rogues to the sword, entered Limerick, and stormed Adair, where 4 friars were burned and 3 took prisoners. Byron's party also drove off between 2,000 and 3,000 cattle. £7,000 were voted to Inchiquin by Parliament about the same time, and Preston's defeat at Dungan Hill greatly increased his relative strength. In January 1646, the House of Commons resolved that the government of Ireland should be vested in a single person of honour, and that there should be a fresh appointment every year. In April, Philip Lord Liesel, who, as Leicester's son, might be supposed to have some claim, was made Lord Lieutenant accordingly, with power to appoint officers for 2 regiments of foot and 1 of horse, and with the command of all troops had to be raised for the reduction of Ireland. The Parliament exercised the power of naming a chief governor, and perhaps that was the real object, for no attempt was made to provide him with the means of doing anything. Liesel lingered in England for a year, and arrived at Cork on March 9, 1647, George Monk being one of those who accompanied him. Sir Adam Loftus and Sir John Temple were sent as commissioners for the civil government of Munster, but Liesel's appointment expired on April 15, and Inchiquin dissembled until then. Liesel lost no time in reporting that he was equally ready to return to England or to remain in Ireland if his commission were prolonged, but that he could do nothing to reduce the rebels without further supplies. Then Inchiquin, who had been expecting to be arrested, exhibited his own patent as Lord President under the Great Seal, declared Liesel a private person, and hinted at putting him under restraint if he interfered any further with the troops. Most of the officers sided with him, in spite of all the efforts of Broghill, Loftus, and Temple. Liesel, finding himself powerless, proposed to sail with his baggage on Vice Admiral Crowther's ship, but here again he was foiled. Crowther said he would do nothing without the Lord President's orders, which were not given until Liesel's trunks had been searched, and in the end the late Lord Lieutenant was glad to get out of Ireland with his property and 10 officers who refused to serve under Inchiquin. Among them was Monk, who soon returned to command all forces, both English and Scotch, in Ulster, except those in charge of Sir Charles Coote. Broghill, Loftus, and Temple went with Liesel, Parliament having in the meantime decided not to send a chief governor. The whole authority in Munster, both civil and military, remained in Inchiquin's hands. When Ormonde left Ireland, Lord Taff, who had been and was to be his adherent, took the oath to the Confederacy. Muskerry, having got rid of Glamorgan, thought he could counteract Rinuchini most effectively by attending the council regularly, and he handed over the command in Munster to Taff. The new general, who was perhaps not very sure of his troops, invaded the county of Cork, but avoided an encounter with Inchiquin, who disregarded him and made a dash into Tipperary, which had hitherto suffered little by the war, and where there were cows to be lifted and towns to be sacked. He reported the capture of 12 castles, of which Cahir was the most important. There were 100 men in this strong place, which might have defied him if it had been bravely defended. One of his soldiers was wounded and taken in a plundering affray, and Colonel Hipsley, who had some skill in surgery, obtained access to him in the guise of a doctor. He used his opportunity to notice that there was a weak point in the courtyard wall, and that a timorous spirit prevailed among the garrison. The outer wall was carried by storm, and the castle surrendered on condition that the soldiers' lives should be spared. The moral effect of this success was great, for it was supposed then, and it has often been said since, that Cahir held out for 2 months against Essex. It is true that that ill-starred favourite wasted several weeks in Munster, but his siege of Cahir lasted only 3 days. On September 4, Inchiquin came before Cashel, where there was a garrison of 400 men. A panic was caused by the fate of Cahir, and the soldiers, with a large part of the inhabitants, took refuge on the famous rock, which was well supplied with water and surrounded by strong walls. Others wisely distrusted the Acropolis, and hid themselves in the woods and fields. Inchiquin offered to let the garrison march out with the honours of war without any conditions for the clergy and citizens, but the officers bravely refused. The assailants had no cannon, but trusted to fire within the walls. One account says Inchiquin piled turf against the defences, another that firebrands were thrown over the battlements. The fine September weather did the rest. The assailants swarmed in over the north wall, and a terrible carnage ensued. About 1,000 of the besieged perished, some women being killed and others stripped. 3 of the secular clergy, the prior of the Dominicans, and 1 of our society, the Jesuits, fell in the performance of their sacred duties. A bishop who was present managed to hide himself, as did the mayor and some others, but no respect was paid to the church or even to the altar. According to the account most favourable to Inchiquin, he tried to stop the slaughter as soon as he reached the cathedral, but is said to have donned the archiepiscopal mitre, boasting that he was governor of Munster and archbishop of Cashel too. Ludlow says he put 3,000 to the sword, taking the priests even from under the altar. Of such force is ambition when it seizes upon the minds of men. The soldiers sold the plunder, including the sacred vessels, to the people who flocked in from the neighbouring villages as if to a fair. Pictures of saints were used as horsecloths, and insults were offered to statues of the Virgin. Money was expected from Rome at the beginning of the year, but did not come for 12 months, during which Rinuccini's influence waned, and to this delay he attributed the expulsion of Glamorgan, the action of Muskerry, and the defeat of Preston. 6,000 crowns would have prevented it all. With 8,000 more, O'Neill could have retaken Sligo, subdued Connaught, and marched into Ulster to reduce the fort of Enniskillen, and to take possession of the holy place of St. Patrick's Purgatory, now about 100 years in the hands of the heretics. Having seen Ormonde safe out of Ireland, the nuncio himself withdrew to Galway, where his presence would still have some of the charm of novelty, and where he might expect less resistance than at Kilkenny or Clonmel. But Clanrickarde carefully avoided paying him any attention, and he was confronted with a new difficulty immediately after his arrival. A Jesuit named Cornelius Mahony, a native of Cork but living at Lisbon, published in 1645 what he called an apologetic disputation, with an exhortation to his countrymen. He proves to his own satisfaction that the English crown had no claims upon Ireland, having broken the conditions of Adrian's bull, and urges the Irish to elect a Catholic king, a vernacular or natural Irishman. You have already, he says, killed 150,000 enemies in these 4 or 5 years, as your very adversaries howling openly confess in their writings, and you do not deny. I think more heretic enemies have been killed, would that they had all been. It remains for you to slay all the other heretics, or expel them from the bounds of Ireland, lest they infect our Catholic country with their heresies and errors. A copy of this incendiary production reached Ireland from France, and others followed from Portugal. At Kilkenny the book was publicly burned, and close search was made. At Galway, Rinuchini expressed no disapproval of its doctrines, and refused to punish John Bain, parish priest of Athlone, with whom a copy was found. He attributed the outcry against it to those who were in possession of ecclesiastical lands, and to those who hated O'Neill, the only possible natural and vernacular hero who could be chosen king. The Portuguese kingdom had only lately been re-established, and Mahony argued that the Irish had just the same right to upset a heretic dynasty as the Portuguese had to drive out their Castilian oppressors. Nevertheless, King John condemned the book, and the possession of a copy was forbidden under grievous penalties. Peter Walsh preached 9 sermons against it on 5 successive Sundays and holidays in St. Canice's Cathedral, and had no difficulty in showing that loyalty to a Protestant king was an essential part of the Confederacy's political creed. Rinuchini, though O'Neill was his only champion, came to hate him almost as much as he hated Ormonde. He even made excuses for Preston, whose intrigues with the latter might be explained by O'Neill's ambition under cover of religion. After Benburb, the northern general had increased his army without orders, and he thirsted for the plunder of Leinster. Monk took care that he should have no supplies from eastern Ulster. If I had not sent my confessor to dissuade him from so unjust a resolution, said the nuncio, Kilkenny would have been sacked, and much innocent blood shed. Wherever O'Neill went, the Ulster soldiers, barbarous enough by nature, although good Catholics, spread terror and destruction around. The worst of it was that they called themselves the army of Pope and Church, and when they perform any act of cruelty or robbery, the sufferers execrate His Holiness and me, and curse the clergy whom they consider the patrons of this army. 2 regiments harried the property of Montgarret, who brought a crowd of women to the nuncio's house, where they made a dreadful uproar with howls and lamentations, thus giving it to be understood that I countenanced the cruelties perpetrated by the Ulster men. After the failure of the attack on Dublin, O'Neill was made General of Connaught, and devoted himself to the affairs of that province. He was at Boyle, preparing to march against Sligo, when the news of Dungan Hill reached him, with a pressing summons to enter Leinster again, so as to prevent Inchiquin from joining hands with Jones. Muskerry was a party to this, for he could see no other means of safety, but O'Neill refused to move. The personal entreaties of Bishop Macmahon at last prevailed, but many of his officers, with Alexander MacDonald at their head, refused to obey. Partly by persuasion and partly by turning his guns on the mutineers, the general pacified them for the time, and established his quarters at Castle Jordan in Meath until November 1647. He had then collected about 12,000 foot and 1,500 horse, and with these he proceeded to make a famine round Dublin. Tigborne followed the northern army everywhere and cut off many stragglers. The destroyers passed near the scene of Preston's defeat to Dunboyne and Clownee, and all southern Meath was burned or spoiled. Turning northwards, they went almost to Balbriggan. 200 fires were counted at one time from St. Audene's steeple in Dublin. On the 6th day, between Ratoath and Garristown, Jones and Tigborne showed themselves, and the latter wished to fight, but was overruled, so that O'Neill returned to Castle Jordan without having to strike a blow. He offered to quarter 4,000 men in Munster, who were to spare the Confederates while galling Inchiquin's partisans, but the provincials refused such help. Inchiquin's methods of making war were not gentle, but there was some excuse for doubting whether the deliverers would be much better. Having access to a sea which their friends commanded, neither Jones nor Inchiquin were easy to assail. They could always retire into their coast towns and exist there somehow. Yet the Munster Protestants were in miserable state enough. It would make your soul bleed, writes a resident in Cork to his cousin in England, to see the poor common soldier march out with never a whole rag to his back, nor shoe to his foot, feeble and faint for want of what should suffice nature. The prospect of a battle was a relief, and those that were sickish skipped for joy. Taft, says the author of the aphorismical Discovery, was a well-spoken man of both art and delivery, a fencer, a runner of a tilt, a brave, generous gamester, and an exceeding good potator, in any liquor you please. He was a brave soldier, but more diplomatist than general. In the king's interest, Digby had urged to him to avoid a general action, but Fabian tactics require a Fabius, and probably he was forced to fight by the feeling which Inchiquin's doings at Cashel had excited. At all events, he drew his forces together early in November, when Inchiquin concentrated his at Mallow and went to look for him. Taaffe, with 7,000 foot and 1,200 horse, was strongly posted on the hill of Knocknanis, about 3 miles to the eastward of Canturk. A bog and stream ran along his front. Inchiquin, with a much smaller force, advanced to a place called Gary Duff on November 12, where he received a letter from Taaffe, who declared that he was fighting in the king's cause and proposed a contest between 2,000 foot a side, more for recreation than for any serious military reason. Inchiquin retorted that Taaffe was not really preserving the king's interest, and that he would wait till the morning before engaging in a battle for recreation. He sheltered his army in a wood for the night, and when the first light disclosed Tariff's position, suggested in his turn that he should descend from his hill, cross the stream, and fight upon a very fair piece of ground. Taaffe answered verbally that he was soldier enough to improve the advantage that he had. He refused to abandon his position, but did what was nearly as bad by shifting his men in sight of the enemy, and finally posting them so that the bend of the hill hid his two wings from one another. The right, under Alexander MacDonald, consisted of Scots, Islanders, and Ulstermen, the Munster troops being on the left, where Taaffe himself stood. Inchiquin began the attack with his artillery, but the Highlanders, having fired a volley, threw away their muskets and rushed for sword in hand upon the guns, of which they retained possession for an hour. Inchiquin's left was driven back towards Mallow, but on the right he was completely victorious. Rupert's faults were not his, and he did not pursue, but turned back to look after his defeated wing. The Highlanders and Purcell's horse, believing the battle won, were scattered all over the country and made no effective resistance. Half of Taaffe's army were slain, the remainder flying to Liscarroll and Newmarket, while Inchiquin lost only about 150 men. "We were killing till night," he says, "and few prisoners were made, except among the officers. The arms of 6,000 men strewed the field, and Taaffe's commission from the Confederates as General of Munster was taken with his baggage. Bellings had heard that Alexander MacDonald was killed by an officer in cold blood after quarter given, but the English accounts give no hint of this, and Rinuchini says distinctly that he refused quarter. The result of the battle was to place all Munster at Inchiquin's discretion, except Limerick, Waterford, Clonmel, and Kilmallock. He received the thanks of Parliament, and £1,000 were voted to buy horses." The General Assembly of the Confederates met at Kilkenny on November 12, the day before the Battle of Knocknanis. In the previous year there had been 73 members to represent Ulster, and these had given Rinuccini his majority. This time, from poverty or some other cause, only 9 appeared who claimed to hold proxies for the whole number. This claim was disallowed, and Munster and Connaught being underrepresented owing to the difficulties of travel, the powers lay with the mob of Leinster, many of them the minions of Muskerry. On the very day of meeting, apparently, the Assembly proceeded to pass what was in effect a new constitution. This document, extending to 15 printed pages, and no doubt carefully prepared beforehand, begins by setting forth the ruin wrought by military violence. To repress this for the future, a new Supreme Council was appointed, consisting of 12 from each province, but the real power was given to a committee of 12 residents, 3 for each province, chosen out of the larger number. Bellings was one of the 12, only 2 of whom were bishops. Of these, Edmund O'Dwyer, Bishop of Limerick, was a pronounced Ormondist, while Emer MacMahon of Clogher was by no means averse to treating with the Lord Lieutenant. When 7, being an absolute majority of the committee, came to any decision, The dissidents were to sign as if they had been assenting parties. Elaborate orders were made for the repression of malefactors for raising money, or for the arming and training of a militia consisting of all men between 16 and 60, forcing such as are able to provide for themselves swords and muskets, and the rest pikes and skeins. It was recited that in the all former assemblies many of the members had been serving men and men uninterested in the kingdom, and ordered that only estated gentlemen should be eligible in future. Finally, orders were given for the regulation of the crates or nomad herdsmen of Ulster, who had followed Owen Roe O'Neill into the other three provinces and settled upon them like locusts, turning the cultivated country into a desert. "I wonder," wrote Henrietta Maria to her husband a few days before the assembly met at Kilkenny, "that the Irish do not give themselves to some foreign king. You will force them to it in the end, when they see themselves offered as a sacrifice." Many in Ireland were of the same opinion, and Rinuchini feared that Louis XIV would be chosen. His own sympathies were rather Spanish, but he could not deny that France was likely to be the best paymaster and the most vigorous protector. A neutral would be preferable, and like a good Florentine, he suggested the Grand Duke Ferdinand II, who had sent or promised some arms, but the assembly had no thought of repudiating the English crown, though they eagerly sought help from continental sovereigns and even from the Dutch States General. None of the envoys chosen were such as Rinuchini approved. Bishop French and Sir Nicholas Plunkett were sent to Rome, and in this case he could say that the object of the council was to get good men out of the way. They were to represent generally the fidelity of Ireland and her need of help, and in particular to beg the Pope's intercession with the Queen and Prince, with the sovereigns of France and Spain, and with all other Christian princes. If all else failed, they were empowered to invite Innocent to be himself protector of Ireland, and they were to ask his help even if matters should be accommodated with the Queen and Prince. Sir Richard Blake, a decided opponent of the nuncio, was sent to Spain with instruction to offer the protectorship to the king, but only in the last resort, and after they had heard the result of the Roman mission. The same instructions were given to those who went to France. Viscount Muskerry, Bishop Emer MacMahon, and Geoffrey Brown were at first chosen, but MacMahon positively refused to go on the grounds that the Queen hated him, that Jermyn and Digby had threatened his life for opposing the Ormonde peace, and that he spoke neither French nor English. The latter can hardly have been strictly the case, but perhaps he did not speak well enough for diplomacy. It was nevertheless carried by a majority that he should be compelled to go. He then rose, says Rinuccini, and with much displeasure added the following words: "You, sirs, have gained your victory, but I say that under no circumstances will I go to France." More than 50 members left the hall, exclaiming that the Confederation was at end. But a bishop said that the disaffection of one need not dissolve the union of others. Muskerry, Taft, and Preston wished to imprison MacMahon, but the mayor sheltered him. There was a cry that O'Neill was coming, and the city gates were shut. Preston went to look for soldiers, and when MacMahon returned to the assembly next day, he was driven away as being himself under discussion. The lawyers said a bishop might be imprisoned, but the clergy objected, and the council contented themselves with forbidding him to leave the city. In the end, Antrim was substituted for the bishop as envoy to France, and the matter dropped for the time. On December 16, Inchiquin marched out of Cork with 1,000 foot and a few horse, and was fain to have a gathering among the poor inhabitants to get so much money as to buy them brogues to keep their feet from being cut to pieces by ice. Owing to the difficulty of feeding men and horses, he could not increase his force materially, but small as it was, Rinuccini reported at the end of January that it met with no resistance anywhere. A few days later, Inchiquin relieved Cahir, occupied Carrick, and repaired the bridge there, threatened Waterford, where Rinuccini then was, and turning northward took Callan by assault. No artillery was used, all the gates being blown down with petards, and 300 men were put to the sword, besides some women, which the soldiers' mercy would not extend to, notwithstanding orders to the contrary. The victors were unpaid and half starved, and even the officers underwent intolerable extremities. Fethard was also in Inchiquin's hands, and the council of the Confederates fled in haste to Kilkenny from Clonmel, whither they had gone to compose local differences. Rinuchini went to Waterford, and Inchiquin raised contributions up to the very walls of Kilkenny. Perhaps he did not really want to take it, being already suspected of a wish to turn against the Parliament, which had supplied his wants so ill. His officers continued to protest their fidelity, but dwelt upon the improbable successes which they had attained without help. The Derby House Committee promised money and clothes, which either never came or came in ridiculously small quantities, showing that they were distrusted. They would be obliged to make terms with the rebels unless Parliament sent shipping to fetch them off. The officers' remonstrance was not read in the House of Commons until March 27, but Inchiquin had been for some time in communication with Ormonde. This did not prevent him from attempting a junction with Jones, which was prevented by O'Neill, or from sending Major Patterson to Edinburgh, offering to join the Scots with 6,000 men if they would declare for the king against the English Parliament. On landing in England, Ormonde went for a few days to Acton, near Bristol, where he stayed with his uncle, Sir Robert Poyns. Having received a pass from Fairfax, he went to London and to the king at Hampton Court, to whom he presented an elaborate account of his proceedings in Ireland. He had a friendly meeting with Fairfax at Putney, and lived for some time at Kingston to be near the king. But the army became jealous of the royalist confabulations at Hampton Court, and on October 9 he had to take leave of Charles, whom he never saw again. He returned to Acton, which was conveniently near to Ireland, and sent first Colonel John Barry and then Edward Synge, afterwards Bishop of Cloyne, to negotiate with Inchiquin. Fearing that he might be arrested, he crossed the country to Hastings and escaped in a fishing boat to Dieppe. Many believed that he had gone to Scotland. He reached Paris early in March, where he met Glamorgan and Antrim, each of them hoping to be the Catholic viceroy for whom Rinuchini had so long contended. Muskerry and Brown reached St. Malo on March 14, and on April 2 made written proposals to the Queen and Prince. They were debarred from considering religious matters until the return of the envoys from Rome, and were content to stand for the present upon the terms of the Ormonde peace. In the case of property, they were more specific, insisting that all lands forfeited since the first year of James and reconquered since October 23, 1641, from any of the party adverse to us, should be confirmed to the actual holders, that all who had lost their estates since the accession should be allowed to recover them, no statute or patent being pleadable to the contrary. No king of England could have granted these terms, and Henrietta was surrounded by English Protestants. Ormonde advised a friendly answer without any definite promises, and this course was taken. The Queen and Prince regretted the violation of the late peace, declined to discuss matters of religion with the men who were not authorized to treat, and promised to send someone to Ireland, empowered to condescend to whatever may consist with justice and with his Majesty's honour and interest, to grant unto the said confederated Catholics. This answer was not given till May 13, by which time the situation in Ireland had materially changed. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Inchiquin, Rinuccini, and Ormonde, 1648. Inchiquin's espousal of the parliamentary cause had been generally attributed to his disgust at the king's foolish appointment of Portland to be president of Munster over his head. But the motives of men are, for the most part, mixed, and he may have thought, as was indeed the fact, that he was taking the best course to protect the Protestants of southern Ireland. Ormonde could do little for them, and the masters of the sea could do much. But Parliament was torn by factions, and help was sent to Ireland grudgingly. Having gained 2 great victories and successfully maintained the 3 seaports, Inchiquin thought he deserved better treatment. besides all this, he disliked the independents and dreaded their growing power. In November 1642 he assured Ormonde that he was no Roundhead, and in August 1645, after Naseby and after his expulsion of the Roman Catholics from Cork and Youghal, he told his brother-in-law, Michael Boyle, that he would waive all dependence on Parliament if he could see safety for the Protestants by any other means. Even before the Battle of Knocknanas, he was distrusted in parliamentary circles to draw towards Ormonde. The Confederacy was evidently on the decline, and there was some chance of a general combination against Owen Roe O'Neill. Purely selfish considerations would probably have confirmed him in his allegiance to the Parliament, for since Cornet Joyce's raid it was easy to see that the Roundheads were going to win. On March 30, after the letter from Inchiquin's officers had been considered, 3 members of the House of Commons were appointed to go as commissioners to the Munster army. A fortnight later, Major Elsing, one of the officers who refused to follow their general, reported his defection to the House, who thereupon recalled their commissioners, cancelled all Inchiquin's powers, and voted him a rebel and traitor. Before declaring himself openly, he had taken the precaution of bespeaking a welcome in France in case the worst came to the worst. Broghill, his rival in Munster, was also intriguing with Ormonde and the Queen, but in his case it came to nothing. His cousin, Sir W. Fenton, and other officers who refused to declare for the king had been imprisoned by Inchiquin, and this may have tended to prevent Broghill from joining him. Inchiquin having declared himself a royalist, there was nothing to prevent those who had made the Ormonde peace from coming to terms with him also. When the late raid was fresh in his memory, even Rinuchini had seen the necessity of doing something of the kind. Now that Kilkenny and Waterford seemed safe, he strenuously opposed any cessation or truce on the ground that it would leave things as before. Inchiquin's change of front had left him without allies, and this was the time to crush the author of the Cashel massacre. The Supreme Council urged that they were in no condition to maintain a war, and that even if they were, it would be bad policy to drive Inchiquin to desperation. The result would be to deliver Cork, Youghal, and Kinsale to the Parliament, who would always grant him fair terms for such valuable possessions. Inchiquin was certainly very anti-Catholic, yet, as we are informed, he suffers our priests to live and Mass to be celebrated within his quarters, and he would allow tithes to be paid in Tipperary and Cashel, and all the churches which were profaned there to be restored to their old uses. Michael Jones was making great preparations in Dublin, and the Confederacy would soon have to reckon with him. Your lordship knows by experience, they reminded the nuncio, that when the enemy insulted over your lordship at the walls of Waterford and stood at defiance with us at the gates of Kilkenny, how slow our forces were drawing to a head, when, after orders upon orders, 10 times at least, issued by us, one on the neck of another, to General Preston, General O'Neill, and the Lord Taff, scarce 3,000 men could be brought into the city before the enemy retreated. But Rinuchini, above all things, dreaded the return of Ormonde, and persisted in opposing a truce with any of a contrary religion, though he was willing to agree to an accommodation, confederacy, or some such like contract, based not upon the status quo, but upon distinct advantage to be gained. He held a meeting of 14 bishops who decided that no one could with a safe conscience agree to the truce. There was a minority of 6, but according to the custom on such occasions, they signed with the rest. The nuncio, says Bellings, seeing that no opposition he could give was of force to interrupt the cessation, judging it perhaps unfit for him to be present at the publishing of it, left the town in such a manner as might well persuade the people somewhat had been plotted against his person, for passing through the garden of Mr. Shay's house, where he lived, and mounting to the town wall by a ladder, he went out at the gate, and thence to the northern army in Likes, where the Ulster crates, from the time Owen O'Neill had taken the fort of Maryborough on his advance to the siege of Dublin, had been planted. Bishop MacMahon left Kilkenny next day. Some monks had told the nuncio that a plot against his life had been revealed to them under the seal of confession. Somebody may have said this to drive him away, but that there was such a plot is quite incredible, and it may be doubted whether Rinuchini believed it himself. He fled to O'Neill at Maryborough, and when he was gone the truce was quickly concluded. The council, more for the sake of popularity than because they wished for his presence, made great efforts to induce him to return, but he was irreconcilable, and was destined never to see Kilkenny again. The truce was concluded without his consent on May 20 to last until November 1, upon the basis of each party retaining its own and of a mutual exchange of prisoners. Inchiquin's quarters were defined as the counties of Cork, Kerry, and Waterford, with the proviso that he should not tax the baronies of Glennaharry near Clonmel, and Gaultier near Waterford, nor the towns of Dingle and Tralee. He undertook not to interfere with the free exercise of religion outside his garrison towns. A week later the nuncio excommunicated all who accepted the truce, and laid an interdict on towns and villages receiving it. MacMahon and 4 other bishops signed the document, and the penalties of excommunication were declared to be incurred by all who removed or defaced it. The Lord Nuncio's excommunications, says Bellings, had now by his often thundering of them grown more cheap. A sense of this may have been the reason why he made it as stringent as possible, though he was without books or canonists, and therefore open to criticism in point of form. In the letters written at the time he admits that the result varied very much in different places, but in the narrative, composed after he left Ireland, he says he knew of no occasion when the censure has better deserved the name of a thunderbolt, and that it had at once sent 2,000 of Preston's soldiers over to O'Neill. The paper was publicly posted in Kilkenny, and the Supreme Council at once appealed to Rome. O'Neill and his officers declared unreservedly for the nuncio, professing to believe that Ormonde was really a partisan of the Parliament, and that those who adhered to him were inclined the same way. The council thereupon revoked his commission as General of Ulster, and advised him and his officers by letter. O'Neill collected these missives and burned them publicly in the presence of Bishop MacMahon and others, and proceeded to increase his forces as fast as possible. Some money brought from Rome by Dean Massery enabled him to do this. The dean had also brought a sword from Luke Wadding, which was said to have been Tyrone's, and for which he had a splendid scabbard made at Paris. As a former pope had sent Tyrone a crown of peacock's feathers, so this was thought to be a confirmation of the report that Owen O'Neill was designated as king in Mahony's pamphlet. The sword never came into O'Neill's hands, and there is no evidence that he had any such ideas, though the nature of his ambition must always be somewhat questionable. Things came to a head about the end of July, when James Preston, the general's son, besieged Athy, which was held by Shane O'Hagan against the Confederates, and where O'Neill had established a bakery for ammunition bread. Summoned by O'Hagan to his relief, the northern general came from Longford without meeting much resistance, and passed the flooded Barrow by felling an oak tree across it. Preston drew off at his approach, and he encamped a few days later in Lord Mountgarrett's park at Dunmore with 10,000 foot and 500 horse. His men ate the deer and drank the good ale in the lodge. He made no attempt on the town, about which Preston had collected some troops, and after a stay of 5 days drew off into Queen's County, Inchiquin following him with a much inferior force. While O'Neill's tents were visible from the walls of Kilkenny, there was great confusion inside. Some churches were shut, others, in defiance of the interdict, remained open. A letter was intercepted in which Paul King guardian of the Franciscans and a special confidant of the nuncios, invited the northern general to take possession. The council imprisoned king and made Peter Walsh guardian. Walsh was employed to draw up queries and answers, which were afterwards signed by Bishop Roth against the validity of Rinuccini's censures. "I remember very well," writes the learned friar, "how, besides others, Richard Bellings, Esquire, a leading member and chief secretary of the said council, came several times from them to my chamber to hasten my dispatch and to tell me of the great danger of delay, being the enemy was in sight and the people so divided. He worked for 5 days and nights consecutively without closing his eyes, and preached in the cathedral at the end of it. A respectable number of divines followed Roth and Walsh, but it was evident that the confederacy could not be restored. O'Neill, who alone of the Irish generals had the prestige of victory, openly defied the authority of the council and adhered to the nuncio. Jones was gradually growing stronger in Dublin, and it was evident that no one except Ormonde could have the weight necessary. Inchiquin had urged him to come as soon as the truce was concluded. "Divers of my men," he said, "have died of hunger after they had a while lived upon cats and dogs, as many do now. And if, while I am in this condition, the Parliament shipping should arrive according to our expectation, grounded upon good advertisement, with some officers' money, clothes, and victuals, and make tender thereof unto our soldiers, if they will give up the officers they have now, a greater strait than I shall be in cannot be imagined." After leaving Kilkenny, O'Neill marched to Borrisoleigh in Tipperary. Here he received an invitation to visit Clare, and went to Gillow, whence he detached Rory Maguire to surprise Banagher. He then turned back into Tipperary, and sent another detachment to Nenagh, which was taken by storm. From Silvermines he went to Birr, where he had heard the Athey was again closely besieged by Preston, and sent a party to relieve it. Inchiquin, in the meantime, recovered Nenagh by undermining the wall, while his men were sheltered with wooden barriers. The garrison surrendered before the mine was fired, and Inchiquin then went to Banagher, where he was joined by Clanricarde and Taff. They were so well posted that O'Neill was unable to raise the siege, and retired by Tullamore to the neighbourhood of Belturbet in Cavan. Athlone was already in Clanricarde's hands, so that the party opposed to Rinuccini had been successful all along the line. O'Neill's object had been to reach Kerry, which had not been devastated, and where there were harbours to receive foreign supplies, and mountains suited to his peculiar tactics. He remained inactive in Ulster for the rest of the year. Early in September, O'Neill employed Rory O'More, the original plotter of the rebellion, on a mission to Inchiquin. He offered to leave him the whole of Munster without any condition but that of non-interference in the other provinces. Adopting Rinuccini's view that anything was better than the Supreme Council, he also entered into negotiations with the governor of Dublin. Jones was represented by his brother, the Bishop of Clocher, while Macmahon, who claimed the same see, was hand in glove with O'Neill. The General Assembly declared that as Owen Roe and the Bishop of Clocher, Macmahon mislead those adhering unto them with deep protestations of their loyalty and desires to advance the Catholic religion and His Majesty's interests, and his aversion to Jones and his ways. So of the other side, Jones, with his Protestant Bishop of Clocher, by the same acts and allusions, while they be practices with Owen O'Neill, endeavours to persuade his officers and soldiers that he intends to prosecute him as a pestilent bloodsucker and a sworn enemy to the English nation and government. And we are informed that when dispatches come from Owen O'Neill, and the messengers of Vicar General Edmund O'Reilly are seen at Dublin, Jones gives out that they are sent from the council at Kilkenny. In his declaration against the truce with Inchiquin, O'Neill denounced the Confederates for surrendering all to Ormonde, the great personage whom in their souls they know to be wholly disposed to betray the kingdom to the Parliament. It is hard to believe that O'Neill thought any such thing. At all events, he heartily congratulated the great personage on his safe arrival in Ireland. None, he said, shall be found in the kingdom more obedient and dutiful to his Majesty, and consequently to your Excellency. Ormonde replied that he would have no reason to complain if his actions were agreeable to his professions. In the meantime, the Supreme Council had proclaimed O'Neill a traitor, along with Bishop McMahon, Vicar General O'Reilly, Dominic Fanning, and others, and had ordered all their adherents to lay down their arms before October 25, on pain of being held traitors likewise. Ormonde reached Cork Harbour on Michaelmas Day. Inchiquin begged him to come, with or without money, but to multiply the real sum by 4, so as to encourage the soldiers. What he actually brought was 30 pistoles, his slender resources having been expended through various accidents and delays before he left France. He issued an address to the Munster army, declaring that he had come to employ his utmost endeavours for the settlement of the Protestant religion, for defence of the king in his prerogatives, and for maintaining the privileges and freedom of Parliament, as well as the liberty of the subject. Independency he would do his best to suppress. He had still all the legal authority of a viceroy, but his special powers to treat with the Irish had been exhausted in 1646. He had fresh powers from the Prince of Wales, but they might be objected to, and the king was applied to for their confirmation. "I must command you 2 things," wrote Charles from Newport: "first, to obey all my wife's commands, then not to obey any commands of mine until I send you word that I am free from restraint. Lastly, be not startled at my great concessions concerning Ireland, for that they will come to nothing." Ormonde stayed a few days at Cork, and then went to his own house at Carrick, so as to be near Kilkenny. The mayor of Galway attempted to proclaim the truce, as Kilkenny had done, but Rinuchini opposed him in person, and in the riot which followed some lives were lost. The mob generally sided with the nuncio, and he had the bell of the Carmelites' church taken down, that order having opposed him. 2 priests were posted at the door to keep Catholics from the Mass, to the great scandal of Catholic religion in the country, where there are many Protestants that by good example might be converted to the Catholic faith. Archbishop de Burgo reached the town at this juncture, and demanded the production of the warrant under which Rinuchini acted. "I won't show it," said the nuncio, "and I won't obey you," replied the archbishop, and ordered the church doors to be forcibly opened by a man who got in through a hole in the roof. The archbishop celebrated Mass in spite of the interdict. In order to neutralize the action of the Kilkenny Council, Rinuchini summoned a national synod to meet at Galway on August 15. But Clanricarde, who had the assistance of Inchiquin, surrounded the town and quite prevented any episcopal gathering there. No letters reached the nuncio, and it was with great difficulty that he dispatched any. On August 30 he published a declaration, which was signed by 6 bishops and some other dignitaries, setting forth that adhesion to the truth with Inchiquin was a deadly sin against the law of God and his church. This did not prevent the Assembly from meeting at Kilkenny on September 4, who denounced the malice and irregularity of those who signed the declaration, and pronounced them guilty of the late bloodshed at Galway. A few days later they sent John Rowe, provincial of the barefooted Carmelites, to Rome with letters for the Pope. They had fought, they said, for the faith for 7 years, and their reward was to have the papal thunders loosened upon their heads by the nuncio. As soon as Ormonde arrived, they congratulated him and announced their willingness to conclude a well-grounded and lasting peace with him. Commissioners, of whom Sir Phelim O'Neill was one, were appointed to carry on the negotiations. Early in November, Ormonde was invited to Kilkenny and entered the town with great pomp, the members of the Assembly going out along the road to meet him and conducting him to his own castle. It was just 3 years since Rinuccini had been received with equal or greater rejoicing. Antrim was much disgusted at not being made Lord Lieutenant, and reached Ireland about the same time as Ormonde with the intention of thwarting him. He was not trusted by the Confederates, and the most important part of the Paris negotiations had been hidden from him. Wexford favoured the nuncio, and Antrim collected about 1,000 men therewith a view of making a diversion in aid of Owen O'Neill. They consisted of a battalion of Highlanders under Macdonald of Glengarry and of levies made among the O'Byrnes and Kavanaghs. They were attacked on the road between Wexford and Arklow by the Confederate forces and routed by McThomas and his cavalry. This is what Antrim, in his autobiographical memoir, calls living privately at Wexford and Waterford. He escaped by boat to Arklow and thence to O'Neill's garrison at Reebane in Kildare. In the following year he became a pensioner of Cromwell. In the meantime, the aspect of affairs in Ulster had changed very much. Coode was governor of Londonderry, but much straitened by the fort of Culmore, which was held by Sir Robert Stuart. Stuart was now a decided royalist, and his guns commanded the channel of the Foyle, so that supplies reached the city with difficulty. Monroe still held Carrickfergus and Belfast, while Monk held O'Neill in check from Dundalk and Lisburn. When Monroe's nephew George, who had escaped so narrowly at Benburb, went over to Scotland for the king, he took with him men from most of the Scottish regiments. This was done with his uncle's connivance, and Monk had strict orders from the Parliament to seize Belfast. During the night of September 12 he arrived accordingly before Carrickfergus with a strong force. The captain of the guard opened the gate. Monroe was taken in his bed and sent over to England. Belfast then surrendered without resistance. The thanks of Parliament, which was in good humour after Preston, were given to Monk, who was voted £500 and made governor of Belfast and Carrickfergus. A few weeks later Coode was equally successful, and he also received the thanks of Parliament. Stuart was inveigled into Londonderry to attend a christening and was seized along with Audley Mervyn. They were sent over to England, and Culmore Fort soon surrendered to Coode, as did Lifford and some other places. With the exception of Charlemont, which the Irish had held since 1641, every fortified place in Ulster was in parliamentary hands by the end of the year. While Ormonde was negotiating at Kilkenny, a serious mutiny occurred among the cavalry of Inchiquin's army. Many of the officers were not royalists, and many of the men had received no pay. It was true that their wants had been neglected by Parliament, but the Houses had at least the means of becoming prompt paymasters, while Ormonde could only give promises. The proceedings in Ulster showed that the parliamentary cause was gaining ground. By simultaneously seizing several of the chief officers, by offering an indemnity for the past, and by promising to detain no man against his will, Inchiquin quelled the mutiny. But it was thought desirable that Ormonde should visit Cork, and he left the assembly sitting at Kilkenny. Richard Fanshawe reached Kinsale at this juncture with letters from the Prince of Wales, and power to announce that Rupert was coming with his fleet and supplies. The Duke of York was expected at once, and his elder brother as soon as he had recovered from an attack of smallpox. Ormonde urged the Prince of Wales to come, for his presence was the one thing necessary to restore the confidence of a discouraged rather than disaffected army. Money and additional men would be very useful, but Charles himself much more so. Having done what he could in Munster, the Lord Lieutenant returned to Kilkenny within a fortnight, as he had promised. Ormonde was ill after his return to Kilkenny, and the discussions about the peace were suspended till December 19. But the Confederates were in no condition to drive a hard bargain. Bishop French and Sir Nicholas Plunkett had returned from Rome empty-handed, the Pope alleging troubles in Crete and a possible invasion of Italy by the Turks as reasons for turning a deaf ear to Ireland. The agents were also reminded that no account had been given of the large sum sent over by Massery. The remonstrance of the army in England became known at Kilkenny about the same time, and it had a very sobering effect. The Assembly receded from its extreme claim in the matter of religion, and on January 17 a peace was concluded which differed but slightly from that made in 1646 and afterwards rejected by Rinuccini's advice. Everything was referred to a free parliament to be held in Ireland in 6 months, or as soon as possible, and no man was to be molested for any matter of religion in the meantime. The Confederacy was dissolved, and the powers of a provisional government were vested in 12 lay notables, of whom 3 were peers, afterwards known as the Commissioners of Trust. The peace was signed at Kilkenny and proclaimed on the same day, and a circular letter was also sent out by 9 bishops. These prelates advised their co-religionists to accept the peace loyally. In the present concessions, they said, and in the expectation of further gracious favours from His Majesty's goodness, we have received a good satisfaction for the being and safety of religion, and the substance thereof, as to the concessions for religion, is better than the sound. By the temporal articles, lives, liberties, and the estates of men are well provided for. You fight fiercely against sectaries and rebels for God and Caesar, and under those banners you may well hope for victories. While Ormonde was negotiating at Kilkenny, Rinuchini was in low estate at Galway. For 8 months he wrote, I have seen none of my attendants, and am reduced to such a point that however bad the vessel, the sea is almost safer for me than the land. He sent his confessor Giuseppe Arcomoni, a Theatine, to Rome in order to counterbalance the efforts of the Carmelite row. The Confederates had gone so far as to order him out of Ireland to make his defence before the Pope in person, and to forbid him in the meantime to intermeddle directly or indirectly in Irish affairs. A duplicate of this letter was sent to the Corporation of Galway, and both original and copy were accompanied by a long statement of charges against the nuncio. The Corporation were peremptorily ordered to have no further dealings with the Lord Archbishop of Fermo. He was accused generally of arbitrary and tyrannical conduct, of endeavouring to subvert fundamental laws and to withdraw the people from their allegiance to the crown, and of plotting to introduce a foreign, arbitrary, and tyrannical government. In a paper drawn up about this time, Ormonde says the nuncio is a foreigner, and no subject of His Majesty's, therefore not at all interested in any agreement between His Majesty and his subjects, and may have aims prejudicial to both, wherefore his satisfaction may be as difficult as unnecessary. Rinuccini was completely beaten, though the great bulk of the clergy were with him. He could claim 17 bishops against 8, and the vast majority of the religious orders, excepting the Jesuits. He had with him the Celtic population, as represented by Owen Roe O'Neill, and the poorer classes generally, who cared much for the Church and very little for the Crown. But the nobility and the legal profession were against him. A few days, he wrote, after my arrival in Kilkenny, some lawyers inquired from Father Scarampi if I were going to erect a tribunal. When he said yes, they replied that they would not put up with it by any means. In the public assembly, Viscount Muskerry said that the day of my arrival was a fatal one for the country. In short, they have shown in every action that they cannot endure the authority of the Pope. They are even not ashamed to say in private and in print that his succours were mere empty hopes, vanity, and vexation. It may be, therefore, by the will of God, that a people, Catholic only in name, and so irreverent towards the Church, should feel the thunderbolt of the Holy See, and draw upon themselves the anger which is the meed of the scorner. Rinuccini declared that a nuncio to a heretic viceroy was an absurdity, and prepared to leave the country. With difficulty he succeeded in securing the very San Pietro on board of which he had first come. Plunkett and French went to Galway to report the result of their Roman mission, but he did not await their arrival, and it was thought that he feared orders from the Pope incompatible with his late proceedings. He sailed on February 23, crowds of weeping people accompanying him to the ship. The poor were much better Catholics than the lords and lawyers. The demonstration on his arrival had been less than on the completion of his mission to a poor and persecuted minister, and could not be ascribed to the hopes of assistance which they entertained. He thought the corrupted nations nearer Rome should journey to a distant clime where the sun is never seen, that they may fully comprehend the due subjection of the faithful to their head. In the meantime he sent his confessor to Rome with instructions to press for certain specific measures. The authorities were called upon to suspend Bishop Roth of Ossory, to summon Archbishop de Burgo to Rome, to call Peter Walsh before the Inquisition or any other tribunal in Rome, to summon the chiefs of the recalcitrant Carmelites, and to order Malone, provincial of the Irish Jesuits, out of Ireland. Acrimony arrived in March, but Rinuccini lingered long in France and in his native Florence, and did not reach Rome till the second week in November. No one there approved of his proceedings in Ireland, and the Pope accused him of rashness. More than 2 years before he had abstained from making him a cardinal, though urged to do so by Bishop MacMahon. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rinuchini to Cromwell, 1649. Having pacified the Confederates and driven away Rinuchini, Ormonde was now, for the moment, almost master of Ireland. If he could only regain Dublin before Cromwell was ready, the chances of war and politics might yet turn in the young king's favour. He attempted to win over O'Neill, who had still 5,000 foot and 300 horse, though many chiefs had deserted him and 2,000 of his men had gone to Spain under O'Sullivan Bear. O'Neill was willing to accept the peace if he might be allowed 6,000 foot and 800 horse at the expense of the country, but the commissioners of trust, with whom all such questions rested, would not agree to more than 4,000 foot and 600 horse. When at last they yielded, it was only on a condition that the regiments of Sir Phelim O'Neill and others who had deserted the Ulster general should form part of the force. Suspecting ill faith, Owen O'Neill turned to Jones and Monk, from whom he might expect a supply of powder, and the former actually sold him some. Ormonde then approached Michael Jones, but he refused to abandon those from whom he held his command. Coote professed himself ready to obey the king's orders as soon as his majesty was in a position to enable to do so safely. He was, however, deserted by some of Sir Robert Stuart's old officers, who seized Enniskillen, imprisoned Sir William Cole, and declared for the king. Ormonde pressed Charles to come to Ireland, but Scotch influences proved too strong. Ormonde went to Cork early in February in order to communicate with Prince Rupert. At Youghal, on his return, he heard of the king's execution and immediately proclaimed Charles II. The same was done wherever his authority extended, and the new sovereign lost no time in renewing his commission as Lord Lieutenant with the fullest powers. His negotiations with O'Neill at this time had no result, but he had some hope that the king's execution would detach Michael Jones from the Parliament. There was, he said, an evident intention to abolish monarchy, unless their aim be first to constitute an elective kingdom, and Cromwell or some such John of Leyden being elected, then by the same force to establish a perfect Turkish tyranny. Nothing better could be expected from the dregs and scum of the House of Commons, picked and awed by the army, which was all that remained of the ancient constitution. Jones, in his answer, pointed out that the peace just concluded scarcely gave any protection to Protestants, and that none was to be expected from a papist army. His business was not to meddle in affairs of state, but to carry out the work for which he was appointed. The intermeddling of Irish governors with English parties had always had the effect of weakening the colony, and Ormonde himself had provided a case in point by sending most of his English army across the Channel, and thus very nearly abandoning Ireland to the rebels. The English interest could evidently only be preserved by the English, and it was upon that ground that he had surrendered Dublin to the Parliament, from which clear principle I am sorry to see your lordship now receding. Jones said nothing either in approval or condemnation of the king's execution, but he did not allow it to affect his action. The Scots in Ulster, while condemning it unreservedly, did not think it a reason for supporting Ormonde. The Presbytery of Belfast were chiefly anxious to overthrow the sectaries who had departed from the Solemn League and Covenant, and even showed an intention of tolerating all religions, even paganism and Judaism. But they were scarcely less bitter against those who combined themselves with papists and other notorious malignants. Milton, who was just beginning his career as Latin secretary, was employed by the House of Commons to answer both Ormonde and the Ulster presbyters. With the latter he had little difficulty, for they admitted that Ireland was dependent upon England and not upon Scotland. The Presbytery of Belfast, a small town in Ulster, said the poet should have enough to do in overseeing their own flock without meddling in affairs of state. The House of Commons were accused of seizing upon the king's person, but was he not surrendered into their hands an enemy and captive by their own subordinate and paid army of Scots in England? And Knox, who was the founder of Scotch Presbytery, taught professedly the doctrine of deposing and of killing kings. Ormonde, on his part, made a great mistake in comparing Cromwell to John of Leyden, for never was any man more unlike the Puritan chief than the polygamous scoundrel who had enjoyed a brief royalty at Munster. Cromwell, said Milton, had done in few years more eminent and remarkable deeds whereon to found nobility in his house, though it were wanting, and perpetual renown to posterity, than Ormond and all his ancestors put together can show from any record of their Irish exploits, the widest scene of their glory. Dealing with the articles of the peace in greater detail than Jones had done, Milton shows that the Protestants of Ireland were really left at the mercy of those who were more or less responsible for the massacres. The cessation of 1643 and the abortive articles of 1646 were open to the same objection, but this last treaty went further in proposing to give an Irish Parliament power to repeal Poyning's Act, and by abandoning the militia, a trust which the king swore by God at Newmarket he would not commit to his Parliament of England, no, not for an hour. Nor did Milton omit to notice the article more ridiculous than dangerous, which provided for the repeal of laws against ploughing by the tail and burning in the straw, showing how indocible and diverse from all civility and amendment the Irish rebels were. George Monk was governor of Ulster for the Parliament. Being deserted by the Scots under Sir Robert Stewart and Sir George Monro, he found it hard to maintain himself, but he was able to victual Londonderry, Coleraine, Greencastle, and Lisburn. He himself lay at Dundalk, where he feared to be attacked on all sides. To keep O'Neill from joining with Ormond was therefore his chief object. Sooner or later O'Neill would have had to accept the Lord Lieutenant's overtures, for he was entirely cut off from the sea and had no other means of replenishing his stock of powder. Monk, who knew that help was coming from England, resolved to give the necessary powder on condition of an offensive and defensive alliance for 3 months, during which O'Neill bound himself to make no terms with Ormonde or Inchiquin or with any opponent of the Parliament. Each of these two silent men, who were soldiers and not politicians, thought the preservation of his army the first object. O'Neill was responsible to no one, but Monk took the precaution of reporting all he had done to Cromwell, who would understand the military argument and see that political prudery was out of place in the midst of war. The immediate result of the treaty was to reduce the activity of the Scots, by whom Londonderry was beset. Later on, Coote followed Monk's example, and O'Neill's help enabled him to hold out until relief came from England. Ormond, on the other hand, drove O'Neill out of Leinster, Maryborough, Athy, and other garrisons being taken by Castlehaven during the month of May. On June 19, Ormond, with 7,000 foot and 3,000 horse, advanced almost to the walls of Dublin and fixed his camp at Finglas, about 3 miles north of the town, his tents being visible to the besieged. Jones had nearly as many foot, besides armed citizens, but only about 500 horse. Outside the capital, Parliament now held only Drogheda, Trim, and Dundalk in Leinster. Jones had no hay or oats for horses and oxen, and was short of provisions, there being neither fish nor flesh in the market. But while the sea was open, that was not likely to last, though a more enterprising general might perhaps have succeeded in a sudden attack. The army, however, as it turned out, was not a very good one, and doubtless Ormond knew it. Rupert was at Kinsale with his piratical fleet, and Ormond urged him to blockade Dublin, but the prince either could not or would not comply while the possibility existed. And after Blake's arrival on May 22, even the possibility ceased. Pressed probably by want of forage, Jones sent most of his cavalry to Drogheda, but they were attacked on the road by Inchiquin and suffered great loss. Inchiquin was then detached with 2,000 foot and 1,500 horse to beleaguer Drogheda, and on the 28th it capitulated. The garrison were allowed to go where they pleased, and a few joined Jones, but the greater part went over to Ormonde. O'Neill's chief strength was at this time in Cavan and Monaghan, and at the beginning of May he held a provincial council at Belturbet, where it was decided to help Coote if he would give the necessary ammunition. This negotiation failed at the time, and in June O'Neill drew down with 3,000 men to the neighbourhood of Dundalk, where he encamped. Monk was ready to give the powder if O'Neill would bring it off, and Colonel Farrell, with the requisite carts and an escort of 500 men, was sent on this duty. From the town to the camp it was only 7 miles, and the road was open. Inchiquin found out what was going on, and sent Colonel Trevor with a strong body of horse to attack the convoy. The Irish soldiers had got drunk in Dundalk and made but a poor resistance, so that the stores were captured and most of the escort killed or taken. O'Neill immediately fell back to Clones and renewed his negotiations with Coote, who was now willing to give 30 barrels of powder with sufficient match, and either 300 beeves or 400 pounds in money. As soon as O'Neill approached Londonderry, the Scots marched away, and the bulwark of the north was threatened no more. Inchiquin was left free to deal with Dundalk, which Monk had no idea of surrendering, had his men allowed him to hold it. But they were hungry, they were unpaid, and to their eyes it seemed that their chief was engaged in an unholy transaction with the authors of the Ulster massacre. Dundalk opened its gates, and Monk was allowed to go where he pleased. He went to England to tell his own story. After Drogheda and Dundalk were taken, Ormonde crossed the Liffey and established his camp Rathmines, leaving Lord Dillon at Finglas with a small force. On the same day Jones received a reinforcement of 1,500 foot and 600 horse under Reynolds and Venables, and the chance of taking Dublin was proportionately diminished, for the garrison had become more numerous than the besieging army. We had it, says Ormonde, from many good hands out of England and from Dublin, that Cromwell was at the seaside ready to embark for this kingdom, and that his design was for Munster. Lest Cork, Kinsale, and Youghal should fall while Dublin was still untaken, it was decided by a council of war to send Inchiquin to Munster with 3 regiments of horse. This proved fatal, but it was supposed that Cromwell meant to land the greater part of his army in the south, and his intention was made known by some who came in the ships which brought fresh troops to Jones. Ormonde realized that if he did not take Dublin before Cromwell came, he was not likely to take it after. He diverted the conduit which brought the Dodder water from near Templiogue to Dublin, and thus stopped the mills, though there was still enough to drink from other sources. Wheat was selling in Dublin at 5 pounds 10 shillings a quarter, and rye at 4 pounds 10 shillings, yet the garrison would hardly starve while they had command of the river, but it was different with the horses, who depended upon the grazing of the meadows between Trinity College and the mouth of the Dodder. Having first reduced Rathfarnham, which annoyed his rear, Ormonde decided to fortify Bagwell Castle, which stood near the point where Waterloo Road now joins Upper Baggot Street, and thus deprived Jones's cavalry of their supply of fodder. Soon after dark on the night of August 1, he sent Purcell with 1,500 men to occupy the place, which had already been examined carefully, and he expected to find tenable entrenchments there in the morning. The distance was scarcely a mile, and Purcell had been at Baggrath during the day, but he wandered about all night, and when the morning broke, nothing had been done. This was attributed to the treachery of a guide, and Peter Walsh, says Edmund O'Reilly, afterwards Archbishop of Armagh, had been engaged in conducting an intrigue between Owen, O'Neill, and Jones, and that he was guilty of betraying the camp at Rathmines. Ormonde sat up during the night to write dispatches, but rode to Baggrath with the first light. He found very little progress made with the entrenchments, while the garrison of Dublin were evidently on the alert and busily moving about under shelter of their works. Jones had 4,000 foot and 1,200 horse under arms, having at first no intention but to prevent the Royalists from establishing themselves on the shore, but the first encounter gradually developed into a general engagement, when the superior quality of the parliamentarian troops soon became manifest. Expecting no attack, Ormonde had lain down to rest about 9 o'clock, and some of his officers left their posts, so that the troops were partly surprised. He himself was roused by the firing about 10, and most of his men made but slight resistance, many of them running away towards the hills of Wicklow, where some of them were bred and whither they knew the way but too well. The fighting continued for about 2 hours and ended in a complete rout, the cavalry dispersing after the death of their commander, Sir William Vaughan. Jones's loss in killed was not above 20, and he reported that he had taken 2,517 prisoners and that 4,000 royalists were killed. But the latter figure is doubtless much exaggerated. A vast quantity of arms and stores of all kinds fell into the victors' hands. Ormonde escaped with very few followers, having totally failed to rally his broken regiments, but that portion of his army which had remained on the north bank of the Liffey escaped to Drogheda and Trim. Many of Inchiquin's old soldiers afterwards took service with Jones, and not a few of Ormonde's did the same, declaring with loud shouts that they would return to their own countrymen. Jones secured all the guns, and Ormonde lost his papers, besides velvet, silk, scarlets, wines, grocery, and some convenient quantity of money. He went to Kilkenny, and a week after started for Drogheda with 300 horse. Jones, who had moved northwards to attack that town, thereupon withdrew into Dublin and awaited Cromwell's arrival. Rathfarnham, Maynooth, and other strong places near Dublin fell into the victors' hands, but Ormonde took Ballyshannon immediately after the battle, persuading the governor that Dublin had surrendered. When the truth was known, Inchiquin's soldiers in Munster began to desert and enter the parliamentary ranks. The peace was signed on January 17, and on the 22nd Ormonde sent Lord Byron to invite the Prince of Wales to Ireland. If he could bring money and supplies with him, he would be doubly welcome, but in any case his presence would be of the greatest value. All England and Scotland were either engaged in rebellion or subdued by the rebels. Otherwise Ormonde would not have invited the prince so far from the more vital part of his hopes. Byron found Charles at The Hague nearly 2 months later, surrounded by Scotch lords who were, for the most part, opposed to an Irish venture, though Montrose strongly favoured it. On his way through Paris, Byron had seen Henrietta Maria, who thought the change of her son's condition from prince to king an argument rather to hasten than retard his repair thither. Charles himself was anxious to go, but he had no money, and the States would give none unless he would go to Scotland and take the Covenant. Among the Scots, the extreme Presbyterians even insisted on his parting with Montrose. The idea of going to Ireland was not abandoned for some months, but the means were wanting, and Charles spent some time at Saint-Germain, where he divided his attentions between Lucy Walter and Mademoiselle de Montpensier. He reached Jersey in the middle of September, and there heard for the first time of the defeat at Rathmines. Henry Seymour, who carried a garter for Ormonde, was sent to find out how things were really going in Ireland, but the news of the fall of Drogheda and of Cromwell's progress arrived before he could start. When he reached Ireland, he found Ormonde still anxious for the king's appearance, but he must have seen that the cause was hopeless. Seymour was back in Jersey about the end of January 1650, and Charles left the island, which he had found intolerably dull, about a fortnight later. He went to Breda to make arrangements for becoming a covenanted king of Scotland, and for denouncing Ormonde's treaty with the Irish confederates, with which he had before declared himself highly satisfied. Prince Rupert left Helvoetsluis January 21, 1649, with 3 flagships, 4 frigates, and 1 prize, in company with the Amsterdam, a Dutch ship of 1,000 tons, and 2 others of less burden. His own second rate had but 40 sailors and 80 soldiers, instead of the normal complement of 300. The frigates, whose business it was to prey upon merchantmen, were a little better manned. The Duke of York was invited to sail with his fleet, but Hyde says he was dissuaded by his old Presbyterian councillors. Rupert was blown as far as Crookhaven, but by the end of the month he had collected his ships at Kinsale. Fanshawe was at hand to receive such part of the expected plunder as might help to fill the exiled king's exchequer, and Hyde impressed upon him the importance of maintaining friendly relations between Rupert and Ormonde. The Prince of Wales wrote to the same effect, but Rupert preferred to play an obscure game of his own and to intrigue with Antrim, O'Neill, and the Irish, generally against the Lord Lieutenant. As a sea rover he was at first successful enough, keeping a squadron at Scilly, which had revolted from the Parliament, and announcing his intention to make a second Venice of the little archipelago. A great many prizes were taken, but Rupert lost one frigate taken at sea by Parliamentarian cruisers. His great difficulty was want of men, but he picked them up wherever he could about the Irish coast in sufficient numbers to man some extra ships. The depredations upon commerce lasted until May, when a powerful fleet under Deane, Popham, and Blake came before Kinsale. Towards the end of June, Rupert made a show of attempting to break through the blockade, but had to draw back without fighting. He had greatly strengthened the fortifications at the harbour's mouth, which prevented the Republican squadron from entering. Then provisions and crews began to dwindle again, and nothing more was attempted throughout the summer. In October, Blake was driven off the coast by a storm. Rupert seized the opportunity to slip out, and Ireland knew him no more. His presence at Kinsale had no real influence on events. When there had been a difficulty about getting soldiers for Ireland in the spring of 1647, the officers in Saffron Walden Church had shouted Fairfax and Cromwell, and we all go. Skippon was chosen much against his will, but he never crossed the Channel. It was not till March 1649 that Cromwell was appointed, and he hesitated to accept the command. He was ready to go where Parliament sent him, but could hope for no success unless the soldiers were satisfied as to their pay and arrears. He was much impressed with the importance of reducing Ireland, lest England should be attacked by Presbyterian and Papists at once. He would rather see the Cavaliers triumphant than the Scots, but a predominant Irish interest would be the most dangerous of all. The money difficulties were got over, and it was decided to send 12,000 men to Ireland, the regiments casting lots for the danger or honour. No individual was forced to go against his will, but those who refused were dismissed from the army, and their places easily filled by volunteers. The troubles with the Levellers followed, and it was not till July that Cromwell was ready to start. His first idea was to land in Munster, where the allegiance of Inchiquin's troops was known to be shaken, but reinforcements were sent to Jones, which enabled him to win the Battle of Rathmines. In the meantime, Broghill, who had been for some time inactive and thought of joining Charles abroad, was gained over by Cromwell on the understanding that he was expected to fight only against the Irish. On July 10, Cromwell left London in very noble equipage, with coaches and 6 horses apiece, his lifeguard of 80, who had all been officers, and a great number of attendants. Many well-wishers accompanied him as far as Brentford. It was 50 years and a few weeks since Essex had started on his ill-fated expedition with the same title of Lord Lieutenant. Cromwell was at Bristol 4 days later, where he spent some days with his wife and other members of his family. £100,000, the want of which had doubtless caused this delay, was dispatched at the end of the month, and he then pushed on to Milford Haven, where he saw a monk who probably dissuaded him from going with his whole force to Munster. Cromwell was on board ship on August 13, and as seasick, says Hugh Peters, as ever I saw a man in my life, but before sailing he had the news of Rathmines, which he described as an astonishing mercy. He reached Dublin 2 days later with about 3,000 men in 35 vessels. Ireton, with a second and stronger division contained in 77 ships, went as far as the mouth of Youghal harbour, where he perhaps expected a welcome, but the pear was not yet ripe, and he was soon driven by stress of weather to Dublin. By the middle of September the whole force was assembled in and about the Irish capital. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cromwell in Ireland, 1649. Jones had pretty well cleared Dublin of all but Protestants, and it is therefore not surprising that the new Lord Lieutenant was received with much rejoicing. He made a speech, of which no full report is extant, promising favour and reward to all who helped against the barbarous and bloodthirsty Irish, and all their adherents and confederates for the propagating of the gospel of Christ, the establishing of truth and peace, and restoring of this bleeding nation of Ireland to its former happiness and tranquillity. And the people shouted, "We will live and die with you." When he had had a week to look about him, he found that profane swearing and drunkenness were prevalent, and issued a declaration to the citizens against them. These offences were forbidden both by civil and military law, and all officers and soldiers were ordered under the severest penalties to cooperate with the mayor in suppressing them. A separate declaration to the army recited the too frequent practice of abusing, robbing, pillaging, and executing cruelties upon the country people. He was resolved, he said, to put down such wickedness by the most stringent enforcement of the Articles of War, and officers found negligent would be cashiered. A free market was granted to all in every garrison, and ready money was to be always paid. A general protection was granted till January 1, during which time the inhabitants of the country would have time to make up their minds. Those who intended to plough and sow were to apply to the Attorney General or other authorized persons for further protection. Some officers who appeared incorrigible were actually got rid of, and proper discipline was henceforth established. Ormonde's first care, when he had rallied after Rathmines, was to garrison Drogheda with about 2,000 foot and 300 horse, the flower of his remaining force, and to victual it for a long siege. Ludlow and Bate say the majority of the garrison were English, but this has been denied by modern critics, and there is really no satisfactory evidence on the point. The choice of a Roman Catholic governor may be thought to indicate that the defenders were mainly Irish, but Sir Arthur Aston had been governor of Oxford under the late king's immediate eye, and no royalist would be likely to take offence at his appointment. Wood says he brought the flower of the English veterans to Ireland. Aston was a brave soldier, and had made a good defence of Reading against Essex, but he was an unpopular man, and Clarendon, who was at Oxford during his command there, has little good to say of him. He lost a leg from the effects of a fall when curvetting on horseback in Bullingdon Green before certain ladies. At Drogheda he had much trouble with ladies who insisted on corresponding with Jones. A boy was employed to carry letters, whom I fear is of too small a size to be hanged. Ormonde did not think there was any serious plot, expressing an opinion that woman is given much to make little factions. On September 2, Aston sent out men to seize the neighbouring castles, but Cromwell's advanced parties were beforehand with him, and no outlying obstacle could be raised against his main body. Next day the infantry made its appearance with some small field pieces, and the Boyne was forded at Oldbridge, but the garrison sallied forth and drove them back. In announcing this small success to Ormonde, the governor hoped shortly to understand of His Excellency's march with a gallant army. On August 31, Cromwell mustered a field force consisting of 8 regiments of foot and 6 of horse, with some dragoons, in a field 3 miles north of Dublin. He marched next day and encamped next night at Ballygarth on the Nanny River, very near Julianstown, where the English forces had been routed 8 years before. On September 3, Cromwell's lucky day, he was close to Drogheda, where there was a week's delay before the batteries could be got ready, and the heavy guns landed below the town. On the 7th, Aston made a successful sally, but without in any way interrupting the assailants' preparations. On the morning of the 10th, Cromwell summoned the town in the name of Parliament. To the end, he wrote, "Effusion of blood may be prevented. I thought fit to summon you to deliver the same into my hands to their use. If this be refused, you will have no cause to blame me." Aston did refuse, and a cannonade was opened against the southeast angle of the town, one battery being against the east and the other against the south side of St. Mary's Church. The steeple fell, but the breach did not prove practicable until the next day. Some of the siege guns carried shot of 64 pounds weight, and the cannon of the defenders must have been quite overmatched. No regular approaches were necessary, and about 5 on the second day the breach was assaulted. The stormers were repulsed once, according to Cromwell, and Ludlow, twice, according to royalist accounts. The general entered the breach himself at the head of a reserve of infantry who carried the church and some trenches which the defenders had made inside the walls. These inner works really helped the assailants, for they prevented Aston from using his cavalry. The bank was too steep for the English horse, but the foot soldiers seized the entrenchments and drove a large part of the garrison into the Mill Mount, a place very strong and of difficult access, being exceeding high, having a good draught, and strongly palisaded. The governor, Sir Arthur Aston, and divers considerable officers being there, our men getting up to them were ordered by me to put all to the sword, and indeed, being in the heat of action, I forbade them to spare any that there were in arms in the town. This is Cromwell's own account, and he estimates the slain at about 2,000. A part of the defenders were driven across the bridge and as far as St. Sunday's Gate, at the far end of the town, where a tower was occupied, as was another near the west gate. About 100 took refuge in St. Peter's Church Tower, which was fired by Cromwell's orders. The parties near the two gates surrendered next day, and in one case where fatal shots had been fired, the officers were knocked on the head, and every 10th man of the soldiers killed, and the rest shipped for the Barbados. The soldiers in the other tower were all spared to their lives only, and shipped likewise for the Barbados. I am persuaded that this is a righteous judgment of God upon these barbarous wretches who have embrued their hands in so much innocent blood, and that it will tend to prevent the effusion of blood for the future, which are the satisfactory grounds to such actions, which otherwise cannot but work remorse and regret. Sir Arthur Aston was known to be fond of money, and it was rumoured that much was hidden in his wooden leg. This turned out not to be the case, but 200 gold pieces were found in his belt. According to Wood's account, he was actually dispatched with this wooden leg. Several friars were in the town, and they were all killed. That some others of the slain were not soldiers is at least highly probable, for Cromwell himself mentions many inhabitants, and in this the case of Drogheda does not differ from 100 others, in which no special blame rests on the general. Ormonde says not a word about women having suffered, but Bate, who was not in Ireland, states in a book published in the following year that there was not any great respect had to either sex. The stories attributed to Thomas Wood, the great antiquary's brother, rest entirely on hearsay evidence, and Thomas was a noted buffoon. That a garrison duly summoned should be put to the sword after the storming of their works was not contrary to the laws of war in those days. Ormonde speaks of the Book of Martyrs and the relation of Amboina, but the case of Magdeburg would have been more to the point. Ludlow says the slaughter was continued all that day and the next, which extraordinary severity, I presume, was used to discourage others from making opposition, but he says nothing more, though he did not love Cromwell. And truly, I believe, wrote Oliver to Bradshaw, this bitterness will save much effusion of blood. The charge that many were killed after quarter given may be founded on fact, but if quarter was anywhere promised, it was by persons not authorized to give it, for Cromwell himself says that he forbade it immediately after entering the town. English and Irish alike were treated as accomplices in the Ulster massacre, though very few even of the latter could have had anything to say to it. Among those who escaped was Cornet Richard Talbot, afterwards Duke of Tyrconnell, who owed his safety to the humanity of Colonel John Reynolds. According to Hugh Peters, the total number slain was 3,552, the loss to the parliamentarians being only 64, while Cromwell estimates his killed at under 100, but with many wounded. Aston expected to be relieved, and was himself expected to hold out much longer. He complained that Ammunition ran out fast, but it was certainly not exhausted when Cromwell forced the place, and Ormonde expressly states that there was enough for a long siege. He was not in a position to do anything, though he had about 3,000 men, for they were demoralized by the Rathmines disaster and decreased daily, either by going to their own homes or by the revolt of some officers and many private soldiers, the rest showing such dejection of courage, and upon all occasions of want, which are very frequent with us, venting their discontent in such dangerous words that it was held unsafe to bring them within that distance of the enemy as was necessary to have kept him united, and consequently one side of the town open to receive continual supplies. As many as 43 troopers deserted in one batch. Colonel Mark Trevor, with a strong party of horse, was in charge of ammunition and provisions at Ardee, but was unable to approach Drogheda on the north side. Even before the loss of Drogheda, Ormonde saw clearly that his only chance was in an alliance with Roe O'Neill, who could still dispose of 6,000 foot and 500 horse. He wrote to him immediately after the battle of Rathmines, and a few days later sent John Leslie, Bishop of Raphoe, and Audley Mervyn to confer with him. They were followed by the ubiquitous Daniel O'Neill, who was believed to have influence with his silent uncle. Immediately before the attack on Drogheda, Charles II wrote from St. Germains to the Irish general, urging him to return to his allegiance, and Father Thomas Talbot, an elder brother of the more famous Richard, was sent by him to Ireland. Talbot was directed by Ormonde to carry his letters to Owen O'Neill, along with others, for his nephew, and to proceed by the said Daniel his advice and direction, and not otherwise. The negotiations ended in a treaty, but this was not concluded until October 20, and a great deal had happened in the meantime. The terms finally agreed upon were that the Kilkenny peace should include Ulster, and that O'Neill should be general of that province with 6,000 foot and 800 horse. In case of his death or removal, the provincial nobility and gentry were to nominate a successor for the approval of the king's Lord Lieutenant. A part of the Ulster army co-operated with Ormonde, but O'Neill was already ill and unable to lead them himself after the capture of Drogheda. Ormonde had given directions to burn and abandon Dundalk and Trim, but the garrisons fled in too great haste, leaving their guns behind them. Having secured these important places, Cromwell sent Venables to join Coote, while he turned his own steps southwards. Carlingford, which contained the largest magazine in Ulster, capitulated after some well-directed shots had been fired at Captain Fern's frigate. 7 cannon and 1,000 muskets, with much powder and many pikes, fell into the victors' hands. Newry also surrendered on articles. At Lisburn, Trevor, with his cavalry, surprised Venable's camp by night and very nearly gained a complete victory, but the trained soldiers soon recovered from their panic and reformed in a position where horsemen could not reach them. Trevor had to fall back as far as the Bann, and Belfast capitulated soon afterwards, leaving guns and powder to the enemy. A large number of the Scotch inhabitants were driven out. Coote made himself master of Coleraine, and by the end of November Ormonde reported that Carrickfergus, Charlemont, and Enniskillen were the only considerable Ulster garrisons still in royalist hands. Before that time Owen Roe O'Neill had died at Cloughhalter in Cavan. In the previous May he had likened Ormonde to Baal, and rejoiced that he was one of those who had not bowed the knee. But he saw clearly that it would be necessary to join either the King's or the Parliament's party, though opposed to both, unless help came from abroad. He was driven to extremity, and could not otherwise support his army, which he regarded as the last hope of Ireland. It was with this object that he had dealings with Coote, Monk, and Jones, and was driven finally to unite with Ormonde, to whom he wrote only 5 days before his death. "Being now in my deathbed," he wrote, "I call my Saviour to witness that, as I hope for salvation, my resolution, ways, and intentions from first to last of these unhappy wars tended to no particular ambition or private interest of my own, notwithstanding what was or may be thought to the contrary, but truly and sincerely to the preservation of my religion, the advancement of His Majesty's service, and just liberties of this nation, whereof and of my particular reality and willingness to serve your excellency above any other in this kingdom. I hope that God will permit me to give ample and sufficient testimony in the view of the world ere it be long. He concludes by recommending his son Henry to Ormonde's care. As a soldier, all accounts agree in praising O'Neill, whose word was always kept, and who is not charged with any acts of cruelty or unnecessary severity. Of his patriotism there can be no doubt, but of Ireland as a separate nation he seems to have had no definite idea. He was a royalist, and his natural leaning would have been towards Ormonde as the special representative of the crown, but he was above all things attached to the religion of Rome, and Rinuccini's ban weighed heavily upon him. It was this that separated him so long from his natural ally, while it did not prevent him from helping Monk and Coote. The Bishop of Raphoe and Sir Nicholas Plunkett, wrote Daniel O'Neill, have agreed upon an expedient about the excommunication, which has so troubled that superstitious old uncle of mine in his sickness that I could render him to no reason. The expedient was a letter signed by Plunkett and Barnwell on behalf of the nuncio's opponents in the late Confederation, who agreed to petition the Pope to remove his censure and also to write a sort of apology in a loving and friendly manner to Rinuccini himself. After a few days' rest in Dublin, Cromwell marched towards Wexford, fortified post near Delgany at Darklow, which was the first seat in honour of the Marquess of Ormonde's family, and at Limerick, the ancient seat of the Esmonds, were taken without firing a shot. Ferns and Enniscorthy also surrendered without resistance, and on October 1 the army came before Wexford, where there was a garrison under Colonel David Sinnott, who was an old adherent of Preston, and therefore not very popular with the townsmen, who had favoured the nuncio. 2 days later a summons was sent in the usual terms to the end effusion of blood may be prevented, and Sinnott was willing to parley, but Cromwell refused any truce during negotiations, because our tents are not so good a covering as your houses. It was arranged that 4 persons should come out under safe conduct, but while Cromwell was expecting them, Castlehaven managed to introduce 1,500 Ulster foot on the north side of the town, and Sinnott then changed his mind. The safe conduct was withdrawn, and in the meantime Jones led a party of horse and foot round to the long point of Rosslare, at the end of which was a fort whose defenders at once took to the water and were all captured by the parliamentary fleet. The weather was rough, and it took some days to land the siege train, but all was ready by the evening of the 10th. The battery was placed at the southeast corner of the town, opposite the castle, which was outside the wall. Cromwell, seeing that if it was once taken, the town could make little further resistance. After nearly 100 shots had been fired, the governor's stomach came down, and he sent out 4 representatives on safe conduct with written propositions, which Cromwell forwarded to Lenthal for their abominableness, manifesting also the impetuosity of the men. The principal demands were that the inhabitants should forever have liberty publicly to profess and practice the Roman Catholic religion, retaining all the churches and religious houses without interference, that Bishop French and his successors should have full jurisdiction in the diocese of Ferns, and that the garrison should march out with flying colours and be escorted to Ross with all their arms and other possessions, and that the townsmen should be guaranteed their municipal privileges, lives, and properties. Cromwell engaged to protect the civilians, to give private soldiers leave to go home with their wearing clothes, on condition of bearing arms no more against Parliament, and to spare the lives of the officers, they remaining prisoners of war. Considering the state of affairs, Cromwell's terms were not very hard, but there were divided councils in Wexford. Sinnott did not command confidence, and Ormonde, who appeared near the river, sent Sir Edmund Butler to supersede him with a further relief of 500 men. There was no truce during negotiations, and Captain James Stafford, who commanded in the castle, was so much alarmed that he surrendered his post before Sinnott's answer was given. The men on the nearest part of the town wall were panic-stricken when they saw what had happened, and the Cromwellians scrambled over the battlements with the help of their pikes. Sir Edmund Butler had just arrived, but had no time to ferry over his men, and was killed by a shot while attempting to rejoin them by swimming. Barricades and cables had been drawn across the streets, and the passage of the assailants was hotly disputed by the garrison and by many armed citizens. The final contest was in the marketplace, and the total number slain between soldiers and townsfolk was not far short of 2,000. The loss of the besiegers was trifling, perhaps not more than 20. For this slaughter Cromwell is not personally liable, as he is for Drogheda, and he expresses some regret for it, but not very much. He mentions 2 instances in which, as he was informed, the Wexford people showed little mercy to others. About 7 or 8 score poor Protestants were put by them into an old vessel, which, being, as some say, bulged by them, the vessel sank, and they were all presently drowned in the harbour. The other was thus: they put divers Protestants into a chapel, which since they have used for a mass house, and in which 1 or more of their priests were now killed, where they were famished to death. A very large number of guns and several valuable ships were taken, as at Drogheda little or no mercy was shown to priests or friars, the deaths of 7 Franciscans being particularly recorded. As to the tradition of 300 women being slaughtered, the story first appears in Mac O'Hagan's History, published in 1758, and Bishop French, writing in 1763, made no mention of anything of the kind. A contemporary account says there was more sparing of lives of the soldiery part of the enemy here than at Drogheda. An empty town remained in the victor's hands. Less than a week after the capture of Wexford, Cromwell marched to New Ross on the right bank of the Barrow, below its junction with the Nore. There was then no bridge, and Ormonde, with Castlehaven and Lord Montgomery of Ards, were able to ferry over 2,500 men into the town, many of them under Cromwell's very eyes. The governor was Lucas Taft, who made some show of resistance when Cromwell appeared, and sent the usual summons to avoid effusion of blood. 2 days later a breach was effected, and Colonel Inglesby was chosen by lot to lead the stormers. Taft knew very well that the case was hopeless, and accepted the very liberal terms offered. The garrison were to march away with colours flying and with their arms, leaving the artillery behind, and protection from the injury and violence of the soldiers was guaranteed to the inhabitants. Those who wished to depart with their goods were given 3 months to think it over. For what you mention, wrote Cromwell, concerning liberty of conscience, I meddle not with any man's conscience, but if by liberty of conscience you mean a liberty to exercise the mass, I judge it best to use plain dealing, and to let you know where the Parliament of England have power that will not be allowed of. He told Lenthal that there was nothing to prevent the garrison from recrossing the river without his leave. About 500 English soldiers of the garrison, many of them from Munster, here joined Cromwell, as they had probably been long anxious to do. There was a considerable delay after this, for Oliver was determined, before moving, to make a satisfactory bridge for access to Kilkenny and the interior generally. Before the work was completed, Cork and Youghal surrendered, and Inchiquin's once formidable army practically ceased to exist. Lord Broghill had played a very important part in the earlier years of the Civil War, his last considerable exploit being the relief of Youghal in September 1645. He was never on very cordial terms with Inchiquin, but could work with him as the champion of the Protestant interest in Munster. The scene changed when Inchiquin deserted the Parliament, and Ormonde was fain to ally himself with the Kilkenny Confederates. Broghill retired to Marston Bigot in Somersetshire, which his father had bought for him, and waited there for the times to disentangle themselves. The execution of Charles I seems to have been too much for him, and the royalist idea prevailed so far that he was preparing to go to Spa, nominally for the gout, but really to be within reach of Charles II. According to the Reverend Thomas Morris, who is the sole and not very trustworthy authority for this passage of Broghill's life, Cromwell visited him at this juncture, and offered him his choice between the Tower and a general's command in Ireland. He accepted the latter on the understanding that he was not expected to fight against any but the Irish. It is at all events certain that he was with Cromwell not very long after his arrival in Ireland, and that he told Inchiquin that he served upon some such terms as would be glad to do him personal service, though perhaps I might not believe it. The promise of a general's commission is doubtful from what Ludlow says, but work was soon found for Broghill, who, in Cromwell's own words, had a great interest in the men that came from Inchiquin. At the beginning of November 1649 he was at Cork and Youghal as a commissioner for Munster, along with Sir William Fenton, the two famous seamen, Blake and Dean, and Colonel Fair, who was on duty at the late King's execution. The military authority was at first in Fair's hands, but a troop of reformados, that is, unemployed officers, was given to Broghill, and before Christmas he was in command of at least 1,200 horse. Kinsale was the first Munster garrison to declare for Cromwell. Cork soon followed, and commissioners from the English inhabitants were with him before he left Ross. Their first request, out of a sense of the former good service and tender care of the Lord of Inchiquin to and for them, was that he should enjoy his estate and have his arrears paid up to the last piece, and that an act of oblivion should be passed in his favour. This article Cromwell refused to answer, but promised that Inchiquin's defection should not be remembered to their prejudice, and that their charter should be renewed in its old form. Similar terms were given to the Youghal people, who abstained, by Broghill's advice, from making any conditions. He informed Cromwell that he and his colleagues were received at Youghal with all the real demonstrations of gladness and overjoyed people were capable of. After the capture of Ross, Cromwell lay there for about a month, his men being occupied in making a bridge of boats over the Barrow below its junction with the Nore. He ordered the invalided soldiers in Dublin to march along the coast to Wexford, which they did to the number of 1,200, of whom nearly one-third were cavalry. Many of them were but imperfectly recovered. At Glascarrig, near Cahors, Inchiquin set upon them with a greatly superior force, the detachments sent to meet them not arriving in time. But it pleased God, says Cromwell, we sent them word by a nearer way to march close and be circumspect, so that they were not entirely surprised. Inchiquin overtook their rear, but the passage was narrow between high and sand hills and the sea, so that the number of his cavalry was of comparatively little advantage. After a sharp fight, the Dublin party were victorious and pursued Inchiquin's men for a short distance, after which they proceeded to Wexford without further molestation. Not many fell on either side, but Colonel Trevor, who had showed so much enterprise as a cavalry leader, was dangerously wounded. Cromwell was very ill during a part of his stay at Ross, but the bridge greatly impressed the Irish with a sense of his power, as Caesar's had impressed the Germans in an earlier age. A stupendous work, says the author of the aphorismical discovery, for there were two main rivers, Nore and Barrow, joining there unto one bed, and the sea tide passing over the town in the said rivers 6 or 7 miles. He was building this bridge upon this swift and boisterous running tide water, with barrels, planks, casks, and cables. Ormonde had a superior force in the neighbourhood, but the dissensions between his officers and between the English and Irish elements of his army made it impossible to risk a pitched battle. Taaffe made an unsuccessful attempt to destroy the unfinished bridge, and Cromwell lost no time in fortifying Rossbercon on the Kilkenny bank. Ireton and Jones occupied Innistiog without fighting, but found the bridge at Thomastown broken down and the wall down garrisoned, while the bulk of Ormonde's army retired towards Kilkenny. The road into Tipperary was, however, open from Innistiog, and Reynolds was detached with a body of cavalry to Carrick-on-Suir. While he was parleying with the garrison at one gate, a part of his men surprised the other and took more than 100 prisoners, the remainder escaping in boats over the Suir. The castle, one of the ancientest seats belonging to the Lord of Ormonde, made no further resistance, and Cromwell, with the main body of his army, having taken Knock Topher by the way, passed through Carrick towards Waterford, which he summoned on November 21. Waterford was unassailable from the left bank of the Suir, and Cromwell, like Mountjoy before him, had to cross at Carrick. Before the naval superiority of the Parliament could be made available, it was necessary to secure the forts at Duncannon and passage below the city. Duncannon had been in the hands of the Confederates since 1645 and was commanded by Captain Thomas Roach, a very incompetent officer. Jones was detached from Ross with 2,000 men to besiege the place, and he took Ballyhack, commanding the ordinary communication between the fort and Waterford. Parliamentary ships lay near, and seeing that Duncannon was in danger, Ormonde sent Captain Edward Wogan to supersede Roach. As a deserter from the Parliamentary army, Wogan fought with a rope round his neck, and he restored the courage of the garrison. Ormonde then sent Castlehaven to passage opposite Ballyhack, whence he managed to get to Duncannon in a boat. After consultation with Wogan, Castlehaven returned, and that night embarked 80 horses without riders in boats, which slipped into Duncannon on the tide. Wogan mounted officers and picked men on the horses thus provided, and immediately attacked the Parliamentary camp. The appearance of cavalry, where there had been none before, seemed to indicate the approach of an army, and the siege was raised next morning. After this piece of service, Ormonde made Castlehaven governor of Waterford with 1,000 men, but the citizens refused to admit him or his soldiers. While Cromwell was threatening Waterford, Ormonde brought his whole army to Carrick, the recapture of which he left to Taff and Inchiquin, while he marched on with the tidal river between him and the Parliamentary host. The city was open on the riverside, and there was no difficulty in ferrying over 1,500 Ulster soldiers, with Lieutenant Farrell as governor. Jones had previously succeeded in occupying Passage, a very large fort with a castle in the midst of it, having 5 guns planted in it, and commanding the river better than Duncannon. The garrison surrendered on condition of quarter only, and Ballyhack being already in Cromwell's hands, Waterford was pretty thoroughly cut off from the sea. The attempt to recapture Carrick failed, perhaps for want of a good engineer, for the assailants' mine exploded to their own injury, and without damaging the wall. Reynolds' men spared their ammunition and defended themselves mainly with stones. The gates were burned but quickly barricaded inside with rubble, and Inchiquin, having no stock of provisions, was forced to retreat with heavy loss. Ormonde, on his return, was very nearly captured, for he expected to find Carrick in the hands of friends, and had to ride 20 miles round to join his men at Clonmel. He met the Tipperary rustics flying in all directions with their portable goods, so as to escape being plundered by the soldiers. Ormonde said that if the weather proved but as usual at this time of the year, Cromwell might be repulsed from Waterford. 2 days later the siege was abandoned for this very reason, and a great part of the men being sick, and Cromwell marched to kill Thomas on as terrible a day as he had ever known. He found poor quarters, but in the morning was encouraged by a messenger from Broghill, who lay at Dungarvan, which had lately surrendered to him with about 12 or 1,300 men. Michael Jones died at Dungarvan of a pestilent and contagious spotted fever, contracted during a cold and wet march, and Cromwell lamented his loss both as a friend and as a public servant. The parliamentary cause certainly owed him a great deal, though there is reason to believe that he did not approve of the execution of Charles I. At the moment Farrell made an attempt to recover Passage, the loss of which it made it very difficult to victual Duncannon, but Colonel Sankey was dispatched with 320 men from Cappoquin, and after a sharp fight succeeded in taking about the same number of prisoners. Farrell retreated into Waterford. There Ormonde was himself present, though the mayor absolutely refused to let his troops cross the river, saying that an increase of the garrison would cause a famine in the town. It was proposed to quarter them in huts outside the walls, but even this was rejected, and Passage remained in the enemy's hands, though an overwhelming force was ready to attempt its relief. Wogan was among the prisoners taken by Sankey, and Cromwell seriously thought of hanging him, but he was sent to Cork, whence he soon escaped and went to England to seek the adventure which has made him famous. When Cromwell broke up from before Waterford on December 2, he had not more than 3,000 effective infantry in the field, the garrisons taking up many, and sickness accounting for more. Farrell had as many men in Waterford as there were besieging him, and the whole of Ormonde's army was 10 or 12,000, including O'Neill's men, who were at least 7,000, and all effective. these being the eldest sons of the Church of Rome, most cried up and confided in by the clergy. The rest were Old English, Irish, some Protestants, some Papists, and other Popish Irish. The interests of Ormonde, Clanricarde, Castlehaven, Muskerry, Taff, and the rest provided a formidable force who could live on the country, for there were scarce 20 natives favourable to Parliament. God hath blessed you, Cromwell wrote, with a great tract of land in longitude along the shore, yet it hath but a little depth into the country, and the inhabitants were so robbed by their neighbours that they could give little help. Therefore it was still necessary to send money and stores from England, and to maintain a strict naval blockade, lest supplies should reach the enemy from abroad. But Ormonde had to disperse his men in winter quarters for want of means to support them in the field, and Cromwell did the same, his headquarters being at Youghal. He spent the short winter days in visiting Cork and other Munster garrisons. The tradition is that he went to Glengarriff, where the ruins of Cromwell's bridge may still be seen, but there seems to be no evidence of his having gone further west than Kinsale. His applications to Parliament for help were not in vain, for 1,500 fresh men were sent to Dublin about this time, and a few weeks later Henry Cromwell came to Youghal with further reinforcements, followed by 13 ships laden with oats, beans, and peas. The sick men recovered with rest and dry lodgings, and by the end of January Cromwell was able to take the field again. Bagwell, who was now master of the ordnance, left Youghal about the middle of November with 500 foot and 300 horse, a fort with 3 guns on the Cork Beg Peninsula, partially commanded Cork harbour, and had annoyed Blake's ships. Captain Courthope, who knew not only the commander of it, but every particular soldier in it, so well persuaded and terrified them that they delivered up the fort without fighting. At Belvelly, commanding the strait between the mainland and the island on which Queenstown now stands, Colonel Pigot had a strong castle and 3 Irish companies. Broghill had formerly particularly well known this officer, and in half an hour's private conversation satisfied him that it was a national quarrel. At Cork, Broghill found 700 armed inhabitants and 500 foot soldiers, who received him with as great a joy as is almost imaginable. A messenger came from Kinsale to offer that town to the Parliament, and a detachment was sent strong enough to check the garrison of the fort. At Brandon, Colony Courtney, who had ever been my particular friend, stood for the king, but the townsmen and most of the soldiers were English Protestants, and he could but surrender. Broghill armed the inhabitants, and nearly all the officers and soldiers ultimately joined him. The people showed at least an equal joy to our reception at Cork. The bridge at Bandon enabled Broghill to march straight to the south side of Kinsale harbour, where Rupert had greatly strengthened the fort, which was held by 400 Irish under a Scotch governor. The works were too strong to attack before the return of Blake's fleet, but the regiment inside was commanded by an Irish Protestant, a great sufferer by the rebellion, an ancient dependent of the Boyle family, and one particularly recommended to my care by my father, who set the governor aside and persuaded the soldiers to capitulate. After this, Baltimore, Castlehaven, Crookhaven, and Timoleague surrendered without giving Broghill the trouble of a march, and Mallow did the same, thus securing the only bridge over the Blackwater, except that at Cappoquin, which was already in parliamentary hands. Colonel Crosby was detached to see what could be done in Kerry. Cromwell might well say that Broghill had a great interest in the men and in the districts which were lately Inchiquins, and that there could have been no rebellion if every county had contained an Earl of Cork. While Cromwell was building his bridge at New Ross, Dalziel was closely besieged in Carrickfergus by Coote and Venables. It was the most important place in Ulster, and the Scotch veteran made good terms for himself and his men, agreeing to surrender on December 13, if not relieved in the meantime. A few days before that date, Sir George Monro, with Lords Montgomery and Clanbourne, collected a force which Coote, on the report of deserters, estimated at 2,000 foot and 800 horse, their object being to relieve Carrickfergus. On December 1, they were at Comber, and next day at New Townards. After a good deal of manoeuvring, Cook took up his quarters at Lisburn, while Monro crossed the Lagan somewhere between that place and Moara. On their return upon the Antrim side of the river, Coote allowed them to pass him, and then attacked their rear upon a boggy pass on the plain of Lisnareen. Sir Theophilus Jones, who had come out of Lisburn with his cavalry, met with little resistance, and during a pursuit of 10 miles over 1,000 were killed, with scarcely any loss to the victors. Monroe and Montgomery fled to Ormonde, most of their Scots followers leaving them, and Carrickfergus was then surrendered in due course. Rinuchini having departed, and O'Neill being dead, the Irish were as sheep having no shepherd. Stubborn resistance was made in detail, but there was very little concerted action after Cromwell's arrival. The remains of the Confederacy still adhered to Ormonde, but it became evident after the last peace that he could never rally the native population. Under these circumstances, 20 bishops, with the procurators of 3 others, the abbot of Holy Cross, and the provincials of the Dominicans and Franciscans, met at Clonmacnoise on December 4 of their own mere motion, as they were careful to set forth. After some days' deliberation, they announced that nothing could be done without unity, and that past differences must be laid aside. It was, they said, the evident intention of Cromwell and his masters to root out the Catholic religion, which could only be done by getting rid of the people and recolonizing the country. Witness the numbers they have already sent hence for the Tobacco Islands, and put enemies in their places. Cromwell had told the governor of Ross that he meddled with no man's conscience, but that a liberty to exercise the mass would nevertheless not be allowed of. This was naturally quite enough for the clergy, and doubtless for most laymen also. The formal decrees of Clonmacnoise were embodied in 4 articles. By the first, fasting and prayer were ordered to withdraw from this nation God's anger, and to render them capable of his mercies. By the second, the people were warned that no mercy or clemency could be expected from the common enemy commanded by Cromwell by authority from the rebels of England. By the third, the clergy were ordered under severe penalties to preach unity, and we hereby manifest our detestation against all such divisions between either provinces or families, or between Old English and Old Irish, or any of the English or Scotch adhering to his Majesty. The last decree was one of excommunication against the highwaymen called idle boys, and against all who relieved them. Clergymen were forbidden, on pain of suspension, to give them the sacrament or to bury them in consecrated ground. End of chapter 31.